Section 23 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lia Lallo. Nouvelettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth Fries Ellet. Beethoven. Part 1. If, dear reader, you have never been so happy as to travel through the beautiful country of Rhine, I wish from my heart you may speedily have the pleasure, for truly he who has not seen that unrivaled land with its pretty villages and its noble cities, its smiling villas and vineyards and romantic ruined castles, its lordly Rhines, the father of all, not heard the cheerful songs of its peasants laboring in the vineyards, cannot know how dear and lovely is our native Germany. If you have been at Bonn, dear reader, it follows as a matter of course that you left not unvisited the venerable cathedral. And how solemn and strange the feeling that filled your heart when entering for the first time beneath the shadow of those lofty twilight arches, an awful stillness prevailed around, and speaking pictures looked forth upon you. Then, as you advanced, streams of softened light came downward from the arched windows of the gigantic nave. The organ was heard, a low, distant murmur, swelling louder and higher, till, rising into powerful harmony, the Gloria burst forth. Then, overpowered by emotion, wrapped in contemplation of the unspeakable greatness of deity, conscious of the feebleness of man, you could but kneel and adore. At least so it was with me, and often so, when a youth, I have listened to that music, heard it from beginning to end, then rushed down from the choir to throw myself prostrate on the marble pavement and weep tears of joy. Were not heaven and earth my own? Did I not see them in their holiest loveliness? Heard I not, enraptured in their thousand voices? From the sweet murmuring of the flowers to the awe-inspiring thunder peal, understood I not the mysterious harmony of all I saw and heard? Alas, those years of enthusiasm are flown, the harmony is broken. The flowers that mark the coming of spring have no longer a voice for me. The startling thunder that once spoke of the sunshine and beauty about to succeed the short-lived storm has no significance. Even the tones of that magnificent music fail to lift my soul to the height of devotion, inspiring her to mingle her adoration with the world's-wide hymn of praise. My heart is hard and cold, but seldom roused and relapsing into deadness when the brief excitement is over. I am older even in feeling than in years. I shun the merry company of men. I shudder at their jests, their careless hearts, their jovial faces, for they seem to me like shadows, gibbering forms, that mockingly repeat the tones of life. Enough of myself. How prone we are to run into egotism. Let me rather amuse the reader by some reminiscences of a gifted individual whose fame is linked with the scenes I have spoken of. The boy. It was a mild October afternoon in the year 1784. A boat was coming down the Rhine, close to that point where the fair city of Bonn sits on its left shore. The company on board consisted of old and young persons of both sexes, returning from an excursion of pleasure. The sun was sinking in the west and touched the mountain summits, castle-crowned with gold and purple, as the boat came to the shore not far from the city. The company landed, full of gaiety and mirth, the young people walking on before, while their seniors followed, as happy as they, though more thoughtful and less noisy. They adjourned to a public garden close to the river side to finish the day of social enjoyment by partaking of a collation. Old and young were seated ere long around the stone table set under the large trees. The crimson faded in the west, the moon poured her soft light, glimmering through the leafy canopy above them, and was reflected in full beauty in the waters of the Rhine. The merriment of the guest was at its height. The wine sparkled and lively toasts were drunk, in which the youngsters joined as gleefully as their elders. "You boys are right merry fellows," said the benevolent-looking old gentleman, addressing Herr von Beethoven, a tenor singer in the Electoral Chapel, pointing at the same time to his two young sons, lads of 10 and 14 years of age. "They will certainly turn out something clever," he continued, laughing as he watched their pranks. "But tell me, Beethoven, why do you not take Louis with you when you indulge the children with a party of pleasure?" "Because," the other person he addressed, "because Louis is a stubborn, dogged, stupid boy whose troublesome behavior would only spoil our mirth." "Ah," returned the old gentleman, "you are always finding fault with the poor lad, and perhaps impose too hard tasks upon him. I see you are more indulgent to the others. It is no wonder he becomes dull and obstinate. Nay, I am only surprised that he has not, ere this, broken loose from your sharp control." My dear Simrock, replied Beethoven, laughing, I have a remedy at hand for such humours, my good Spanish cane, which you see is of the toughest. Louis is well acquainted with its excellent properties, and stands in wholesome awe thereof. And trust me, neighbour, I know best what is for the boy's good. He has talent and must be taught to cultivate it, but he will never go to work properly unless I drive out some of his capricious notions and set his head right. Oh, Johann, interposed Madame von Beethoven, you do not know the boy. He had the best and most docile dispositions, if only you manage him in the proper way. The proper way, repeated the father, and so I must coax and cajole him and ask his leave humbly to give a word of instruction? No, certainly, only grant him the same indulgences you allow to his brothers. He is not like Karl and Johann, was the mother's answer. They ought not to be treated alike. Nay, nay, neighbour, said Simrock earnestly. Let us not talk about it, interrupted Beethoven. I know well what I am doing, and my reasons are satisfactory to myself. These boys are a comfort to me, a couple of fine lads. I need hardly ever speak to them, for they are ready to spring at a glance. They always obey me with alacrity and affection. Louis, on the other hand, has been feverish from his infancy. I have never sought to rule him by fear, but only to drive out a little of his sulkiness now and then. Yet nothing avails. When his brothers joke with him, as all boys will sometimes, he usually quits the room murmuring, and it is easy to see that he would fain beat them if he were not afraid of me. As to his studies, music is the only thing he will learn. I mean with good will, or if he consents to apply himself to anything else, I must first knock it into him that it has something to do with music. Then he will go to work. But it is his humour not to do otherwise. If I give him a commission to execute for me, the most arrant clodpole could not be more stupid about it. Let him alone, then, to live for his favourite art, said Herr Simrock. It is often the case that the true artist is a fool in matters of everyday life. Those are silly fancies, answered Beethoven, again laughing. Helen is always talking so. The true artist is as much a man as others, and proves himself so, will thrive like the rest of the world, and take care of his family. I know all about it. Money's the thing. I mean Louis to do well, and that he may learn to do well I spare no trouble, nor the rod neither, when it is necessary. The boy will live to thank me for my pains. Here the conversation was interrupted, and the subject was not resumed. The hours flew by. It struck 9, and the festive company separated to return to their homes. Karl and Johann were in high glee as they went home. They sprang up the steps before their father, and pulled the door-bell. The door was opened, and a boy about 12 years old stood in the entry, with a lamp in his hand. He was short and stout for his age, but a sickly paleness, more strongly marked by the contrast of his thick black hair, was observable in his face. His small grey eyes were quick and restless in their movement, very piercing when he fixed them on any object, but softened by the shade of his dark long lashes. His mouth was delicately formed, and the compression of the lips betrayed both pride and sorrow. It was Louis Beethoven. "Where are my father and mother?" asked he. "Hello, Nightcap!" cried Karl, laughing. "Is it you? Cannot you open your eyes? They are just behind us." Without answering his brother, Louis came to meet his parents and bade them good evening. His mother greeted him affectionately. His father said, while the boy busied himself fastening the door, "Well, Louis, I hope you have finished your task." "I have, father." "Very good. Tomorrow I will look and see if you have earned your breakfast." So saying, the elder Beethoven went into his chamber. His wife followed him after bidding her sons good night, Louis more tenderly than any of them. Karl and Johann withdrew with their brother to their common sleeping apartment, entertaining him with a description of their day of festivity. "Now, Louis," said little Johann, as they finished their account, "if you had not been such a dunce, our father would have taken you along. But he says he thinks you will be little better than a dunce all the days of your life, and self-willed and stubborn besides." "Don't talk about that any more," answered Louis, "but come to bed." "Yes, you are always a sleepy-head," cried they both, laughing, but in a few moments after getting into bed both were asleep and snoring heartily. Louis took a lamp from the table, left the apartment softly, and went up the stairs to an attic chamber, where he was wont to retire when he wished to be out of the way of his teasing brothers. He had fitted up the little room for himself, as well as his means permitted, a table with 3 legs, a leather chair, the bottom partly out, and an old piano, which had been rescued from the possession of rats and mice, made up the furniture, and here in company with his beloved violin, he was accustomed to pass his happiest hours. He was passionately fond of solitude, and nothing would have better pleased him than permission to take long walks in the country, where he could hear the murmur of streams and the rustling of foliage, and the surging of the winds in the mountains. But he had not that liberty. His only recreation was to pass a few hours here in his favorite pursuit, indulging his fantasies and reveries, undisturbed by his noisy brothers or his strict father's reproof. The boy felt, young as he was, that he was not understood by one of his family, not even excepting his mother. She loved him tenderly and always took his part when his father found fault with him, but she never knew what was passing in his mind because he never uttered it. How could he, shy and inexperienced, clothe in words what was burning in his bosom, what was perpetually striving after language more intense and more expressive than human speech? But his genius was not long to be unappreciated. The next morning a messenger came from the Elector to Beethoven's house, bringing an order for him to repair immediately to the palace, and fetch with him his son Louis. The father was surprised, not so more than the boy, whose heart beat with undefined apprehension as they entered the princely mansion. A servant was in waiting, and conducted them without delay or further announcement to the presence of the Elector, who was attended by two gentlemen. The Elector received old Beethoven with great kindness, and said, "We have heard much recently of the extraordinary musical talent of your son Louis. Have you brought him along with you?" Beethoven replied in the affirmative, stepped back from the door, and bade the boy come in. "Come nearer, my little lad," cried the Elector graciously. "Do not be shy. This gentleman here is our new court against Herr Neef, and the other is the famous composer, Herr Junker from Cologne. We promised them both that they would hear you play something, and I think you may venture upon a tune before them. The late Master von Eden always spoke well of you." "Yes, he was pleased with me," murmured the boy softly. The prince smiled and bade him take his seat and begin. He sat down himself in a large easy-chair. Louis went to the piano and, without examining the pile of notes that lay awaiting his selection, played a short piece, then a light and graceful melody, which he executed with such ease and spirit, nay, in so admirable a manner, that his distinguished auditors could not forbear expressing their surprise, and even his father was struck. When he left off playing, the Elector rose up to him and laid his hand on his head, and said encouragingly, "Well done, my boy. We are pleased with you. Now, Master Junker," turning to the gentleman on his right hand, "what say you?" "Your Highness," answered the composer, "I will venture to say the lad has had considerable practice with that last air, to execute it so well." Louis burst into a laugh at this remark. The others looked surprised and grave. His father darted an angry glance at him, and the boy, conscious that he had done something wrong, became instantly silent. The Elector himself laughed at the comical scene. "And pray, what are you laughing at, my little fellow?" asked he. The boy colored and looked down as he replied, "Because Herr Junker thinks I have learned the air by heart, when it occurred to me, but just now while I was playing." "Then," returned the composer, "if you really improvise that piece, you ought to go through, at sight, a motive I will give you presently." "Let me try," answered Louis. "If His Gracious Highness will permit me," said the composer. Permission was granted. Junker wrote down on paper a difficult motive, and handed it to the boy. Louis read it over carefully, and immediately began to play it, according to the rules of counterpoint. The composer listened attentively, his astonishment increasing at every turn in the music, and when at last it was finished, in a manner so spirited as to surpass his expectations, his eyes sparkled, and he looked on the lad with keen interest, as the possessor of a genius rarely to be found. "If he goes on this way," he said in a low tone to the Elector, "I can assure your Highness that a very great counterpointist may be made out of him." Neef observed with a smile, "I agree with the master, but it seems to me the boy's style inclines rather too much to the gloomy and melancholy." "It is well," replied his Highness, smiling. "Be it your care that it does not become too much so. Herr von Beethoven," he continued, addressing his father, "we take an interest in your son, and it is our pleasure that he complete the studies commenced under your tuition under that of Herr Neef. He may come to live with him after today. We will take care that he wants for nothing, and his further advancement also shall be cared for. You are willing, Louis, to come and live with this gentleman?" The boy's eyes were fixed to the ground. He raised them and glanced first at Neef, then at his father. The offer was a tempting one. He would fare better and have more liberty in his new abode. But there was his father, whom he had always loved, who, spite of his severity, who had doubtless loved him, and now stood looking upon him earnestly and sadly. He hesitated no longer, but seizing Beethoven's hand and pressing it to his heart, he cried, "No, no, I cannot leave my father." "You are a good and dutiful lad," said his Highness. "Well, I will not ask you to leave your father, who must be very fond of you. You shall go and live with him, and take your lessons with Herr Neef. That is our will. Adieu, Herr von Beethoven." From this time Louis lived a new life. His father treated him no longer with harshness, and even reproved his brothers when they tried to tease him. Karl and Johann grew shy of him, however, when they saw what a favorite he had become. Louis found himself no longer restrained, but came and went as he pleased. He took frequent excursions to the country, which he enjoyed with more than youthful pleasure when the lessons were over. His worthy master was astonished at the rapid progress of his pupil in his beloved art. "But, Louis," said he one day, "if you would become a great musician, you must not neglect everything besides music. You must acquire foreign languages, particularly Latin, Italian, and French. These are all necessary, that you may know what learned men have said and written upon the art. You must not fancy all this knowledge is to come to you of itself. You must be diligent and devote yourself to study, and be sure of being well repaid in the end. For without such cultivation, you may never excel in music. Nay, even genius left to itself is but little better than blind impulse. Would you leave your name to posterity as a true artist, make your own all that bears relation to your art." Louis promised and kept his word. In the midst of his playing, he would leave off, however much it cost him, if the hour struck for his lessons in the languages. So closely he applied himself that in a year's time he was tolerably well acquainted, not only with Latin, French, and Italian, but also with English. His father marveled at his progress not a little. For years he had labored in vain, with starvation and blows, to make the boy learn the first principles of those languages. He had never, indeed, taken the trouble to explain to him their use in the acquisition of the science of music. In 1785 appeared Louis's first sonatas. They displayed uncommon talent and gave promise that the youthful artist would in future accomplish something great, though scarcely yet could it be found in them a trace of that gigantic genius, whose death 40 years afterward filled all Europe with sorrow. The best understanding was now established between father and son, and the lad's natural generosity and warmth of heart being unchecked by undue severity, his kind feelings overflowed upon all around him. This disposition to love his friends and to enjoy life remained with the artist to the end of his days. The benevolent Master Simrock was much pleased at his good fortune, and withal somewhat surprised, for spite of his compassionate espousal of the boy's cause. He looked upon Louis rather as a dull fellow. Now his opinion was quite changed, and to show his good will he sent several presents, and insisted on his company frequently to his lodgings, to drink a glass of Rhenish in company with his old friend. "We were both mistaken in the lad," he would say to old Beethoven. "He abounds in wit and odd fancies, but I do not altogether like his mixing up in music all sorts of strange conceits. The best way, to my notion, is a plain one. Let him follow the great Mozart step by step. After all, he is the only one, and there is none to come up to him, none." And Louis's father, who also idolized Mozart, always agreed with his neighbor in his judgment and echoed, "None." End of section 23.
Section 24 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bill Welch. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Beethoven, Part 2. Thus the summer flew by. The foliage grew yellow and began to fall. Our young hero delighted, at what poetical soul does not, in communion with nature. He wandered often in the woods and welcomed the autumn breezes that scattered the yellow leaves at his feet. I have always found a pleasant melancholy in my walks at this season, when the slant rays of the sun gleam upon dismantled trees, and the wealth of summer lies on the ground, when the winds sigh through the desolate branches, or the ear is startled by the woodman's stroke, or perhaps the winding of the hunter's horn. Let none despair of himself to whom heaven has granted the power of enjoying the beauty of nature. In her maternal bosom is consolation for every woe. He is her favored child. Doth he weep over blighted hopes or crushed affections? Unreproved his tears flow, and amid silence and solitude, in the calm wood, he hears angel voices that mourn with him, while from the stars far up in heaven comes down a whisper of consolation. Life is brief and frail, and changeful is the heart of man, but love is infinite, eternal. Thou hast friends that know no change. Look above and hope. And with the coming sun that wakes to life such myriads of happy creatures, shall new strength and hope visit his soul. But alas for thee, child of sorrow, if thou hearest not that kind healing voice, if night is starless to thine eyes, ere ceases thy heart to beat. Could life arise for thee from the dead, thou wouldst still be wretched, wouldst still stand alone and uncared for, kept but by divine compassion from despair. Enjoy while thou canst, O youthful enthusiast, the luxury of thy being, the beauty around thee. Thinkest thou 'tis but after all a lovely dream? No, 'tis a fair reality, still more fleeting than a dream. Dreams may return to enchant us, realities that are past never. The first lasting sorrow that befell Louis was the loss of his father. Beethoven's health failed at the beginning of winter. Ere long his physician pronounced him beyond hope. By his own request, his family were informed that his end was near. Helen and her two sons, Karl and Johann, received the intelligence with loud lamentations. Louis said not a word, but his grief was no less acute. At night, the afflicted family gathered round the bed of the dying. "My Louis," said Beethoven faintly. The boy was kneeling by the bed, pale as the sick man himself. He clasped his father's cold hand and pressed it to his lips, but could not speak for tears. "God's best blessings be upon you, my son," said his parent. "Promise me that throughout life you will never forsake your brothers. I know they have not loved you as they ought. That is partly my fault. Promise me that whatever may happen, you will continue to regard and cherish them." I will, dear father," cried Louis, sobbing. Beethoven pressed his hand in token of satisfaction. The same night he expired. The grief of Louis was unbounded. It was a bitter thing thus to lose a parent just as the ties of nature were strengthened by mutual appreciation and confidence. But it was necessary that he should rouse himself to minister support and comfort to his suffering mother. The first keenness of his sorrow was blunted by time, and he returned with renewed diligence to his studies. His mother often remonstrated against his pursuit of them with such absorbing eagerness. "You will injure your health, my beloved son," she would say. But he would answer cheerfully, "Be not uneasy, dear mother. The winter will soon be past, and when spring comes, I will relax my labors." Louis was now in his 18th year, and the period was memorable in his life. A young kinswoman of his mother, whose parents lived in Cologne, came on a visit to Bonn. Adelaide was a beautiful, sprightly girl. Louis saw her, and it seemed to him that all his previous existence was but a void, and that his real being had just begun. He was conscious of 1,000 new perceptions, and thought he had never before felt or seen what was in the world. Nature had new charms for him. He had capacities for joy before undreamed of. As for music, till now it seemed to him the spirit of art had slumbered within him. How magnificent was her awakening! The magic name of Adelaide, her voice, her smile, called his genius into full life, and he felt that he had power to do as he had never done. First love, is it not a misnomer? For but once can the heart bow to the all-subduing influence. Once cold, can it ever be warmed again to that bright luxuriance of life and feeling? And how soon does the tender flower born of fantasy wither in the breath of reality, never to bloom again. Memory of the lost paradise alone remains. It is well if there remain not also the saddest fruit of disappointment, a skeptical scorn of all that seems winning and lovely. Happy he whom fate deprives of the object of his loves before the sweet illusion is over. No words can paint his heartfelt anguish at the loss, but one bliss is left him. The image of the beloved is still robed in its magic charms. His faith in his ideal is still unshaken. His heart has never proved the bitterest pang. For a time, our youthful hero was the happiest of the happy, for he yielded his soul to the sway of love, and music was its appropriate language. But Adelaide understood him not. How could she? His eyes indeed spoke a passion deeper than words could reveal. His melodies were of a bolder and higher, yet a tenderer cast. But it was only in the silence of his own apartment, when he sat playing alone, that these signs of emotion might have been discovered. In her presence he sought not to paint in language his devoted love. It was enough for him to look upon her, to watch her graceful movements, to listen to her voice. That was inspiration enough. He wished not for more. The fair sex are not usually pleased with this species of mute homage. All maidens are not Cecilias. Most of them prefer a lover bold enough to venture on an open confession of their power to charm. The fair dream Louis indulged was ere long to be rudely broken. I am not going to give the reader a melancholy love tale. Suffice to say, the boy's passion became known to his brother, Karl, and one evening he chanced to overhear a conversation between him and Adelaide. Karl was telling his cousin of Louis's love for her, and laughing at his simplicity and never dreaming of declaring it. Adelaide laughed heartily at her unsophisticated lover, as she called him, saying that she had never suspected such a thing, that she could not help pitying the poor boy, yet was half inclined to draw him out. It was such a capital joke. Karl joined in her merriment, and the two concerted a scheme for their own amusement at the expense of poor Louis. Pale and trembling while he leaned against the window seat concealed by the folds of a curtain, Louis listened to this colloquy. As his brother and cousin left the room, he rushed past them to his own apartment, locked himself in, and did not come forth that night. Afterwards he took pains to shun the company of the heartless fair one, and was always out alone on his walks, or in his room, where he worked every night till quite exhausted. "The lad has found us out," said Karl to his pretty cousin. "What a pity," answered Adelaide. "I should like to have brought him to reason in my own way, I confess. Such an excellent joke, it's a real pity." The youth. The first emotions of chagrin and mortification soon passed away in the bosom of young Beethoven, but he did not soon recover his vivacity. His warmest feelings had been cruelly outraged. The spring of love was never again to bloom for him. And it seemed, too, that the fair blossoms of genius also were nipped in the bud. His self-confidence, so necessary to the development of the artist, was shaken, nay, had nearly deserted him. The wings of his spirit had unfolded joyously in the sunshine of love, and were spread for a bold flight into the upper regions of art, where the everyday world could not follow him. As in after life, he was entirely indifferent to the applause of the multitude, and never sought it. What he thought and felt he expressed in his enthusiastic inspiration. His best reward was the consciousness of having aimed at the best, and deserved the approbation of true artists. If, however, the cultivated taste of the present day fails fully to appreciate him, it will not be wondered at the critics of the time, fettered as they were to the established form, should have been shocked at his departure from their rules. Even Mozart, whose fame stood so high, whose name was pronounced with such enthusiastic admiration, what struggles had he not been forced into with those who would not approve his so-called innovations? The youth of 19 had struck out a bolder path. What marvel, then, that instead of encouragement, nothing but censures awaited him? His master, Nefe, who was accustomed to boast of him as his pride and joy, now said coldly and bitterly his pupil had not fulfilled his cherished expectations. Ney was so taken up with his newfangled conceits that he feared he was forever lost to real art. "Is it so indeed?" asked Louis of himself in his moments of misgiving and dejection. "Is all a delusion? Have I lived till now in a false dream? Oh, where is truth on earth? I wish I were dead, since my life is worse than useless." End section 24. Section 25 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bill Welch. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Beethoven, Part 3. Young Beethoven sat in his chamber, leaning his head on his hand, looking gloomily out of the vine-shaded window. There was a knock at the door. Piano, pianissimo, crescendo, forte, fortissimo. Still wrapped in his deep dependency, he heard it not, nor answered, with a "Come in." The door was opened softly a little way, and in the crevice appeared a long and very red nose and a pair of small, twinkling eyes, overshadowed by coal-black, bushy eyebrows. Gradually became visible the whole withered, sallow, comical, yet good-humored face of Master Peter Pirard. Peter Pirard was a famous kettle drummer, and was much ridiculed on account of his partiality for that instrument, though he also excelled in many others. He also insisted that the kettle drum was the most melodious, grand, and expressive instrument, and he would play it alone in the orchestra, partout du monde, as he said. But he was one of the best-hearted persons in the world. It was quite impossible to look upon his tall, gaunt, clumsy figure, which, year in and year out, appeared in the well-worn yellow woolen coat, seaskin-colored breeches, and dark worsted stockings, with his peculiar fashioned felt cap, without a strong inclination to laugh, yet ludicrous as was his outward man. None remained long unconvinced that, spite of his exterior, spite of his numerous eccentricities, Peter Pirard was one of the most amiable of men. Footnote: It may be interesting to the readers of the above sketch to know something of this remarkable individual. Peter Pirard was born in Hamburg. His father was a dealer in grain and distiller. His business, though coarse, was lucrative, and Peter, his youngest son, was destined to follow the same. The son had, however, little inclination thereto. His whole heart and mind were bent to the science of music, and his father resolved, when he was but 8 years old, to bind him apprentice to the town musician, since he was firmly persuaded that nothing better could be done with the young rascal. His master soon discovered Peter was not so dull as seemed at first, and after a course of instruction, when Telemann, a director of music in the city, heard him play on the viol and horn, and beat the kettle drum, he became so much interested in the boy that he devoted several hours to giving him lessons, in recompense for which kindness Peter assisted whenever Telemann's compositions were performed, playing the kettle drum in a manner that astonished all who heard him. When Telemann died, Peter was about 24. He remained a year longer in Hamburg, and prosecuted his higher studies under Philipp Emanuel Bach. His father died in 1768. He had buried his mother a year before. He now left Hamburg for the first time in his life to obtain a knowledge of the world. After some adventures, he turned his course to Vienna, thence to Salzburg, where he became acquainted with the court trumpeter, an intimate friend of Mozart's family. Schachner was master not only of the trumpet, but also of the viola da gamba, a now forgotten instrument. Peyrade became warmly attached to him. Without doubt, the excellence of Schachner stimulated him to a higher proficiency as a kettle drummer, for he ascribed his enthusiasm on that instrument to the impressions received during his stay in Salzburg. From Salzburg, he went to Vienna, from Vienna to Prague, Dresden, and Berlin, where he made himself personally acquainted with all the great masters then living. The year 1788 found him at Bonn, where he beat the kettle drum in the Electoral Chapel. He always looked upon Bonn as his home till the outbreak of the French Revolution, when he became alarmed, and then there was no rest for the sole of his foot. In the later years of his life, he used to speak with great emphasis of a bedstead painted red, in which he had been often frightened from sleep for the space of half a year, because it reminded him of the guillotine. In Copenhagen, where he drew breath quietly after his terror, he applied himself to his favorite science. Naumann's Orpheus so moved him that he was obliged to keep his bed several days. Except Hoffmann and the excellent violin player Rolla in Dresden, I know of no artist on whose physical constitution the hearing of delightful music produced such violent, even pernicious effects as on that of Peter Peyrade. Till this time, Peter had known little or nothing of love. Here he became enamored of his landlady, the widow of a Danish ship lieutenant, a dame of goodly proportions, being about as tall and twice as thick as himself. He married this colossal fair one. His first son, even in the 16th year, was taller than his father. If I am not mistaken, he is yet living, a painter, in Riga. In the last years of his life, Peyrade settled at Hamburg, whence he made frequent and long excursions. At length, his journeyings ceased at Flensburg, where in 1822 he died, peaceful, happy, and full of years. As a performer on the kettle drum, he was seldom or never been surpassed. He had also the most thorough knowledge of counterpoint, played on many instruments with skill and precision, and was perfect on the organ and double bass. But his kettle drum was everything to him. He was incessantly occupied with it. He kept it in as perfect tune as the most devoted violin virtuoso ever kept his instrument. Not an indent was to be seen in it. The parchment was so fine and transparent it looked as though it would burst at every stroke, and yet Peyrade would play without injuring it, from the highest pianissimo to the deepest forte. He suffered none else, however, to meddle with it, and I verily believe, notwithstanding his characteristic timidity and gentleness, would have murdered anybody outright who should have spoiled his instrument. It may readily be conceived that his peculiarities caused him many vexations. He lived continually in disputes with his landlord and neighbors, for it was not unusual for him when, in the middle of the night, a new idea came into his head, to spring out of bed and beat his kettle drum till the whole neighborhood was in an uproar. His language was a mangled mixture of almost all the different German dialects, varied with broken phrases of Italian, French, and Latin. With his wife, he murdered Danish, which he understood as imperfectly as she did German, so that each seldom comprehended all that the other meant to say, yet they always agreed. Many amusing anecdotes might be related of Peyrade, but the space allotted to a note is already filled up with this brief account of the leading incidents of his life. End footnote. From his childhood, Louis had been attached to Peyrade. In later years, they had been much together. Peyrade, who had been absent several months from Bonn and had just returned, was surprised beyond measure to find his favorite so changed. He entered the room, and walking up quietly, touched the youth on the shoulder, saying, in a tone as gentle as he could assume, "Why, Louis, what the mischief has got into your head, that you would not hear me?" Louis started, turned round, and, recognizing his old friend, reached him his hand. "You see," continued Peyrade, "you see I have returned safely and happily from my visit to Vienna. Ah, Louis, that's a city for you. May I be hanged if 'tis not a noble city. Something new every day, something to please all taste. Such living, oh, 'twas admirable. And as for the taste in art, you would go mad with the Viennese. As for artists, there are Albrechtsberger and Haydn, Mozart and Salieri. My dear fellow, you must go to Vienna." With that, Peyrade threw up his arms as if beating the kettle drum. He always did so when excited, and made such comical faces that his young companion, spite of his sorrow, could not help bursting out a-laughing. "Saker," cried Peyrade, "that is clever. I like to see that you can laugh yet. It is a good sign, and you shall soon give care and trouble to the winds. Aye, where old Peter comes, he banishes despondency. And now, Louis, pluck up like a man, and tell me what all this means. Why do I find you in such a bad humor, as if you had a hole in your skin, or the drums were broken? You know me, lad, for a capital kettle drummer. There is not another such in the land. I warrant you there are plenty of ninnies who fancy they can beat me, but everybody who is a judge laughs at them. You know, too, I have always wished you well. So out with it, my brave boy. What is the matter with you?" "Ah," replied Beethoven, "much more than I can say. I have lost all hope, all trust in myself. You, perhaps, will not understand me, Peyrade. You will censure me if I have been doing wrong. Yet you have always been a kind friend to me, and I will tell you all my troubles, for indeed I cannot keep them to myself any longer." So the melancholy youth told all to his attentive auditor: his unhappy passion for his cousin, his master's dissatisfaction with him, and his own sad misgivings. When he had ended, Peyrade remained silent a while, his forefinger laid on his long nose, in an attitude of thoughtfulness. At length, raising his hand, he gave his advice as follows: "This is a sad story, Louis, but it convinces me of the truth of what I used to say. Your late excellent father, I say it with all respect for his memory, and your other friends, never knew what was really in you. As for your disappointment in love, that is always a business that brings much trouble and little profit. Women are capricious creatures at best, and no man who has a respect for himself will be a slave to their humors. I was a little touched in that way myself when I was something more than your age, but the kettle drums soon put such nonsense out of my head. My advice is that you stick to your music and let her go. My friendship will be a truer accompaniment for you, and that, I need not assure you, will never fail. For what concerns the court organist, Neef, I am more vexed. His absurdity is what I did not precisely expect. I will say nothing of Herr Jonker. He forgets music in his zeal for counterpoint, as if he should say he could not see the wood for the tall trees, or the city for the houses. Have I not heard him assert, I with my own living ears slanderously assert, that the kettle drum was a superfluous instrument? Only think, Louis, the kettle drum a superfluous instrument. Donner and Did not the great Haydn, bless him for it, undertake a noble symphony expressly with reference to the kettledrum? What could you do with Desire dia illa without the kettledrum? I played it at Vienna in Don Giovanni, the chapel master Mozart himself directing. In the spirit scene, Louis, where the statue has ended his first speech, and Don Giovanni, in consternation, speaks to his attendants, while the anxious heart of the appalled sinner is throbbing, the kettledrum thundering away. Here Pierrot began to sing with tragical gesticulation. Yes, Louis, I beat the kettledrum with a witness, while an icy thrill crept through my bones, and for all that, the kettledrum is a useless instrument. What blockheads there are in the world! To return to your master, I wonder at his stupidity, and yet I have no cause to wonder. You are perhaps aware that many wise and sensible people take me for a fool and a ridiculous fellow, because I disagree with them on certain subjects. Nevertheless, I know much that wise and sensible people do not know. And my creed is that art is a noble inheritance left us by our ancestors, which it is our duty to enlarge and increase by all honest and honorable means. There are those among the heirs who think the capital already large enough, talk of the impossibility of bettering it, a bird in the hand being worth two in the bush, etc. But such spiritless persons only waste what they know not how to use to advantage. He who has a soul for art will not spare his labor, but consider how he may best do justice to the tessitor and render useful the good gift of the Almighty, surely not bestowed for naught. No, my dear boy, I tell you I hold you for an honest heir, who would not waste your substance, who has not only power but will to perform his duty. So take courage, be not cast down at trifles, and take my advice and go to Vienna. Himklausend, whom have you here above yourself? But there you will find your masters, Mozart, Haydn, Albrechtsberger, and others not so well known, but well worthy your emulation. 1 year, nay, a few months in Vienna will do more for you than 10 years vegetating in this good city. You can soon learn, then, what you are capable of and what not. Only mind what Mozart says when you are playing in his hearing. The young man started up, his eyes sparkling, his cheeks glowing with a new enthusiasm, and embraced Pierrot warmly. You are right, my good friend, he cried. I will go to Vienna, and shame on anyone who despises your counsel. Yes, I will go to Vienna. When he told his mother of his resolution, she looked grave and wept when all was ready for his departure. But Pierrot, with a sympathizing distortion of countenance, said to her, Be not disturbed, my good Madame von Beethoven. Louis shall come back to you much livelier than he is now, and even if he does not, why, the lot of the artist is always to suffer some privation, that he may cling more closely to his science. And, madam, you may comfort yourself with the hope that your son will become a great artist. Young Beethoven visited Vienna for the first time in the spring of the year 1792. He experienced strange emotions as he entered the great city, perhaps a dim presentiment of what he was in future years to accomplish and to suffer. He was not so fortunate this time as to find Haydn there. That artist had set out for London but a little before. He was disappointed, but the more anxious to make the acquaintance of Mozart. Albrechtsberger, Haydn's intimate friend, undertook to introduce him. But we must not be out of patience, Beethoven, said he good-humoredly. If we have to go frequently to the master's house without finding him, Schikaneder has got him in his clutches at present, for Mozart has written an opera for his company. There are some new and difficult scenes in the piece which the manager wants to arrange. And he gives our friend, the master, no rest, with his suggestions and contrivances. It is a shame that Mozart has to work for such a man, but he must live, you know, with his wife and children. And I heard Haydn say his place here has only brought him in 800 guilders for the last year. They went several times, in fact, to Mozart's house before they found him at home. At last, on a rainy day, one that suited not for an excursion with an impresario, they were so fortunate as to find him. They heard him from the street playing. Our young hero's heart beat wildly as they went up the steps, for he looked on that dwelling as a temple of art. When they were in the hall, they saw through a side door that stood open Mozart sitting playing the piano. Close by him sat a short, fat man with a shining red face, and at the window Madame Mozart, holding her youngest son, Wolfgang, on her lap, while the eldest was sitting on the floor at her feet. "Stop, my good sir," cried the fat man, seizing Mozart's hand. "I do not altogether like the last. You must alter it. You must indeed. Look you, this is what occurs to me. That slow adagio may stand, if you like. The people do not care about listening to it. They lean back in their seats and gaze at the doors swinging. But that allegro, it does not suit. I believe you are a fool outright." "Besides having no conscience," interrupted Mozart, rising angrily from the piano. "I have yielded you far too much, but the overture you have nothing to do with, and I wish I may be hanged if I alter a single note in it for you. I would rather take back the whole opera and throw it into the fire." "If you will not write popular music," grunted the other, "you cannot expect me to have your pieces represented." "Very well," said the master decidedly. "Then we owe each other nothing, and I need plague myself no more about it." "Nay, nay," pursued the fat man, who changed his ground when he saw the composer was really in earnest. "You may leave the overture as it is. It is all the same to me. I only wanted to give you my ideas on the subject." "I would not give much for your ideas," muttered the master, and he turned to receive his new visitors. His face soon brightened up. He greeted Albrechtsberger cordially and looked inquiringly on his young companion. "Herr von Beethoven, from Bonn," said Albrechtsberger, presenting his friend. "An excellent composer and skillful musician, who is desirous of making your acquaintance." "You are our hearty welcome, both of you, and I shall expect you to remain and dine with me today," said Mozart, and taking Louis by the hand, he led him to the window where his wife sat. "This is my Constance," he continued, "and these are my boys. This little fellow is but 3 months old." And throwing his arm around Constance's neck, he stooped and kissed the smiling infant. Louis looked with surprise on the great artist. He had fancied him quite different in his exterior. A tall man, a powerful frame, like Handel. He saw a slight, low figure, wrapped in a furred coat, notwithstanding the warmth of the season. His pale face showed the evidences of long-continued ill health. His large, bright, speaking eyes alone reminded one of the genius that had created Idomeneus and Don Giovanni. "So you, too, are a composer?" asked the fat man, coming up to Beethoven. "Look you, sir, I will tell you what to do. Lay yourself out for the opera. The opera is the great thing." Louis looked at him in surprise and silence. "Master Emanuel Schikaneder, the famous impresario," said Albrechtsberger, scarcely controlling his disposition to laugh. "Yes," continued the fat man, assuming an air of importance. "I tell you I know the public, and know how to get the weak side of it. If Mozart would only be led by me, he could do well. I say, if you will compose me something, I have written 6 operas myself, By the way, here is a season ticket. I shall be happy if you will visit my theater. Tomorrow night we shall perform The Magic Flute. It is an admirable piece. Some of the music is first-rate, some not so good. And I myself play the Papageno." "You ought to do something in that line," said Mozart, laughing. "Your singing puts me in a mind of an unoiled door hinge." The impresario took a pinch of snuff and answered with an important air. "I can tell you, sir, the singing is quite a secondary thing in the opera, for I know the public. However, I have some good singers, and as for myself, even you, Mozart, will acknowledge my merit one of these days." And he went on to tell them of an ingenious and comical arrangement he had devised in the dress of the new part. They were all much amused with it, and the impresario continued to repeat, "I can tell you, I know the public." Here several persons, invited guests of the composer, came in. Among them Mozart's pupils, Sutzmeyer and Wolf, with the Abb Statler and the excellent tenorist Peierl. After an hour or so spent in agreeable conversation, enlivened by an air from Mozart, they went to the dinner table. Schikaneder here played his part well, doing ample justice to the viands and wine. The dinner was really excellent, and the host, notwithstanding his appearance of feeble health, was in first-rate spirits, abounding in gaiety, which soon communicated itself to the rest of the company. After they had dined, and the coffee had been brought in, Mozart took his new acquaintance to the window, apart from the others, and asked, "Did you come through Leipzig?" Beethoven replied in the affirmative. "Did you remain long there?" "I merely passed through." "Oh, that's a pity. I love Leipzig. I have many dear friends there. My dearest, my good old Doles, is dead, some time since, yet I have others, and when you return thither, you may stay longer. I will give you letters to them. But now, I beg of you, tell me how it stands with yourself, and what you have learned. If I can be of any service to you, command me." Louis pressed his master's hand, which was cordially extended to him, and without hesitation gave his history, and informed him of his plans, concluding by asking his advice. Mozart listened with a benevolent smile, and when he had ended, said, "Come, you must let me hear you play." With that, he led him to an admirable instrument in another apartment, opened it, and invited him to select a piece of music. "Will you give me a theme?" asked Louis. The master looked surprised, but without reply wrote some lines on a leaf of paper and handed it to the young man. Beethoven looked over it. It was a difficult chromatic fugue theme, the intimacy of which demanded much skill and experience. But without being discouraged, he collected all his powers and began to execute it. Mozart did not conceal the surprise and pleasure he felt when Louis first began to play. The youth perceived the impressions he had made and was stimulated to more spirited efforts. As he proceeded, the master's pale cheeks flushed, his eyes sparkled, and, stepping on tiptoes to the open door, he whispered to his guests, "Listen, I beg of you, you shall have something worth hearing." That moment rewarded all the pains and banished all the apprehensions of the young aspirant after excellence. Louis went through his trial piece with admirable spirit, sprang up, and went to Mozart. Seizing both his hands and pressing them to his throbbing heart, he murmured, "I also am an artist." "You are indeed," cried Mozart, "and no common one. And what may be wanting, you will not fail to find, and make your own. The grand thing, the living spirit you bore within you from the beginning, as all do who possesses it. Come back soon to Vienna, my young friend, very soon. Father Haydn, Albrechtsberger, friend Statler, and I will receive you with open arms, and if you need advice or assistance, We will give it to you to the best of our ability." The other guests crowded around Beethoven and hailed him as a worthy pupil of art. Even the silly impresario looked at him with vastly increased respect and said, "I can tell you, I know the public. Well, we will talk more of the matter this evening over a glass of wine." "I also am an artist," repeated Louis to himself when he returned late to his lodgings. Much improved in spirits and re-inspired with confidence in himself, he returned to Bonn, and ere long put in practice his scheme of paying Vienna a second visit. This he accomplished at the elector's expense, being sent by him. He did not, indeed, see Mozart again, nor could he even find the grave of his deceased friend, but the spirit of the illustrious master was with him. And the world knows well how Father Haydn honored the last request of his friend. And thus I close this brief account of the early years of the greatest master of modern times. His boyhood was not free from care and suffering. His youth was troubled, and we, who are familiar with the events of his life, know how much he endured as a man, even while his hours were passed in preparing. Joy, pure, spiritual joy for us all. But he was a true artist. He fulfilled his noble mission, and that consciousness and his earnest longings after the pure and the good gave him strength to bear the woes of life, strength to pass through the dark valley of death, whither he went down rejoicing as a conqueror to victory. His first disappointment is immortalized in his Song of Adelaide. In his opera Lenore, he has loved to remember truth while forgetting the deserts of faithlessness. And while his great symphonies paint the strifes of humanity, does not his Egmont proclaim the victory of the falling hero? But to still deeper and higher feelings he has appealed. Exalted devotion, joy heaven-born, hope eternal, faith in infinite love. Never shall his sacred compositions cease to awaken the purest and loftiest emotions that can sway the human heart. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. The Mission of Genius. Part 1. It was a lovely summer afternoon about 1787, one of those days late in the season when the luxuriant beauty of summer is the more precious because it must soon depart. The serenity of the skies, the blandness of the atmosphere, deepening to a refreshing coolness as the day drew near its close. The bright green of the foliage and the clear blue of the waters added joyousness to the wonted cheerfulness of a holiday in the fair city of Bonn and its neighborhood. Numerous boats with parties of pleasure on board were passing up and down the Rhine. Numerous companies of old and young were assembled under the trees in the public gardens or along the banks of the river, enjoying the scene and each other's conversation, or partaking of the rural banquet. But we have naught to do with any of these. At some distance from the city, a wood bordered the river. This wood was threaded by a small, sparkling stream that flung itself over a ledge of rocks and tumbled into the most romantic and quiet dell imaginable, for it was too narrow to be called a valley. The sides, almost precipitous, were richly lined with verdure. The trees overhung it so closely that at noonday this sweet nook was dark as twilight, and the profound silence was only broken by the monotonous murmur of the stream. A winding path led down to the secluded spot. Close by the stream, half sat, half reclined, a youth, just emerging from childhood. In fact, he could hardly be called more than a boy, for his frame showed but little development of strength, and his regular features, combined with an excessive paleness, the result of confinement, gave the impression that he was even of tender years. His eyes would alone have given him the credit of uncommon beauty. They were large, dark, and so bright that it seemed the effect of disease, especially in a face that rarely or never smiled. A most unusual thing was a holiday for the melancholy lad. His home was an unhappy one. He had been treated from infancy with harshness by his father. His brothers received hourly indulgences. Louis had none. They were praised for their application to study, or pardoned when they played truant. Louis was called a dunce, and punished severely for the slightest neglect. His brothers jeered and rallied him continually. He responded by sullen silence. The father boasted of them as his pride, and denounced Louis as an ungrateful blockhead who had no aptitude nor taste for learning. Besides that, this cruel partiality sank deep into the boy's heart, and nourished a feeling of jealousy and discontent. Louis felt within himself that he, in some degree, deserved the charge of neglecting his lessons. His general studies were utterly distasteful and disgusting to him, and he found application to them impossible. His whole soul was given up to one passion, the love of music. Oh, how precious to him were the moments of solitude! He loved for this, even his poor garret room, meanly furnished, but rich in the possession of one or two musical instruments, whither he would retire at night when released from irksome labor, and spend hours of delight stolen from slumber, till nature yielded to exhaustion. But to be alone with nature, in her grand woods, under the blue sky, with no human voice to mar the infinite harmony, how did his heart pant for this communion! Welcome, thrice welcome, the permission given to spend this holiday as he pleased, and, while others of his age joined lively parties of their friends, he stole forth from the busy city, and wandered far as he dared in search of solitude. His breast seemed to expand, and fill with the grandeur, the beauty of all around him. The light breeze rustling in the leaves came to his ear, laden with 1,000 melodies. The very grass and flowers under his feet had a language for him. His spirit, long depressed and saddened, sprang into new life, and rejoiced with unutterable joy. Yes, the lonely, friendless boy, to whom no father's heart was open, was happy, beyond measure happy. Blessed is the poet, for him there is an inner life, more glowing, more radiant, more intense than the life of other men. For him there is a voice in nature, mute to others, that whispers of peace and love and immortal joy. To him the visible enshrines the invisible. The earthly is but the shell of the godlike, with which his spirit claims kindred. Woe to him if he, the appointed interpreter of heaven, do not reveal to men less favored the utterings of that mysterious voice, if he suffer not the light within him to radiate a glory, that it may enlighten the earth. The hours wore on. A dusky shadow fell over foliage and stream, and the solitary lad rose to leave his chosen retreat. As he ascended the narrow winding path, he was startled by hearing his own name, and presently a man, apparently middle-aged, and dressed plainly, stood just in front of him. "Come back, Louis," said the stranger. "It is not so dark as it seems here. You have time enough this hour to return to the city." The stranger's voice had a thrilling, though melancholy sweetness, and Louis suffered him to take his hand and lead him back. They seated themselves in the shade beside the water. "I have watched you for a long while," said the stranger. "You might have done better," returned the lad, reddening at the thought of having been subjected to espionage. "Peace, boy," said his companion. "I love you, and have done all for your good." "You love me?" repeated Louis, surprised. "I have never met you before." "Yet I know you well. Does that surprise you? I know your thoughts also. You love music better than aught else in this world, but you despair of excellence, because you cannot follow the rules prescribed. Louis looked at the speaker with open eyes. Your masters, also, despair of you. The court organist accuses you of conceit and obstinacy. Your father reproaches you, and all your acquaintance pronounce you a boy of tolerable abilities, spoiled by an ill disposition. The lad sighed. The gloom of your condition increases your distaste to all studies not directly connected with music, for you feel the need of her consolations. Your compositions, wild, melancholy as they are, embody your own feelings, and are understood by none of the connoisseurs. "Who are you?" cried Louis, in deep emotion. "No matter who I am, I come to give you a little advice, my boy. I compassionate, yet I revere you. I revere your heaven-imparted genius. I commiserate the woes those very gifts must bring upon you through life." The boy lifted his eyes again. Those of the speaker seemed so bright, yet withal so melancholy, that he was possessed with a strange fear. "I see you," continued the unknown solemnly, "exalted above homage, but lonely and unblessed in your elevation. Yet the lot of such is fixed by fate, and 'tis better, perhaps, that one should consume in the sacred fire, than that the many should lack illumination." "I do not understand you," said Louis, wishing to put an end to the interview. "That is not strange, since you do not understand yourself," said the stranger. "As for me, I pay homage to a future sovereign," and he suddenly snatched up the boy's hand and kissed it. Louis was convinced of his insanity. "A sovereign in art," continued the unknown. "The scepter that Haydn and Mozart have held shall pass without interregnum to your hands, when you are acknowledged in all Germany for the worthy successor of these great masters, when all Europe wonders at the name of Beethoven. Remember me." What a prediction to the obscure lad, whom his father, a tenor singer in the Elector's chapel, almost daily called a blockhead. "But you have much ground to pass over," resumed the stranger, "ere you reach that glorious summit. Reject not the aid of science, of literature. There are studies, now disagreeable, that still may prove serious helps to you in the cultivation of music. Contempt not any learning, for art is a coy damsel, and would have her votaries all accomplished. Above all, trust yourself. Whatever may happen, give no place to despondency. They blame you for your disregard of rules. Make for yourself higher and vaster rules. You will not be appreciated here, but there are other places in the world. In Vienna—" "Oh, if I could only go to Vienna!" sighed the lad. "You shall go there, and remain," said the stranger. "And there, too, you shall see me, or hear from me. Adieu now. Auf Wiedersehen. To meet again." And before the boy could recover from his astonishment, the stranger was gone. It was nearly dark, and he could see nothing of him as he walked through the wood. He could not, however, spend much time in search, for he dreaded the reproaches of his father for having stayed out so late. All the way home he was trying to remember where he had seen the unknown, whose features, though he could not say to whom they belonged, were not unfamiliar to him. It occurred to him at last that, while playing before the Elector one day, a countenance similar in benevolent expression had looked upon him from the circle surrounding the sovereign. But, known or unknown, the Auf Wiedersehen of his late companion rang in his ears, while the friendly counsel sank deep in his heart. Traversing rapidly the streets of Bonn, young Beethoven was soon at his own door. An unusual bustle within attracted his attention. To his eager questions the servants replied that their master was dying. Louis had ever loved his father, notwithstanding his harshness, and shocked to hear of his danger, he flew to his apartment. His brothers were there, also his mother, weeping, and the physician supported his father, who seemed in great pain. The elder Beethoven lingered long enough to know, and to be touched by, the filial attentions of his son. When he died, it was with affectionate regret that Louis closed his eyes. Much needed and of incalculable use were the counsel and comfort of the unknown friend. They sustained the youthful composer amid the railleries, the reproaches, the anger of all who knew him in his native city, excited by what they termed his scorn of the laws of harmony. They sustained him against discouragement and self-distrust, nourished by continual censure and a character naturally gloomy and eccentric, against temptations to gain popularity by humoring the prevalent taste, against the desire of triumphing at once over his enemies by showing them that he could be great, even on their own ground. Still more, they sustained him amidst the anguish of a first and unhappy love, the only passion that ever divided with art the empire over his soul. Most of all, they sustained him under the want of appreciation where he had confidently looked for it. When the Elector, having promised him, after Niepce, the place of court organist, sent him to Vienna to complete his studies under the direction of Haydn, that great man failed to perceive how fine a genius had been entrusted to him. Nature had endowed them with opposite qualities. The inspiration of Haydn was under the dominion of order and method. That of Beethoven supported with both, and set both at defiance. When Haydn was questioned of the merits of his pupil, he would answer with a shrug of the shoulders, "He executes extremely well." If his early productions were cited as giving evidence of talent and fire, he would reply, "He touches the instrument admirably." To Mozart belonged the praise of having recognized at once and proclaimed to his friends the wonderful powers of the young composer. Years passed on, and Beethoven continued to reside at Vienna with his two brothers, who had followed him thither and took the charge of his domestic establishment so as to leave him entirely at leisure for composition. His reputation had advanced gradually but surely, and he now stood high, if not highest, among living masters. The prediction was beginning to be accomplished. End of section 26. Section 27 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. The Mission of Genius. Part 2. It was a mild evening in the latter part of September, and a large company was assembled at the charming villa of the Baron Raymond von Wetzlar, situated near Schönbrunn. They had been invited to be present at a musical contest between the celebrated Wolf and Beethoven. The part of Wolf was espoused with great enthusiasm by the Baron, that of Beethoven by the Prince de Lichnowsky, and, as in all such matters, partisans swarmed on either side. The popular talk among the music-loving Viennese was everywhere discussion of the merits of the rival candidates for fame. Our hero was walking in one of the avenues of the illuminated garden, accompanied by his pupil, Ferdinand Ries. The melancholy that marked the composer's temperament seemed more than ever to have the ascendancy over him. "I confess to you, Ferdinand," said he, apparently in continuation of some previous conversation, "I regret my engagement with Sonnleithner." "And yet you have written the opera?" "I have completed it, but not to my own satisfaction, and I shall object to its being produced first at Vienna." "Why so? The Viennese are your friends." "For that very reason I will not appeal to their judgment. I want an impartial one. I distrust my genius for the opera." "How can that be possible?" "It is my intimacy with Salieri that has inclined me that way. Nature did not suggest it. I can never feel at home there. Ferdinand, I am self-upbraided, and should be, were the applause of 1,000 spectators sounding in my ears." "Nay," said the student, The artist assumes too much who judges himself. But I have not judged myself. Who then has dared insinuate a doubt of your success?" Beethoven hesitated. His impressions, his convictions, would seem superstition to his companion, and he was not prepared to encounter either raillery or ridicule. Just then the host with a party of the guests met them, exclaiming that they had been everywhere sought, that the company was all assembled in the saloon, and everything ready for the exhibition. "You are bent on making a gladiator of me, dear Baron," cried the composer, "in order that I may be mangled and torn to pieces for the popular amusement by your favorite wolf." "Heaven forbid that I should prejudge either combatant," cried von Wetzlar. "The lists are open. The prize is to be awarded, not by me." "But your good wishes, your hopes—" "Oh, as to that I must frankly own, I preferred the good old school to your newfangled conceits and innovations. But come, the audience waits." Each in turn the two rivals played a piece composed by himself, accompanied by select performers. Then each improvised a short piece. The delight of the spectators was called forth in different ways. In the production of Wolf, a sustained elevation, clearness, and brilliancy recalled the glories of Mozart's school, and moved the audience to repeated bursts of admiration. In that of Beethoven, there was a startling boldness, an impetuous rush of emotion, a frequency of abrupt contrasts, and withal, a certain wildness and mystery that irresistibly enthralled the feelings, while it outraged at the same time their sense of musical propriety. There was little applause, but the deep silence, prolonged even after the notes had ceased, told how intensely all had been interested. The victory remained undecided. There was a clamor of eager voices among the spectators, but no one could select the suffrages, nor determine which was the successful champion in the contest. The Prince Lichnowsky, however, stood up and boldly claimed it for his favorite. "Nay," interrupted Beethoven, advancing, "my dear Prince, there has been no contest." He offered his hand to his opponent. "We may still esteem each other, Wolf, for we are not rivals. Our style is essentially different. I yield to you the palm of excellence in the qualities that distinguish you." "You are right, my friend," cried Wolf. "Henceforth let there be no more talk of championship between us. I will hold him for my enemy who ventures to compare me with you, you so superior in the path you have chosen. It is a higher path than mine, an original one. I follow contentedly in the course marked out by others." "But our paths lead to the same goal," said Beethoven. "We will speed each other with good wishes, and embrace cordially when we meet there at last." There was unusual solemnity in the composer's last words, and it put an end at once to the discussion. All responded warmly to his sentiment, but amidst the general murmur of approbation one voice was heard that seemed strangely to startle Beethoven. His face grew pale, then flushed deeply, and the next moment he pressed his way hastily through the crowd and seized by the arm a retreating figure. "You shall see me in Vienna," whispered the stranger in his ear. "Yet a word with you. You shall not escape me thus." "Auf Wiedersehen." And shaking off the grasp, the stranger disappeared. No one had observed his entrance. The host knew him not, and though most of the company remarked the composer's singular emotion, none could inform him whither the unbidden guest had gone. Beethoven remained abstracted during the rest of the evening. The opera of Leonore was represented at Prague. It met with but indifferent success. At Vienna, however, it commanded unbounded applause. Several alterations had been made in it. The composer had written a new overture and the finale of the first act. He had suppressed a duo and trio of some importance, and made other improvements and retrenchments. Not small was his triumph at the favorable decision of the Viennese public. A new turn seemed to be given to his mind. He revolved thoughts of future conquests over the same portion of the realm of art. He no longer questioned his own spirit. It was a crisis in the artist's life, and might have resulted in his choice of a different career from that in which he has won undying fame. Beethoven sat alone in his study. There was a light knock at the door. He replied with a careless, "Come in," without looking up from his work. He was engaged in revising the last scenes of his opera. The visitor walked to the table and stood there a few minutes, unobserved. Probably the artist mistook him for one of his brothers, but on looking up he started with indescribable surprise. The unknown friend of his youth stood behind him. "So, you have kept your word," said the composer, when he had recovered from his first astonishment. "And now, I pray you, sit down and tell me with whom I have the honor of having formed acquaintance in so remarkable a manner." "My name is of no importance, as it may or may not prove known to you," replied the stranger. "I am your good genius, if my counsel does you good. If not, I would prefer to take an obscure place among your disappointed friends." There was a tone of grave rebuke in what his visitor said that perplexed and annoyed the artist. It struck him that there was affectation in this assumption of mystery, and he observed coldly, "I shall not attempt, of course, to deprive you of your incognito, but if you assume it for the sake of effect, I would merely give you to understand that I am not prone to listen to anonymous advice." "Oh, that you would listen," said the stranger sorrowfully, shaking his head, "to the pleadings of your better nature." "What do you mean?" demanded Beethoven, starting up. "Ask your own heart. If that acquit you, I have nothing to say. I leave you, then, to the glories of your new career, to the popular applause, to your triumphs, to your remorse." The composer was silent a few moments, and appeared agitated. At last he said, "I know not your reasons for this mystery, but whatever they may be, I will honor them. I entreat you to speak frankly. You do not approve my present undertaking?" "Frankly, I do not. Your genius lies not this way." And he raised some of the leaves of the opera music. "How know you that?" asked the artist, a little mortified. "You perhaps despise the opera?" "I do not. I love it. I honor it. I honor the noble creations of those great masters who have excelled in it. But you, my friend, are beckoned to a higher, a holier path." "How know you that?" repeated Beethoven, and this time his voice faltered. "Because I know you. Because I know the aspirations of your genius. Because I know the misgivings that pursue you in the midst of success. The self-reproach that you suffer to be stifled in the clamor of popular praise. Even now, in the midst of your triumph, you are haunted by the consciousness that you are not fulfilling the true mission of the artist." His piercing words were winged with truth itself. Beethoven buried his face in his hands. "Woe to you," cried the unknown, "if you suppress, till they are wholly dead, your once earnest longings after the pure and the good. Woe to you if, charmed by the siren's song of vanity, you close your ears against the cry of a despairing world. Woe to you if you resign unfulfilled the trust God committed to your hands, to sustain the weak and faltering soul, to give it strength to bear the ills of life, strength to battle against evil, to face the last enemy." "You are right, you are right," exclaimed Beethoven, clasping his hands. "I once predicted your elevation, your worldwide fame," continued the stranger, "for I saw you sunk in despondency, and knew that your spirit must be aroused to bear up against trial. You stand now on the verge of a more dreadful abyss. You are in danger of making the gratification of your own pride, instead of the fulfillment of heaven's will, the aim, the goal of your life's efforts." "Oh, never!" cried the artist. "With you to guide me." "We shall meet no more. I watched over you in boyhood. I have now come from retirement to give you my last warning. Henceforth I shall observe your course in silence, and I shall not go unrewarded.
I know too well the noble spirit that burns in your breast. You will, yes, you will fulfill your mission. Your glory from this time shall rest on a basis of immortality. You shall be hailed the benefactor of humanity, and the spiritual joy you prepare for others shall return to you in full measure, pressed down and running over."
The artist's kindling features showed that he responded to the enthusiasm of his visitor, but he answered not.
"And now, farewell. But remember, before you can accomplish this lofty mission, you must be baptized with the baptism of fire. The tones that are to agitate and stir up to revolution the powers of the human soul come not forth from an unruffled breast, but from the depths of a sorely wrung and tried spirit. You must steal the triple flame from heaven, and it will first consume the peace of your own being. Remember this, and droop not when the hour of trial comes. Farewell."
The stranger crossed his hands over Beethoven's head, as if mentally invoking a blessing, folded him in his embrace, and departed. The artist made no effort to follow him. Deep and bitter were the thoughts that moved within him, and he remained leaning his head on the table in silent reverie, or walking the room with rapid and irregular steps, for many hours. At length the struggle was over. Pale but composed, he took up the sheets of his opera and threw them carelessly into his desk. His next work, Christ in the Mount of Olives, attested the high and firm resolve of his mind, sustained by its self-reliance and independent of popular praise or disapprobation. His great symphonies, which carried the fame of the composer to its highest point, display the same triumph of religious principle. Once more we find Beethoven, in the extreme decline of life, in one of the most obscure and narrow streets of Vienna, on the third floor of a gloomy-looking house, was now the abode of the gifted artist. For many weary and wasting years he had been the prey of a cruel malady that defied the power of medicine for its cure and had reduced him to a state of utter helplessness. His ears had been long closed to the music that owed its birth to his genius. It was long since he had heard the sound of a human voice. In the melancholy solitude to which he now condemned himself, he received visits from but few of his friends, and those at rare intervals. Society seemed a burden to him, yet he persisted in his labors and continued to compose, notwithstanding his deafness, those undying works which commanded for him the homage of Europe. Proofs of this feeling, and of the unforgotten affection of those who knew his worth, reached him in his retreat from time to time. Now it was a medal struck at Paris, and bearing his features. Now it was a new piano, the gift of some amateurs in London. At another time some honorary title to greet him by the authorities of Vienna, or a diploma of membership of some distinguished musical society. All these moved him not, for he had quite outlived his taste for the honors of man's bestowing. What could even the certainty that he had won immortal fame do to soften the anguish of his malady, from which he looked alone to death as a relief?
"They wrong me who call me stern or misanthropic," said he to his brother, who came in March 1827 to pay him a visit. "God knoweth how I love my fellow men. Has not my life been theirs? Have I not struggled with temptation, trial, and suffering from my boyhood till now, for their sakes? And now, if I no longer mingle among them, is it not because my cruel infirmity unfits me for their companionship? When my fearful doom of separation from the rest of the human race is forced on my heart, do I not writhe with terrible agony, and wish that my end were come? And why, brother, have I lived to drag out so wretched an existence? Why have I not succumbed ere now? I will tell you, brother. A soft and gentle hand, it was that of art, held me back from the abyss. I could not quit the world before I had produced all, had done all that I was appointed to do. When my mission is accomplished, then thrice welcome death. I have been guided through life by Patience, the handmaid of truth. I will go with her even to the footstool of the eternal. The servant of the house entered and gave Beethoven a large sealed package directed to himself. He opened it. It contained a magnificent collection of the works of Handel, with a few lines stating that it was a dying bequest to the composer from the Count D.N. He it was who had been the unknown counselor of Beethoven's youth and manhood, and the arrival of this posthumous present seemed to assure the artist that his own close of life was crowned with the approval of his friend. It was as if a seal had been set on that approbation and the friendship of two noble spirits. It seemed like the dismissal of Beethoven from all further toil. Could it be that nothing more remained for him to accomplish on earth? The old man stooped his face over the papers. Tears fell upon them, and he breathed a silent prayer. After a few moments he arose and said, somewhat wildly, "We have not walked today, Karl. Let us go forth. This confined air suffocates me." The wind was howling violently without. The rain beat in gusts against the windows. It was a bitter night. The brother wrote on a slip of paper and handed it to Beethoven. "A storm? Well, I have walked in many a storm, and I like it better than the biting melancholy that preys upon me here in my solitary room. Oh, how I loved the storm once! My spirit danced with joy when the winds blew fiercely, and the tall trees rocked, and the sea lashed itself into fury. It was all music to me. Alas, there is no music now so loud that I can hear it. Do you remember the last time I led the orchestra in the concert at Von Blank's? Ah, you were not there, but I heard, yes, by leaning my breast against the instrument. When someone asked me how I heard, I replied, "J'entends assez mes entrailles." Disturbed by his nervous restlessness, the aged composer went to the window and opened it with trembling hands. The wind blew aside his white locks and cooled his feverish forehead. "I have one fear," he said, turning to his brother and slightly shuddering, "that haunts me at times. It is the fear of poverty. Look at this meanly furnished room, that single lamp, my meager fare, and yet all these cost money, and my little wealth is daily consumed. Think of the misery of an old man, helpless and deaf, without the means of subsistence. Have you not your pension secure?" "It depends on the bounty of those who bestowed it, and the favor of princes is capricious. Then, again, it was given on condition that I remained in the territory of Austria. At the time of the King of Westphalia offered me the place of chapel-master at Cassel. Alas, I cannot bear the restriction. I must travel, brother. I must leave this city." "You? Leave Vienna?" exclaimed his brother in utter amazement, looking at the feeble old man, whose limbs could scarcely bear him from one street to another. Then, recollecting himself, he wrote down his question. "Why? Because I am restless and unhappy. I have no peace, Karl. Is it not the chafing of the unchained spirit that pants to be free and to wander through God's limitless universe? Alas, she is built up in a wall of clay, and not a sound can penetrate her gloomy dungeon." Overcome by his feelings, the old man bowed his head on his brother's shoulder and wept bitterly. Karl saw that the delirium which sometimes accompanied his paroxysms of illness had clouded his faculties. The malady increased. The sufferer's eyes were glazed. He grasped his brother's hand with a tremulous pressure. "Karl, Karl, I pardon you the evil you did me in childhood. I have pardoned all. Pray for me, brother," cried the failing voice of the artist. His brother supported him to the sofa and called for assistance. In an hour the room was filled with the neighbors and friends of the dying man. He seemed gradually sinking into insensibility. Suddenly he revived. A bright smile illumined his whole face. His sunken eyes sparkled. "I shall hear in heaven," he murmured softly, and then sang in a low but distinct voice the lines from a hymn of his own. "Bruder überm Sternet selbst muss ein lieber Vater wohnen." In the last faint tone of the music, his gentle spirit passed away. Thus died Beethoven, a true artist, a good and generous man, simple, frank, loyal to his principles, His life was spent in working out what he conceived his duty, and though his task was wrought in privation, in solitude and distress, though happiness was not his lot in this world, doth there not remain for him an eternal reward? The Viennese gave him a magnificent funeral. More than 30,000 persons attended. The first musicians of the city executed the celebrated funeral march composed by him, and placed in his heroic symphony. The most famous poets and artists were pallbearers, or carried the torches. Hummel, who had come from Weimar expressly to see him, placed a laurel crown upon his tomb. Prague, Berlin, and all the principal cities of Germany paid honors to his memory, and solemnized with pomp the anniversary of his death. Such was the distinction heaped on the dust of him whose life had been one of suffering, and whose last years had been solitary, because he felt that his infirmities excluded him from human brotherhood. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Palestrina. "Ha!" cried Alexander as he entered the apartment of his friend Johann, and found him in a melancholy mood, sitting at his table. "Ah, my dear fellow, what is the matter?" "Depending on your promise, if the weather was fair, to walk with me in the country, I've been sitting all the morning in best dandy trim, in my new-fashioned uncomfortable coat, waiting for you. But in vain. So I got up at last and came in search of you. And lo, find you undressed, or at least not in holiday trim as I am, at your desk, studying old yellow music, and not, as it seems, in humour exactly couleur de rose." "Yes, I am out of tune," replied Johann, "and all I do to get the better of my humour goes ill with me. So, at last, as always when all other means fail, I betake me to some good old master in music. Today, however, my study has only made me more melancholy, instead of bettering my spirits. The excellence of old times serves but to remind me of the present low state of our art, and the mediocrity of our artists. Old friend, go not too far. Think upon the old proverb, all that is not gold that glitters. All are not artists who please to call themselves such." "Sound advice," exclaimed Johann, as if it occurred not of itself to every reasonable man who visited Leipzig after a few years' absence. "One I sought here, Mendelssohn Bartholdy. He is absent. The others, with their insufferable pretension and their worthlessness, only disgust me. Yet I know one who could do well, if he would only endeavour earnestly. Our little fat friend Stegmaier, a nature truly Mozartesque. Pity only he is not really enthusiastic in his art, but on the contrary, too much devoted to gay living. Truly a pity. He is the only one I can think on with satisfaction for his really noble talents. All the rest, I repeat it, disgust me with their laboured ingenuousness, their extraordinary self-complacency, their current coin of praise, paid from hand to hand. You should not take it so tragically. It is too much the case now, from the highest to the lowest, that art is shockingly abused. My friend, it would be melancholy indeed if better spirits could look on calmly. It is my firm conviction that indifference towards the good and the beautiful is more worthy of condemnation than open hostility. I should be ashamed to be ignorant of bad authors and bad works, because I hold it my duty to battle for the good against the common and the mean, with all the weapons at my command. Chide me for a Don Quixote. I care not. I fight like him, not alone against windmills, and in spite of his craziness, I esteem the knight of the Rue full countenance and honest, worthy, yea, an admirable character." Alexander laughed at his friend's singular notion, but said good-humouredly, No, my dear fellow, I do not compare you to the knight of the rueful countenance. Though sooth, as I observed a while ago, you show little today of your wonted cheerfulness. For the rest, I entirely agree with you as to the arrogance of our composers. I read, for example, some time ago in the Mitternachtsblatt, an essay of a Mr. T. in Berlin. Mr. T., himself a composer, liberally plasters his friend C.B., and forgets not himself at the end. This might pass, and as praise, for somewhat is allowed to friendship, and as a composer of songs, C.B. has a real merit, even though he cannot equal, much less rival a Schubert, a B. Klein, a Spohr, or a Löfer. But Mr. T. repeats some very silly remarks of B.'s upon Peter von Winter, and particularly his Opferfest, and calls it a just, solid, spirited judgment. Now, neither T nor B have ever written anything which would come nigh that cavatina of Mürger, Ich war, wenn ich erwachte, or the duet, Wenn mir dein Auge strahlet, to a quartet like the droll, pathetic one, Kind, willst du ruhig schlafen? Neither of the two gentlemen can aspire, but they believe they can do better. I would give them simply this advice, to write off the dramatic text of the opera and then compose it. All Germany will thank them if they make it better than good old departed Winter. Such vanity my old master knows nothing, observed Johann as he showed his friend the title page of the music lying before him. The good old Giovanni Pierluigi was as simple and excellent a man as a great and admirable artist. He confirmed the old truth, that to be a worthy artist, one must first be a worthy man. The saying has been oft repeated, but to my mind can never be repeated often enough. If it cannot help the ordinary and the mean to self-knowledge and improvement, it will sustain the good, when outward circumstances threaten to overpower them. For he who means most honestly with art has ever the most opposition from without to struggle against. It was not easy for Giovanni Pierluigi to come forth as the creator of a new style in church music. Born in Palestrina 1524, he found no contemporary exemplar in his art who could have guided him the right way. Church music, was near utter extinction. Soft tinklings, not unfrequently pieces from operas, and amorous canzonets joined together were heard in the sanctuaries. Consequently, it was music the most remote from sacred, which from his childhood Palestrina not only heard, but helped to produce, for he had been sent to Rome as chorister to study music. But in his youthful breast glowed a spark of the godlike, which soon rose to a flame that illumined the night around him. Palestrina discovered what, in a time of universal degeneration, may not be taught. He discovered what was wanting, what must be done, and yet more, the means to remove the evil. In himself, he bore from the beginning the good and the beautiful, which he was to set up in place of the corrupt and the repulsive. Thus equipped, courageous, but without presumption, conscious, but void of self-complacent vanity, he entered the arena of contest. Thus he ventured to gainsay Pope Marcellus II and his cardinals, who wished all music banished from the church, and through his Missa Papae Marcelli he not only reformed music, but gave the first inducement to make it a substantial part of the Romish service. His efforts, his work found appreciation, yet for a long and melancholy time the reward seemed uncertain. Palestrina had been singer in the Popish chapel. He lost this place, for following his human, honourable heart, he married. His marriage, as appears from his letters, was so displeasing to the Holy Father that Palestrina was on the point of quitting Rome, having lost with his place the means of subsistence. Fortunately, some true friends of art espoused his cause. He obtained another situation at St. John Lateran. At a later period he was chapel master at Santa Maria Maggiore. He founded an excellent school, produced immortal works, and ended the fair labour of a useful life as chapel master at St. Peter's, the 2nd of February 1594. The simple, quiet life of this great man has always possessed deep interest for me. and has often occurred to me to represent to the public in the form of a tale of art that important period in which she saved music from the ban which hung over her. But I've relinquished the idea, for in Palestrina's life, as in his works, there seems nothing made up. All lies before us so simple, so noble, so sunlight clear, that it would be quite impossible by aid of the most ingenious fiction to paint it more lovely and elevated than is the plain reality. The greatest poets, Goethe particularly, have felt this at times powerfully, and have often given unadorned the simple relation of facts, touching enough indeed to dispute the preeminence with all their fictions. In Palestrina's works reigns the purest church style. No other master has come nigh him in this respect. Loftiness, strength, and wildness form the character of his music, which fills the heart with devotion, and bears it upward to God, free from the chains of earth, and all that claims earthly emotion. It is undeniable that all church music should have this only aim, to lift the spirit to devotion, to God, according to the word of Holy Writ, which commands all those who come into the presence of the Lord to come with a pure heart and holy thoughts. The more recent church composers have not followed this noble aim. Latterly, even in Italy, the pure style has declined, and how much may be shown by the circumstances that the Italians, even towards the close of the last century, admired Gemelli as a great church composer. The German style was never so pure as Palestrina's, because it was not so natural and unconstrained. Palestrina's simplicity was harshness with Sebastian Bach. The strict German rules point out, now and then, by far more what is prohibited than what is permitted, and even demanded. Handel, in his Messiah, Mozart, in his Requiem, broke the fetters and soared upward, powerful eagles, towards the sun, yet without losing sight of the laws they acknowledged as just and necessary. Haydn, in his Messen, is less conscientious. His creation belongs, beyond dispute, only to the concert hall. But in the most recent times, what appears written for the church can only fulfil the smallest part of those claims justly advanced by the restorer of church music. And in this point of view, I regard as quite objectionable those oratorios of Friedrich Schneider, in which that God be with us has the principal part, and is accompanied by flageolet, kettle drum, trumpet, and bass trumpet. "I will cry out against this judgment of yours, my dear Johann," said Alexander, "but you are right, and it is abominable that in our most stirring grand spiritual music Satan has the word. But that is the mischief of imitation among the Germans. I am sure Friedrich Schneider would, in every respect, have done something excellent, as he has really done in so many respects, had not his first appearance been at the time when the people were all enthusiasm about Weber's Volksoper. As highly as I honour Schneider's great talent, much as I esteem him for a worthy man, I must blame him severely that he has suffered himself to be carried away by the intoxication of the theatrical public, and led to produce works which, in spite of splendid things in them, can yet be regarded on the whole, as well as in an artistical view, as if we look upon their tendency, only as changelings. Nay, I scarce suppress the wish, unkind enough, that Schneider might be for once condemned to hear from beginning to end the oratorio of a certain Mr. H., Christus de Erlöser. This H., inspired by the laudable wish of becoming, in the shortest possible time, a rich man and a famous composer, set himself to work and patched together this affair, which he not only pilfered to his heart's content from poor Schneider, but imitated and twisted him so after his fashion that his oratorio seems a horrible caricature of all Schneider's oratorios. Where Schneider employed one bass trumpet, Master H would have 3. Satan tunes up, the flageolets fall screeching in, and the tutti of the infernal chorus follows with frightful clamour. In 1833 the composer brought this astonishing work to Leipzig to be represented, to the great delight of the assembled auditory. "No more," said Johann, "no more of the man and his pitiful efforts. Let us turn to nobler, more exalted objects. How much I regret that I could not be present at the representation of the Paulus of Mendelssohn Bartholdy, I'm assured by a connoisseur that Felix has here followed the path by which Handel reached the crown of immortality. Nor could he praise sufficiently the wise moderation with which the youthful master, spite of his enthusiasm, has shunned all exaggeration in his work. Mendelssohn Bartholdy, concluded he, is able and sound to the core, so that we have ground to hope that a true man shall arise in him, to show us the path by which we may return through the ancient simplicity to the ancient glory. Heaven grant it, cried Alexander fervently. Cannot well be worse with us. Yet a life impulse, too fresh and glad, is stirring in art for us to fear her death. She will not die, and let it only happen that the young aftergrowth may find a model not too far removed from them, for youth ever joins himself most willingly to the nearest. Will Felix become this model? I know not, but I hope so, as I wish it, and wish also that no young artist may ever forget that he who would become a great artist must first be a pure and true man. Alexander shook his friend cordially by the hand, and they parted. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rocker, May 14, 2025, Westford, Massachusetts. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. 3 Leaves from the Diary of a Traveler. 1. Milan, 4th May, 1811. Am I dreaming, or do I still tread the earth? Scarce 2 days have passed, and yet I have lived through events that might occupy a year. On the 2nd day of May, at 8 in the evening, I arrived at this place. My road brought me first to the cathedral. The slender sickle of a new moon hung in the violet expanse. The western sky was yet crimson with the last rays of the sun. A range of lamps just lighted threw a red glare on the streets. The lofty obelisk of the Gothic temple, surmounted with its bronze statue, rose in the clear blue ether. A holy silence seemed to wrap its summit, that contrasted with the crowd and excitement below of people hastening to the theater. I stood long absorbed in mute admiration. Suddenly, 2 figures stepped out from the shadow of a large pillar. They were, like myself, in traveling gear. As they were passing, I heard familiar voices and sprung forward to greet Hermann and Adolf, 2 intimate friends whom I had not seen for several years. How joyful this unexpected meeting! We repaired to the nearest cafe and took seats at a table near the door to enjoy the fresh breath of evening. While the lights flared in the breeze, and flasks of the Lombard champagne, the foaming wine of Asti, stood before us, each told what had befallen him since the current of time had carried us in different directions after our last separation. Necessity had sundered us, not only from each other, but from our fatherland. My friends were just from the Tyrol. They had visited the ever-memorable scene of that holy strife which those true-hearted sons of the mountains, trusting in justice human and divine, maintained against the overbearing power of France. Our conversation, more earnest than was altogether prudent, naturally turned to these events, so interesting to the heart of the patriot. We visited also, said Adolf, the dwelling of Hofer, that noble hero. Let me read you, here he drew out his tablets and turned to me, a poem which I composed on this sacred spot. Here he read me some verses on Andreas Hofer's dwelling, a copy of which I took and have placed in my journal. We remained in conversation till midnight, when the people came back from the theater, then separated with promises of seeing each other again. I had gone but a few hundred steps on the way to my lodgings when I became aware that the heavy jingling tread of a French gendarme was closely following me. To see if I was the object of his pursuit, I suddenly turned and crossed towards a side street. He followed. I glanced at him. He seized me by the arm. Monsieur, votre portefeuille, said he. I gave it up. Vous me suivrez. I obeyed. I now understood all. He led me to a lofty old building, which I had never before seen. A huge door fastened with heavy bolts was opened. Within were French soldiers on guard. My conductor spoke a few words to the officer apart. I was then led away by 2 soldiers, preceded by a turnkey with a lamp. We mounted some steps, then passed through a dark gallery. The turnkey stopped at a door strongly secured with iron bars, and I found myself in a narrow cell ventilated only by a small grated window through which glimmered a ray of starlight. The gendarme entered after me, and I was subjected to a rigorous search. My papers were all taken away, but my watch and purse were courteously handed back. The jailer asked if I wanted anything. I laughed bitterly. "Well, tomorrow morning," said he, and went out. I remained alone in the darkness. For an hour or more I lay on the straw matting and pictured to myself the horrors of my fate. Only 21 and full of hope, ready to serve and save my country, to perform great deeds. What was now before me? Was I ever again to see my parents, my sisters, my beloved? A prisoner, perhaps, to be led forth tomorrow to kneel on the ground and receive the bullets of the soldiers for my love to my native land. Thoughts on these subjects filled my tortured brain, but suddenly my attention was arrested. The stillness of the night was broken by a tone of melody so soft, so exquisite, so melancholy, that it pierced my inmost heart, and tears sprung to my eyes. Was it a song? No, there was no voice, but a melody such as was never heard before, such as Orpheus might have drawn forth. It was, yes, let the cold-hearted laugh. It was the sound of a violin. How shall I describe that music? Sunk in despair as I was, the dungeon, the galleys, death before my eyes. It raised me to the height of rapture. It filled me with the joy of freedom, and yet, strangest of all, with feelings solemn and profound. On the silence of night it stole like magic. The light breeze wafted it through the bars of my window, clear, softly swelling like the sigh of the mourner's breast, plaintive and imploring like the accents of love, gently yielding like the timid bride. That wondrous harmony took possession of my care-fraught soul. Then the player, as it seemed, improvised airs on his instrument. Now glided the tones along. Now he rose into energy and power. Now melted in the most seducing melody. Yet the notes were ever clear, as if they had been drops of pearl. After these rhapsodical strains, he passed by a strange but charming transition into a melody of wonderful pathos. Never can I forget the effect of this music, so sweet and exquisite, yet full of sadness, now swelling into silvery richness, now dying gently away. It was like the noble, melancholy plaint of an imprisoned king. The thought entered my bosom, how much have those who are better than we oft to suffer? And in the midst of misfortune I felt a calmness and a trust which I could never have obtained through the pleadings of reason. The player continued his music, and I knew not whether to wonder most at his compositions or his execution. He seemed at length under the influence of inspiration. His music was full of fire. He passed into stranger combinations, into bolder and wilder flights. Yet surpassing harmony was in all, and he appeared to create difficulties only to triumph over them. Friends who read my journal, you will say, perhaps, the imagination of the prisoner deceived him. No, I have myself played the violin. I do it now no more, and could never have conceived aught like what I heard. The music at last ceased, but it lingered unforgotten in my soul. I longed more to hear it again than to recover my freedom. It was day. I heard the beating of a drum. I climbed to my window and looked out. A company of soldiers marched into the court. 3 prisoners stood in front of them. At a sign from the officer, they marched away. The jailer opened my door. I asked him about them. "In an hour," he replied. "They are to die. They are suspected of treason, of having favored the insurrection among the Tyrolese." These words were my death warrant. I heard them shuddering, but with composure. The jailer continued, "It is now the hour when the prisoners are allowed to take the air in the court. Will you go down?" We went. I saw in the court a rough vagabond crowd, ruffians whom the energy of the French government had collected out of all Lombardy to shut them up here. Leaning against a pillar, his eyes fixed on the sun, which had just risen, I observed a young man about 25, who seemed worn out with suffering. He was pale and emaciated. His eyes were sunken. A prominent bent nose, a high forehead, black masses of hair, and a long beard gave him a wild appearance. But the expression of deep sorrow in the sharp lines of his chiseled mouth and his pale attenuated cheeks imparted a touching interest to his face. I looked long at this singular person. He seemed not to see anyone, but continued to gaze upwards towards the sun. All at once he perceived the jailer and hastily went to him. "I entreat you," he said, speaking earnestly in Italian. "Can I not move you?" "No," replied the old man sternly, "you cannot. And if you are not quiet tonight, I will even cut your last string for you." This, then, is the player, thought I, and I was hastening to speak to him when I heard my name pronounced behind me. It was the gendarme who had arrested me. "Suivez-moi, monsieur," he said sternly. I was compelled to obey. Before the door stood a coach. We entered, drove off, and stopped before a handsome house. My companion was silent as the grave. We alighted, and he led me up the steps into the house. We waited some time in the hall. At last the door of a side room opened, and a voice cried, "Entrez!" Joyful surprise, I stood before General K., who 4 years before had been brought wounded to the house of my parents in Berlin, and although an enemy, had received generous attention and nursing. "My young friend," he cried, grasping my hand, "how imprudent you have been! Had I not, by mere chance, occupied this post, nothing could have saved you. You are free." "And my friends?" "They are also at liberty." "A thousand thanks." "Silence! I am yet in your debt. Be my guest today with your friends. Tomorrow you must depart, for I leave Milan with my troops, and your adventure here might still have serious consequences for you. Your passports to Germany are already made out." 2. Paris, 13th April 1814. I received from M. the following note. Your story of the musician in the dungeon and your longing to hear him again form a pretty romance, but, like other romances, it savors strongly of imagination. I told it to Lafont today. He laughed and said, "I pledge myself to cure this feverish enthusiasm. I must give him a violin concert." I've taken him at his word. This evening his promise is to be fulfilled. And to put you down completely, Bayeux, Kreutzer, and Rode are also invited. Can you desire more? I shall expect you this evening. I cannot describe what I felt at this invitation. For the last 4 years I had heard all the violin players in the different cities where I had been, yet nothing in the smallest degree approached what I remembered. Now I was to hear the 4 most famous masters the world knew. I trembled for my ideal. With a beating heart, I found myself in the brilliantly lighted saloon. Ah, the splendor of the scene, the elegant dresses of the ladies were displeasing to me. I thought of my dungeon in Milan and the melody that seemed wafted from another sphere. The concert began. Lafont played first. The most perfect polish, a tone of silvery clearness. In andante, as in allegro, grace itself were his, but it was as a finely wrought miniature beside the nameless charm of that glorious picture before my mind's vision. Next I heard Kreutzer. Brilliant as a string of diamonds were his passages, full and clear were his tones, and of surprising boldness and strength. But his was the brilliancy of pure metal, or of jewels, not the living beam that penetrates the soul. Baillat now came forward. The full, energetic harmony he drew from the instrument roused memory in my breast. A noble fire glowed in his work. He ruled like a monarch over the realm of sound, but my prisoner ruled like a god. At last appeared Rode. His noble expressive features, his air of graceful manly dignity influenced me in his favor. He began. I started involuntarily. He brought back to me powerfully the recollections of the player who had so deeply moved my heart. His representation appeared like the sculptured image that pictures forth the very form of a loved being. The same fervor breathed in his music, the same fire, restrained by kindred power. At the moment, I almost fancied he equaled the mysterious stranger, but as he proceeded, I felt that what seemed in him so wonderful, so finished an effort, would have been accomplished at once and with ease by my prisoner. His chainless spirit would have soared upward and onward still, seeking more distant heights, more fathomless depths. Him the bounds of earth could never have contained. He swept the empyrean towards the confines of other worlds, and the harmonies heard there he gave back to men in tones of unrivaled melody. Thus I felt during the remainder of the concert. After it was over, M. introduced me to the celebrated artists. Courtesy required that I should praise their performance, and who would not have praised it? Of my prisoner I was silent, but Lafont, to whom M. had told the story, began himself to question me. I endeavored to avoid speaking on the subject in vain. At last I related the occurrence. All except Rhodes smiled, and when I mentioned and described some peculiar difficulties which I had heard overcome in a wonderful manner, Lafont exclaimed, "Oh, you are joking with us." In short, it was plain they did not believe me. I was vexed, and soon after took my leave. Hardly was I out of the door when I perceived someone following me hastily. It was Rode. "Sir," he said, "your narration has deeply affected me. Is it true upon your honor?" I assured him it was. "Yes," he answered, "I believe you, but I am convinced there lives only one man on earth who can be your mysterious prisoner. 15 years since, when I was a young man, I chanced to be in Genoa. Going home late one evening, I heard the sound of a violin. The playing filled me with astonishment. At first I could not perceive whence came this enchanting music, but I soon discovered the performer to be a youth hardly grown out of boyhood, who stood on a garden wall not very high, and, looking towards a dimly lighted window, drew from his instrument those heavenly sounds. I stood rooted to the ground. At that time I was myself a performer, but never had I dreamed of such mysteries in music as were here revealed to me. Hidden in the shadow I remained listening. The moon came from behind a cloud and shone full on the figure of the youthful player. His features were like those you have described, but softened, probably from his extreme youth. He ended his playing, the window opened, and a female figure appeared and threw something down. An instant after, a harsh voice cried, "Traditore per il diavolo!" At this outcry, the boy sprang down from the wall into the street, plunged into a side alley, and disappeared before I could recover from my surprise. At the same time, I perceived a head peering over the wall, and oaths and menaces were poured forth without stint. The light in the window was extinguished. Evidently it was some love affair. After some minutes I came out from my concealment, and as I passed along the wall I trod upon something which proved a violin bow. The lad must have lost it as he leaped from the wall. I have this bow yet. It is marked with a P. I hoped by means of it to discover the young musician, but the troubled state of the times compelled me in a day or two to leave the city. Since then I have heard nothing of my unknown artist, but I owe him much. The impression his magical performance left with me was deeper than I could express. By it I have modeled and improved my own. Yes, I am indebted to this strange appearance, this revelation I might call it, for perhaps the greatest part of my fame. I heard this relation of the great artist with astonishment. Then I owned to him that I had found in his playing some resemblance to that of the unfortunate stranger. It seemed as if Rode had apprehended and followed the first flights of that wild spirit. We parted. I have hopes still so mighty a genius must one day sway the world. If tyrant fate have not already crushed him, that spirit must one day be crowned sovereign over all hearts. 3. Berlin, 30th March, 1829. After long residence in the north, I arrived here at 8:30 in the evening. "What is there at the theatre tonight?" said I to the butler. "Nothing of consequence. But you should go to the concert, mein Herr. A violin player." I have had enough of violin players. But this one is a wonder. The critic Rellstab writes his pen to the stump in praises of him. Look here in the paper. Very well. What is the name of the wonderful performer so praised by the critic? His name? I will tell you in a moment. It has just escaped me. An Italian. An Italian? Yes, it begins with a P. A P? I must go instantly to the concert. Where will I find a ticket? Over the way. I do not think you can procure any now elsewhere. I hastened to get one. The concert hall was so crowded that I could not get in, but was forced to remain outside with many others. The tutti of the last composition was ended. The solo a polacca began. "'Tis he or none," cried I. "I have heard those tones before. They are unforgotten deep in my heart. But what a miracle! Do two play or three? That I have never heard. I will not trust my ear. If I might but see him, only one look. In vain, the crowd presses the door too closely. I will at least lose not one note." The performer ceased. A thunderburst of applause shook the building. I pressed forward and strove to get a sight of him. Others, equally eager, pushed before me. I was again disappointed. What thoughts swelled in my heart! I waited with impatience to hear him begin once more. At last. "Now he plays on the G string," said someone near me. He began. "Is it possible? That was the very melody I heard in prison." Those were the self-same tones that once, calming, elevating, faith-inspiring, as if sent down from heaven, shed light into my gloomy soul. I forced my way forward through the multitude. I saw once more the pale, melancholy brow, the sunken eyes, the long dark hair, the same feeble aspect of the whole person. It was he! The mystery of 19 years was at length solved. The stranger who had filled my youthful breast with feelings wonderful, unutterable, who had ceaselessly accompanied me since, like a veiled apparition, familiar, yet from which I could not tear the covering, stood before me. I heard, I saw, Paganini. End of section 29. Section 30 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, May 21st, 2025, Westford, Massachusetts. Nouvelettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. The Young Tragedian. One morning in the summer of 1812, the busy manager of an Italian theatrical company returned to his lodgings in a hotel in one of the principal streets of Naples. His brow was contracted, and an air of disquietude spread over his whole countenance. He announced to the landlord that he was in an hour to leave the city with his company. Mine host divined that he would not depart in the sunniest of humors. "So you have not been successful in your search, Master Benevolo?" he asked. "Mil diablo, there never was such luck," was the petulant reply. "Here I have stayed 3 days beyond my time, in the hope of finding what Naples, it seems, does not afford. And now I must be gone to play at Salerno, without an actor of tragedy in my company." "And such a company!" echoed Boniface. "Such a one indeed, though I say it is the pride of Italy, a magnificent princess. Did not the Duke of Anhalt swear she was as ravishing in beauty as exquisite in performance, with eyes like diamonds and a figure superb as that of Juno herself?" "Enough to make the fortunes of a whole troupe," cried the landlord. "Well, and then such an admirable comic actor, with a figure that is all one laugh, and a wit like Sancho Panza's. A genius, too, for the pathetic. He will make you sigh an instant after a convulsion of mirth, and he weeps to enchantment. He is Heraclitus and Democritus in one." "He is an angel!" cried the landlord with enthusiasm. "An unrivaled troupe, a perfect coronet of gems, with but one wanting, the tragic. Ah me, what shall I do without a Geronimo or a Falerio?" And the impresario wrung his hands. "Do not despair, maestro," said the good-natured host. "You may find one yet to your mind." "And whence is he to come? From the clouds. He must fall directly, for in 2 hours I must be on my way to Salerno. Some of my friends are already there, and the performance has been twice postponed waiting for me. I might have made such sums of money. Sant'Antonio! How provoking to think of it!" "You are disturbed, Signor Impresario," said the fat hostess, who had stood in the door during the preceding conversation, and now waddled forward, her hands placed on her hips, with an air of importance, "because you have not been able to find a tragedian for your excellent company?" "Assuredly, buono mia donna." "And you have tired yourself out with running about the city in search of one, and now are going to leave us disappointed, in hopes that one will drop from the clouds for you on the way." "Ah, there is no hope of that." "No, for the heavens do not rain such good things at Salerno. But here, signor, here is one already fallen for you, and a capital fellow he is." "Who? What do you mean?" exclaimed both manager and landlord in a breath. "Ah, there is a secret about it that I know, but I shall tell no one," cried the hostess with looks of triumph. "You must not even know his name, but you shall have your tragedian." "My tragedian?" "Yes, he is a young man of prodigious genius. He came to us last night. Oh, if you had but heard and seen him! All the maids were in tears. If he had only a robe and poignard, he would be absolutely terrific. Then he sang droll songs and made us all laugh till my sides ached. I should have brought him to you before, but you went out so early." "Whence did he come? At what theaters has he appeared?" "Oh, as to practice, he has had none of it. He has never been on the stage, but he has a genius and passion for it. He has left his home and friends to become an actor." Mused the impresario. "Let us see him. Perhaps." The landlady had already quitted the room. She returned in a few minutes, leading, or rather pulling forward, a lad apparently 16 or 17 years of age. He was tall and stout for his years, but his beardless face and boyish features, together with a shuffling bashfulness in his gait, caused the hopes of the manager to fall to the ground more rapidly than they had risen. "Him!" he exclaimed in utter astonishment. "Him! Why, he is a child." "A child," repeated the landlady, "and must not everything have a beginning? He is a child that will make his own way in the world, I promise you." "But he is not fit for an actor," said the director, surveying with a look of disappointment the youth who aspired to represent the emperors of Rome and the tribunes of the Italian republics. "Have a little patience," persisted the dame. "When you see his gestures, his action, you will sing another song. Come forward, Louis, my boy, and show the signor what you can do." The overgrown lad cast his great eyes to the ground and hung his head, but on further urging from his patroness, he advanced a pace or two, threw over his arms the somewhat frayed skirt of his great coat to serve as drapery, and recited some tragic verses of Dante. "That is not bad," cried the impresario, drawing his breath. "What is your name, lad?" "Luigi," was the reply, with a not ungraceful bow. "What else?" "He is simply called Luigi," interposed the hostess with an air of mystery. "He has reasons at present for concealing his family name, for you see he has broken bounds." "Exactly, I comprehend, and the runaway would fare hardly if he were caught again. But I should like to hear him in Othello." Thus encouraged, Luigi recited a brilliant tragic scene from Othello. The eyes of the director kindled. He followed with hands and head the motions of the youthful performer, as if carried away by sympathetic emotion, and applauded loudly when he had ended. "Bravo! Bravissimo!" he exclaimed, rubbing his hands. "That is something like. It is just the thing. You will make a capital Moor when you are set in shape a little. Come, my fine fellow, I will engage you at once, and you shall not find me a bad master. I will give you 15 ducats a month, and here is the first month's pay in advance to furnish your outfit. You must appear like a gentleman, and your clothes are shabby. Go now, make your purchases, pack up, and let us be gone. I will have a mule ready for you." The hostess led off her protege in triumph, while the impresario busied himself in preparations for immediate departure. Poor Luigi, being new to the city and its pleasures, had contracted sundry debts the day before, which honor bade him pay before he made other use of his money. By the time these demands were satisfied, a round bill paid to the hostess, and a new coat, with change of linen, provided for himself, not a fraction was remaining of his 15 ducats. But it was no less with a light heart and a smiling face that he joined his employer, and the whole troop was soon on the road out of Naples. On their arrival at Salerno, the impresario had advertisements struck off, announcing that a young tragic actor would appear in an extremely popular part. He presented him to the public as a phenomenon, as an example of the most wonderful genius developed at a tender age. The impresario was walking briskly about, giving directions, in the happiest mood imaginable, rubbing his hands and congratulating himself on the possession of such a prize. Visions of wealth in prospect rose before his eyes, as he saw the treasurer counting out the piles of gold just received. But alas, for the deceptions of the world, his present joy and bright anticipations for the future! Fate breathed on his magic castle, and the fabric melted into thin air. Luigi was behind the scenes, arrayed in an imperial costume of the Middle Ages, endeavoring by the practice of action and gesture to habituate himself to the feeling that he was sustaining the part of a sovereign. He was partly encouraged, partly abashed by the comments of one of the chorus, a young and lovely creature whose expanding talents gave promise of future eminence. Her name was Rosina, though not her own will suit her here as well as any other. "That will not do, your majesty," she cried, correcting an awkward movement Luigi had just made. "Only think of such an emperor!" And she began to mimic his gestures with the prettiest air of mock dignity in the world, so saucy and provoking at the same time that the lad vowed he would have his revenge in a kiss. And presently the little maid was chased around the scenes by Luigi, to the great disorder of his imperial robes and the discomfiture of his dignity. Suddenly there was an unusual bustle and the sound of steps and voices without. "The curtain is going to rise," cried Luigi in consternation. "Give me my sword, quick!" But the noise came nearer and was in the direction opposite to the audience. What was his astonishment and dismay when he saw advancing towards him the vice-rector, followed by 6 sbirri, with the manager giving expression to the utmost grief and despair. The young debutante stood petrified till the vice-rector advanced, and laying his hand on his shoulder, arrested him by virtue of an order from His Majesty the King of Naples. It was his business, so he proclaimed to the astonished bystanders, the whole company having rushed together at the news of this intrusion, to secure the person of the fugitive Luigi and carry him back to the Conservatore del Pietà de Ciccini, where he would be remanded to his musical studies under the direction of the famous master Marcello Perino. The disappointment was too much for the dignity of the emperor in petto. Luigi burst into tears and blubbered sadly. The pretty Rosina cried out of sympathy, and there was a general murmur of dissatisfaction. "Signor, signor," remonstrated the impresario, "such a genius, he must not be restrained. Tragedy is his vocation." "His vocation just now is to go back to school," returned the vice-rector gruffly. "But, signor, you are robbing the public. You are robbing me." "Has not the worthless boy been robbing His Majesty, who was graciously pleased to send him to the Conservatorio after his father's death? How has he repaid His Majesty's protection?" "He is engaged in my service. I have advanced him a month's pay." "You should have thought twice before employing a raw youth, whom you knew to have run away from his guardians. Come, boy." And the sbirri laid hold of Luigi, and somewhat roughly disencumbered him of his imperial robes. The audience without the curtain at the time manifested unequivocal symptoms of impatience. The manager was in absolute despair. "Let him only remain and play in this piece." "Not a moment," said the vice-rector. "We have no time to lose." "Dear Master Benevolo," entreated Luigi, who had dried his tears, "be not troubled about me. I will have my revenge yet. I will be a tragedian in spite of them. But my losses, I will make them up. I pledge you my word." "My 15 ducats paid in advance?" "You shall have them again." "If not in this world," added the vice-rector with a sullen laugh, "you may keep your account open for another." "Stay, Luigi," cried little Rosina as the men led him off. "Here is your handkerchief," and she put hers into his hands. The lad understood her and pressed the keepsake to his lips. "At least," said the manager, recovering a little from his disappointment, "I have not lost everything. The vagabond has left his trunk behind." And he went to make his peace with his impatient audience. Next morning he ordered the trunk brought to him. It was very large and so heavy that the servants who carried it imagined it to be filled with gold. The impresario, having called together some of his friends to make an inventory of its contents, caused the lock to be broken. It was found filled with sand. The young debutante anxious to make a favorable impression, had not been in possession of a wardrobe, had had recourse to this piece of deception in order to command respect and attention at the inns where they stopped on the way from Naples. Words cannot describe the rage of the manager. He vented it in execrations against Luigi, whom he denounced as a cheat, an impostor, and a thief. And his 15 ducats, they had been thrown away. The only retaliation in his power was to write a letter full of violent abuse to the shameless offender, ending his invectives with the assurance that so base a fellow need never aspire to the honors of tragedy. Luigi said not a word when he read this missive. From that time he applied himself with so much diligence to his studies that his masters had no reason to complain of him. He bade fair, they all said, to rival Bohar on the violoncello and Toulon on the flute. And for his encouragement and that of his comrades, a hall of representations was constructed in the interior of the Conservatorio, where those who desired might gratify a passion for the stage. Late in the autumn of 1830, it was announced that a new artist of great reputation in Italy would appear at the Théâtre Italien in Paris. Great expectation was excited, as his progress through the cities beyond the Alps had been a continued triumph. The immense audience was hushed in suspense. Even after the curtain had risen, the connoisseurs seemed resolved that their applause should not be bestowed till it was fairly earned. But when the debutante appeared, there was a hum of admiration at sight of his majestic, imposing figure and noble countenance, expressive not only of power, but of frank good humor, and the first tones of that magnificent voice swelling above the orchestra in lordly music, like thunder amid a tempest, yet piercing to the very depths of pathos, called forth a burst of rapturous applause. At the close of the piece, the spectators vied with each other in his praises, and voted him by acclamation the first Bastei of the age. The tragic opera of Othello was announced for representation, amidst the shouts of admiring thousands. "I will go to hear Othello, since you bid me, Madonna," said the ex-manager of an Italian opera company to the fair Rosina, now an aged singer, but in the midst of fortune and fame retaining the same excellent heart. "But I have no pleasure in listening to these French actors. They do not fill my idea of tragedy. Ah, but the best days of the art are gone by." "But, Master Benevolo, you have not seen the new artist?" "No, nor do I care to see him. I should not like what pleases these fantastical Parisians." "But you must hear him. He is an Italian. I have an invitation for you written in his own hand." "Ah, that is courteous and attentive, seeing I am a stranger in Paris. How came he to send it to me?" "He knew you to be a friend of mine," answered the lady, rather embarrassed. "Ebbene, I will attend you, my lady." And at the appointed time the ex-manager escorted the fair singer to the theatre. "There is a figure for tragedy," cried he in an involuntary admiration, as the colossal form of the actor moved across the stage, and he bowed in dignified acknowledgment of the applause of the audience. "Ah, I should like him for the tyrant in Anna Bolena." But when his powerful voice was heard in the part, when its superb tones, terrible yet exquisitely harmonious, carried the senses as it were captive, the Italian gave up his prejudices and joined in the general enthusiasm. And at the time when the father of Desdemona curses his daughter, Benevolo uttered a cry into which the very soul of emotion seemed to have passed. "Wonderful, stupendo, tragico!" he exclaimed, wiping his eyes when the curtain had fallen, and he rose to offer his arm to his fair companion. "But you must see him," persisted she, and led the ex-impresario behind the scenes. The wonder of the Parisian connoisseurs advanced to meet them. Benevolo gazed in awe on the person whose performance had moved him so deeply, and thought he saw the impress of majesty in his features. Clasping his hands, he saluted him as the king of tragedy. "Ah, my good Master Benevolo, I am rejoiced to see you at last. It has been my evil fortune that we have not met before. Now tell me if you have been pleased. Think you I will ever make a tragic actor?" "You are the first in the world," cried the Italian. "I am proud of my countrymen." "Ah, mo fratello, but you had once not so good an opinion of me. Ha! You do not recognize your old acquaintance, the runaway Luigi." The ex-impresario stared in silent astonishment. "I have grown somewhat larger since the affair at Salerno," said the artist, laughing and clapping his sides. "But I forgot I was under a cloud when we parted. Ah, I see you have a heavy recollection of that trunk of mine and the 15 ducats. I always meant to ransom that unlucky trunk, but only, you understand, with my pay as a tragedian, to make you unsay your prediction. Here is an order for 1,200 francs. The ex-manager drew back. "I cannot receive so much," he said. "Nonsense, friend, you are too scrupulous. Bethink you, my fortune has grown apace with my embonpoint." Benevolo grasped his hand. "You are a noble fellow," cried he. "And now, as a last favor, you must tell me your name. You act under an assumed one, I suppose." "Not at all. The same, La Blanche." "La Blanche? Are you then a Frenchman?" "My father was one. He fled from Marseille at the time of the Revolution, but I was born in Naples. Does that satisfy you?" "I always took you for a nobleman in disguise," said Benevolo. "But now I know you for one of the nobility of artists." "That is better than the first," said La Blanche. "And now you must come home and sup with me in the Rue Richelieu. I shall have a few friends there, and La Belle Rosina will honor us." End of section 30.
Section 31 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Randy Boyum. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Section 31, Francis Liszt. Part 1. It is especially desirable that the materials for the biography of a man of genius, a great artist, poet, or scholar, should be ample, embracing even the most trivial details. We often remain in ignorance of the real character of a celebrated person, because we cannot possess ourselves of any faithful history of those circumstances of his life, which always exert a vast influence, and have perhaps chiefly contributed to render him what he is. The position now occupied by Liszt makes a notice of his life particularly interesting. In the prime of manhood, he is already acknowledged to be the first pianist of the age. Europe, in all its length and breadth, is filled with his fame. He belongs to the whole world. Who takes so little interest in the progress of art in our day as to be inattentive to the note of triumph borne on the winds through Germany, France, and England? But it is not enough for the heedful listener that all is now light and enthusiasm. He would look back into years past and catch the dull echo of the murmurings of envy and jealousy. He would admire and bless the artist's firmness and constancy, the energy of soul that persevered against all discouragements, that bore with the toil of study, and struggled onward, though burdened and weary, till the goal at last was reached, and labor crowned by success. To all who sympathize with him, it will be interesting briefly to observe his progress. Francis Liszt was born on the 22nd of October, 1811, in Reading, a village not far from Odenburg in Hungary. The year of his birth was remarkable for the appearance of a comet, a fact which did not fail to impress the mind of his father, Adam Liszt. He looked upon the phenomenon as a sign of his son's future eminence. This superstition of a fond parent may meet with some indulgence when it is recollected how Goethe himself, who seemed in general most at home on earth, commenced his confessions of poetry and truth. Adam Liszt was in the service of Prince Esterhazy, and was so excellent a musician that he could rank high as a virtuoso among the connoisseurs. His instrument also was the piano, and with his splendid execution, had he come forward, he might have obtained no small reputation. But he preferred to remain unknown, having no desire to acquire celebrity for himself. All his ambition and his hopes centered in his son. Often when he had been playing, while the boy listened, absorbed profoundly to the melody he drew from the instrument, he would seize the happy moment to impress the young listener with his counsels. "My son," he would say, "you are destined to realize the glorious ideal that has shone in vain before my youth. In you that is to reach its fulfillment, which I have myself but faintly conceived. In you shall my genius grow up and bear fruit. I shall renew my youth in you, even after I am laid in the grave." Such prophetic words call to recollection the poor woman in Grenoa who held her son upon her knees and talked to him of heavenly visions. "Niccolò," said she to the boy, "an angel came to me last night, and told me thou shouldst be one of the greatest performers of thy time." That boy was Paganini. How wonderfully has the prophecy been fulfilled, both in Paganini and Liszt! Before it bursts forth in its full splendor, genius shows itself in gleams and at intervals, revealed often by a word or look. The observing father, the tender mother, are usually first to discern it while unrecognized by others, and to anticipate, from slight intimations, the future greatness of the child. With more than a parent's joy did Adam Liszt observe the first germ of his boy's talent. He placed the small fingers on the keys, played simple tunes which were readily imitated. He saw that all would be according to his wish. These exercises were commenced when the little Francis was 6 years old, and at the age of 9 he played for the first time in public at Odenburg Rie's concerto in 3 flats, and at the conclusion extemporized a fantaisie. The boy improvised without difficulty the most striking rhythm, the most surprising cadences. The spectators were struck with surprise and admiration, and tears of joy bedewed the happy father's cheeks. All wondered at the genius of the young performer. His friends embraced and praised him. Prince Esterhazy put 50 ducats into his little hand, and gave him a warm recommendation to all the noble patrons of music in Hungary. This was the first step in his career, but one so important that he could no more go back. The high commendations he received were far from encouraging idleness in the young artist. On the contrary, they caused him to look into himself and to contemplate earnestly the steep height he had to climb if he would justify all these large expectations. The youth of Francis, therefore, was laborious and full of trouble. That noble ambition which fills every great soul was often a torment to him. The struggles of the spirit weakened the body, and sickness interrupted his exertions. This state of things brought about in him that delicate, nervous sensibility which renders the artist susceptible to all impressions, so that his excitable fancy is wrought upon by every idea or object. Vague religious feelings, sometimes pleasing, sometimes melancholy, took possession of him. His soul was divided between study and prayer. As the boy Goethe, in his naive devotion, kindled pastilles on his father's desk and watched the incense rise heavenward, the boy Liszt was absorbed in the mystical philosophy of a Jacob Boehme, and walked with his imagination among apocalyptical visions. He thought he grew thereby stronger for his art, and more susceptible to the impression and power of dreams. He wandered uncertain in religion as in art, often starting back shudderingly as he hovered over the infinite abyss. These boyish visions, he was then from 10 to 12 years old, were not without influence upon his genius in afterlife. Let us trace in some measure the poetry of his progress, striving to throw the torch of fancy over his moments of romance. It is a task of importance to analyze such a mind. After the concert in Odenburg, Adam Liszt proceeded with his son to Pressburg. His success was the same, or even greater. For by means of the Counts Amadon and Zappari, the father obtained for 6 years a salary of 600 florins to enable him to give the boy suitable instruction and cultivation. A journey to Vienna and a residence there for the purpose of study were now in his power. This was soon accomplished. Both father and son went to Vienna, and Karl Czerny conducted the boy's lessons on the piano. Nothing better could have been done to perfect him in the Uchnik. Those who know what skillful pianists have come forth from that school, and that a Liszt was now the pupil, if they bear in mind the merits of the teacher and those of the scholar, will know how to estimate the result. Here were added also his higher studies under Salieri, his diligent exercise and counterpoint in the strict compositions of church music, of partition and reading. 18 months passed in such labors. Francis often knew not if it was night or day, so absorbed was he in his studies. He never shrank from the most tedious labors, nor from any task requiring the most intense application. Ever anxious to win a smile of pleasure from his grave though gentle master, though he could not satisfy himself. It might indeed be said that he pursued music with a species of obstinacy. By way of recreation and encouragement amidst such exertions, his father arranged in Vienna a concert in which the product, as it were, of 18 toilsome months was to be exhibited. At this concert all the nobility and the musical elite of Vienna were present, among them Beethoven. For that hour Beethoven forgot his own sad lot, his own abiding sorrow, and in his earnest, laconic manner gave his encouragement and applause to the youthful artist. How happy would the great man have felt, with what delight would he have pressed that young artist to his wildly throbbing heart, could he have foreseen that Francis Liszt would be the most earnest worshipper of his lofty genius, the most admirable and judicious interpreter of his ideas. In truth, the deep veneration Liszt now cherishes for Beethoven and his works is the best and most certain evidence of his own spiritual depth. The history of all time has proved that a great mind can only be discerned and estimated at its full value by a kindred one. Liszt's appreciation of Beethoven is an indication of his own superiority as an artist. It may truly be said, this admiration and love are without parallel. Where is to be found one like him, whose whole being, productive, creative, combining, forming, expansive, has so passed into that of his exemplar, and lives on, not in slavish imitation, but with free and kindred impulse, working with the same will? But to return to Vienna. We see our young artist for the first time in this old imperial musical capital. We hear repeated and stunning applauses poured in his ears, and see him return modest and astonished to the quiet chamber where he pursues his studies. For him an important period had come, and he looked abroad on the new world that opened upon him, not in hope of gaining praise or gold, but amidst incitements to strive after the full development of his genius. At last he tore himself from the arms of his kind parental friend Salieri, closed in his loving heart a solemn, melancholy farewell look from Beethoven, and hastened to his father at Paris. It was to be expected the Conservatoire would receive one so gifted with open arms, would rejoice to number him among its pupils. But Francis Liszt was a stranger. Cherubini therefore treated him with chilling neglect, though he himself had been received in a foreign land. While the Conservatoire shut the door against the wonderful boy, all the saloons of Paris opened theirs to him with enthusiastic welcome. Everywhere he was feted, caressed, applauded. All the world was mad about the fair, blue-eyed lad, on whose high forehead already began to appear the impress of inspiration. He played in the Palais Royal before the Duke of Orleans and became the rage. A dangerous rock was before the youthful adventurer. Ask we if he sailed safely past it, in spite of the storms of court favor and the shoals of self-love? Scholars, artists, wealth, beauty, aristocracy, all did homage to him. No soirée was complete without him. The gifted, proud boy was the idol of the day. The world nattered, his father admonished, and Francis obeyed the warning parental voice. He pursued the path his own energy had opened with unwearied zeal. After a year's residence in Paris, he went over to London, where he was received with the same enthusiasm expressed according to the national temperament of the English. In the year 1824, both father and son returned to Paris, and the energies of Francis were particularly employed upon an opera, Don Sancho, or the Palace of Love, which was produced in 1825 in the Royal Academy of Music with great applause and highly esteemed by the connoisseurs. Our artist was then 14 years old. Adolf Nurit led him upon the stage at the call for his appearance amid thunders of applause. Rudolf Kreutzer, then director of the orchestra, embraced him with transport. After these exertions and excitements, a time came again when Francis gave himself up to religious enthusiasm. In order to divert his thoughts by new objects, his father resolved upon short excursions into the departments, and even a longer one to England. But the lad's indisposition gained the upper hand, and they were obliged to take refuge in Boulogne for the sea-bathing. Here Francis lost his father. This mournful event, which caused the affectionate boy such deep affliction, naturally had a depressing influence upon his genius. He indulged freely his melancholy visions and sad fancies, which now presented themselves under the solemn aspect of religion, now assumed the colors of romance. He longed continually for some remote solitude in which, without interruption, he might nurse his fantastic musings. Probably never poet or artist was called upon thus to suffer. But the vigor of his mind was shown in his gradual self-recovery even after such wanderings. Only by much discipline could he be restored to repose and serenity. And by an acquaintance with literature and the philosophical sciences of the day, his views in art were enlarged, no less than those of life and the world. New wants, new claims, new inquiries opened upon him. He sought, as it were, a background against which he could appoint the true place and dimensions of art. While his mind thus improved and his conceptions enlarged, while step by step he advanced, his spirit more and more cleared, purified, exalted. The worst that can happen to a man earnest to fulfill his duty befell him also. Enemies rose up. He became the object of envy, and their hate began to work its purposes in secret. But of this we will be silent. The murmurs of enmity have long been hushed, and an artist, particularly, is born to endure such things. Let us turn rather to those other days which exercised a singular influence on his excitable mind. When absorbed in his religious enthusiasm, Liszt composed only masses, being unable in the tumult of his feelings to attain to anything like self-possession or calm activity. From the dominion of this kind of madness he was delivered by another love. He loved a lady of high rank, loved with the same ardor with which his soul embraced everything, and yielded himself wholly to the new passion. His love was unhappy. What suffering must it not have caused him? He became misanthropical. He shut himself up for weeks together, confiding his complaints and his pains only to the keys of his instrument. Those only who have thus suffered can fully understand his condition at this time. His personal history at this period is almost as obscure and involved as his genius itself. But it is said that he composed nothing except plans of masses. Ere long, however, the elasticity of his temperament not only bore him out of his depression, but carried him to the opposite extreme, and he became, for a time, the votary of sense. Saint Simonian sentiments took root and budded in his breast. To ripen all came the Revolution. Liszt was carried away by the excitement of the people, by the visions of freedom. He was animated by enthusiastic admiration of what he beheld. He felt an impulse musico-political, if so it might be called. He longed to produce in art all that he saw of stirring importance in the world, to fix the experience of those tumultuous days in the expression of music, to concentrate the feelings of many hearts, and give the people a revolutionary symphony in the same manner as Beethoven had conceived and represented his Battle of Vittoria. Does some narrow mind ask why he did not execute this grand thought? Those who know what were the circumstances, what repose and abstraction from exciting scenes without were necessary for the conception and creation of such a work, will wonder at the artist for having imagined it, will admire him for the thought, and not condemn him because it was not completed. Had the requisite rest and leisure been his, he would then also undoubtedly have realized the lofty ideal at which he aimed. After this, the writings of George Sand or Madame Dudevant took complete hold of his fancy. Not less wholly did he yield his soul to Paganini, by whom he was quite carried into enthusiasm. He used to say to Madame Sand, as to his other intimate friends, that he found in Paganini's playing on the violin something indefinite, inexpressible, which he always sought to attain on the piano. We must take occasion here to speak of Liszt's relations to some modern pianists, and for this purpose avail ourselves of the criticism of the celebrated Fétis in the Revue Musicale Beige. As an illustration of some remarks on the subject of art and artists, he mentions Clementi, the first who introduced an elegant and brilliant style on the piano, the model of a thoroughly cultivated technique, of natural and spirited combination, of rounded periods. We see that he drew the attention of his contemporaries upon himself, and that he exhibited himself to them as an exemplar, and prescribed the classic form of the Bravoire sonata, as Joseph Haydn had invented that of the harmonious sonata. If we view him in this splendor, when his fame spread everywhere without bounds, and the best pianists of his time were laid under the necessity of imitating him, we must regard him as the inventor, and yet he only perfected the ideas of others, and has displayed taste rather than genius. The proper inventor was Emanuel Bach, who presented Germany with 60 concertos. He gave to the sonata a harmonious as well as brilliant side, which was particularly cultivated by Haydn and Clementi. Emanuel Bach appeared with this accomplishment before 1740. 60 years later it was exercised, not originated, by Dussek, Kramer, and Steibelt, and Clementi's manner improved it while he added modifications of his own. The art of those worthy men exercised itself in the circle of the softer feelings. Their only aim was to please the ear and move the heart. They sought not to paint the vehement emotions. The forms of art were to possess rather a soothing and restraining power. These ideas took another direction when Mozart gave to instrumental music a character of passionate, dramatic expression. The ultimate object of this new path was not understood at first, and it met the disapprobation of those accustomed to the old way, who saw in this mingling of changeful feelings more matter for blame than praise. Mozart's composition for the piano, full of expression, energy, and harmony, had to struggle long in rivalship with the light and elegant style of Clementi. Then came to his aid the passionate, fiery imagination, owning no rule but that of genius, of Beethoven, and the adherents of the new school increased from day to day. This powerful imagination, for the first time, showed the untenableness of stereotype forms in the new path. Beethoven, full of deep admiration for the glorious creations of Mozart, at first followed in the steps of that great master, but he soon indulged himself in freer and bolder flights. He gave new turns to the accustomed passages, bestowing much care on the completeness of harmony, greatly increased the dissonances, and hesitated not to introduce unions of accords and transitions till then unheard of, yet which at this day appear to us so simple and natural. The issue of these combinations was an entire change in the fingering, which was many times assailed by the scholars of Kramer and Clementi. Only the Viennese school adopted the alteration and therefore took, in this respect, the first place in art. To this we owe the progress and the present elevation of piano music. Beethoven's works were still regarded by the pianists as too grave for a large and mixed public, and were given up to professed connoisseurs. They, the players, attained their end more readily by pleasing compositions, in the execution of which Hummel gave them a new study. A virtuoso of the first rank in that day, he stood also high as a composer. Yet can he in no way be compared with Beethoven, either in boldness or originality. He was only a man of taste and of solid attainment. Under his hands a certain fine manner was cultivated, in which he knew how to introduce brilliant figures with singular effect. We find it necessary to explain the history and progress of piano music as early as 1807, to enable us to determine the position and work of Liszt. 15 years had passed since Mozart's death, and already we see his form and method 3 times changed. For 10 years Hummel governed the manner of playing. In the course of this time, C.M. von Weber gave new movements of dramatic expression. In his piano music, he showed a glowing but wild and ill-regulated genius. Both artists and publishers were afraid to produce his compositions. Only his Freischütz snatched his name from the oblivion into which it had fallen. In 1817 arose a new composer for the piano of great merit, a virtuoso who seemed born to give piano playing a new direction. It was Moscheles, bolder and more brilliant, more general and energetic in passages and figures than Hummel. He introduced new and tasteful embellishments. His variations on the Alexander March were examples in this kind for many skillful pianists. Afterwards, he enlarged his style and gave it more scope and elevation. For example, in his fantasies upon Irish songs. Not less praise did he win in his graver compositions. His concertos showed a deep knowledge of harmony as well as of dramatic feeling. These gradually rose to his Concert Fantastique and Pathétique, 2 works as remarkable for groundwork as for expression. The Etudes, begun with Kramer, were enlarged with Moscheles. He gave them a higher and more refined form, and may therefore be regarded as having given in those Etudes the first impulse of importance. Moscheles was at this height of his fame when, as has been mentioned, the boy Francis Liszt came to Paris, and was received with so much enthusiasm in all circles. He stood, indeed, remarks Fettus, beyond gainsaying, high in this technical cultivation, but he wanted that which, besides his remarkable and interesting personnel, could be produced to the world as an abiding and decisive mark. In a word, his wild, fiery, eccentric genius wanted the peculiar school which exhibited itself and him as a definite epoch in the history of art. His early compositions were full of difficulties. From all the figures shown, the fire that blazed around the productions of the youthful artist. Those who asked for schools and industry in this wildly luxuriant natural garden were sure to be disappointed. At this time suddenly appeared Thalberg in Paris, and produced such an impression as no pianist had before him. Not that in playing he could have surpassed or even equaled Liszt, but he had the tact to seize upon a happy idea which was at once understood. This related to the filling up of the keys in the space between the hands. This innovation was not altogether suffered to pass as such. It was asserted that Beethoven had already availed himself of these means in his sonatas, and blame was now cast upon the very exaggeration which gave a certain uniformity, perhaps more, to the structure and effect of his compositions. This view is only made prominent in order to obtain for Liszt the proper point of sight, from which to measure his reaction and the gigantic height he gained. Liszt had already left Paris when Thalberg appeared there, but the rumor of his success and triumph reached his ears. It caused him sleepless nights. Let us imagine the feelings of an artist, conscious of his own power, knowing himself without a rival, yet seeing another suddenly elevated in popular opinion to an equality with him. perhaps generally judged to be his superior. Liszt felt that wrong had been done him and hastened back to Paris. Thalberg was no longer there, but there was a division of opinion and judgments among the Parisians, as once there had been between the Gluckists and Piccinists. The talk was now of Lisztians and Thalbergians. Strife ran high between the parties, and to observe it and hear their disputes was the most interesting amusement of the fashionable world. Liszt did not this time go before the public, to become acquainted, perhaps, only with his own enthusiastic partisans, but indulged his speculations in solitude. His clear spirit could discover the folly and worthlessness of popular idolatry, and scorned to win it by means he felt to be unworthy his genius. 3 years passed in which the name of Liszt was but seldom and at intervals heard. The lives of gifted men seem to need such pauses to prepare for a full development of what is within them. The electric fluid must be gathered in secret before the lightning of genius can break on the dazzled eyes of men, and its thunder amaze the world. What he did during this interval, says Fettus, few know, notwithstanding the enthusiasm he everywhere excited. The charming Lucia Fantaisie and the wonderful combination of fantasies upon Robert the Devil give but incomplete evidence of his employment. Even those who heard him improvise at the concert at Liege an admirable capriccio on a theme to all appearance barren given him by the audience, those who heard his performance prima vista of the most difficult passages in accumulated pieces from illegible manuscripts, which he executed with so much readiness as to astonish the authors themselves, and with infinite ease. Those who know how many great compositions are impressed on his memory so that he can execute any one of them at any moment. Those who know him for the most complete musician of our time and the most gifted in his way. Even they have no idea of the thorough change which took place in his creative power during the 3 years spent by him in retirement. Fettus goes on, in his philosophical manner, to explain how the doings of Thalberg, suggesting new combinations to the mind of our artist, already busy with improvements, wrought a change in him, and impelled him upon a path that was quite his own. The victory was accomplished, and triumphantly could the question now be answered, is Liszt also distinguished as a composer? Liszt has recorded his new views and the forms invented by him in an immense work entitled 3 Years of Wandering. The first part contains recollections of Switzerland, the second recollections of Italy, the third of Germany. Fettus says, I was indulged by the artist with a hearing of some portions of it, and must do him the justice to say that these displayed most uncommon attainments in art. Perhaps it will be said, when the work appears, that the composer has had the orchestra more in view than the piano. Yet I know not if this objection is not praise rather than blame. However it may be, I will not forestall the judgment of competent critics by recording my simple impressions. I merely quote the Études d'exécution transcendante, which have particularly led me to this long exposition. We have found it necessary to follow this writer so far because his remarks help to develop the personal history of Liszt and to place his individuality with regard to art in a strong light. Fettus is, besides, such a well-known and universally respected authority in the higher musical studies that he will be gladly listened to in his observations on a genius so remarkable. Those who venture to deny Liszt a general talent for composition will find they have measured him by false and inapplicable rules. The foundation of composition is imagination, the living, powerful, creative faculty. Let us take only those works which show most clearly Liszt's art and the subtlety of his spirit, the transpositions of Beethoven's symphonies and the songs of Schubert. It cannot be doubted that a power of imagination has here been displayed by him, such as would not be needed for another original work. Liszt in these has not merely copied, he has emulated with creative power, and so successfully that there is a second birth. These transpositions, grand in the symphonies, tender in the songs, are the culminating point of musical plastic power. It is impossible to particularize the expression with more subtlety, to express the spirit more accurately and fully. Therein lies a brilliant conception of harmonious completeness that fills the heart and soul alike when those spiritual graces press upon them. In truth, one should only hear that genesis of pastoral symphony, those wonderful pictures called into life by the powerful and magic touch of Liszt. Any other virtuoso, were he the most accomplished and excellent of players, would have given us, instead of divine poetry, only massive, or at best, tasteful prose. End of section 31. Read by Randy Boyum, April 27th, 2025. Section 32 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Randy Boyum. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Section 32, Francis Liszt, Part 2. In 1837, Liszt felt the earnest desire of poetical spirits to visit the great world. The swan also spreads her silver wings and sails southward toward the land of beauty and song, of art and antiquity, towards Italy. That is peculiarly the land of song. It is well known how the heart there opens to and welcomes all that bears the name of music. From Milan to Venice, from Florence to Naples, a dazzling flame of enthusiasm surrounded the artist. In all these places Liszt gave concerts, which were attended by crowded audiences. He abode some time in Rome to the delight of the people, and the walls of the Ingelsberg resounded to the echo of his renown. External nature seemed to smile upon him. He himself says he was wonderfully benefited by the pure air and the cloudless sky. He had not in a long time enjoyed such health and serenity, and his compositions have the same purity and clearness as the atmosphere. There originated those grand and marvelous transpositions of which mention is made above. There were written his Nuits de Posélipe. One may ask himself if out of all these does not breathe a kind of classic repose, elevating the feelings and inspiring a calm delight, like the pure beauty of a moonlight heaven in that lovely land. Our artist confesses that he, at this period, passed beyond the time of wild exuberance in feeling, of stormy restlessness, of mystical fantasy, and that he owed the clearing up of his spirit to the country and nature around him. Thus composed, he went to Germany, Karlsruhe, Munich, Stuttgart. In short, all the principal cities of southern Germany heard his magical performance with astonishment. All the journals and papers held but one language respecting him, that of enthusiastic admiration. But in the midst of this appreciation and these honors, the longing to revisit home was awakened in his breast. One morning he sprang suddenly out of bed and ordered his horse to be got ready. What to him was the applause, the homage of strangers? He longed to be again where he had been first seen and heard. For Hungary! This impatience was the pure desire of a grateful heart. Liszt did not deceive himself. How he was received, how he was valued, all Hungary can witness. It is impossible to describe the joy with which he was welcomed by old and young, high and low, by artists and critics, even to the highest in the land. He was the loved theme of all tongues. Mothers told their children how the little Francis had become another Emperor Francis in the kingdom of art, how he had made himself so great and famous, and how he could play a whole book full of strange and beautiful stories on the piano. He gave concerts, first in Vienna, then in Pest, not to promote his own interest, but for the benefit of the poor who had met with severe losses by the inundation, and for young artists to enable them to prosecute their studies. The noble and generous philanthropy of this conduct made a proper impression upon his countrymen. Two cities, Pest and Odenburg, created him an honorary citizen. A patent of nobility was solicited for him by the Comitat of Odenburg, and the sword of honor, according to Hungarian custom, was presented to him with due solemnities. This episode deserves particularly to be noticed. The following account is taken from an authentic journal. The national feeling of the Magyars is well known, and proud are they of that star of the first magnitude which arose out of their nation. Over the countries of Germany the fame of the Hungarian Liszt came to them before they had as yet an opportunity of admiring him. The Danube was swelled by rain, Pest was inundated, thousands were mourning the loss of friends and relations or of all their property. During his absence in Milan, Liszt learned that many of his countrymen were suffering from want. His resolution was taken. The smiling heaven of Italy, the dolce far niente of southern life, could not detain him. The following morning he had quitted Milan and was on his way to Vienna. He performed for the benefit of those who had suffered by the inundation of Pest. His art was the horn of plenty from which streamed blessings for the unfortunate. 18 months afterwards he came to Pest, not as the artist in search of pecuniary advantage, but as a Magyar. He played for the Hungarian National Theatre, for the Musical Society, for the poor in Pest and the poor in Odenburg, always before crowded houses, and the proceeds, full 100,000 francs, were appropriated to those purposes and those institutions. Who can wonder that admiration and pride should rise to enthusiasm in the breasts of his grateful countrymen? The distinguished artist, the noble-hearted man, deserved it all. In the theatre, in the street, Liszt was everywhere greeted with acclamations and vivats. He was complimented by serenades, garlands were thrown to him. In short, the population of Pest neglected nothing to manifest their respect, gratitude, and affection. But these honors, which might have been paid to any other artist of high distinction, did not satisfy them. They resolved to bind him forever to the Hungarian nation from which he had sprung. He was therefore made an honorary citizen of Pest and Odenburg, and a deputation of persons of consideration informed him that a patent of nobility had been asked for him from the emperor and king. A still closer bond, however, was desired. The token of manly honor in Hungary is the sword. Every Magyar has the right to wear a sword, and avails himself of that right. It was determined that their celebrated countryman should be presented with the Hungarian sword of honor. The noblemen appeared at the theatre in the rich costume they usually wear before the emperor, and presented Liszt, amid thunders of applause from the whole assembled people, with a costly sword of honor. In receiving this, he was expected to enter into a solemn engagement to bind himself forever to the Hungarian people and to reside in Hungary. In the autumn of 1840, Liszt went from Paris, where he had been for some time, to the north of Germany, and particularly to Hamburg. Here also, where the people are colder and less impulsive, his reception was the same as it had been elsewhere, wherever his admirable performance had been heard. He saw even adversaries silenced and ashamed, and enemies converted into the warmest friends, who were loudest in his praise. To show Liszt's power of memory and his intimate knowledge of the best pieces of music, it is only necessary to mention one instance among many. One evening in public, he was requested to select and perform one of Beethoven's sonatas. He announced his willingness to play, and desired that the piece might be chosen. "Sonata quasi fantasia," cried someone. Liszt consented. Did he go to fetch the work? No. He played it at once, from memory. From Hamburg, Liszt went to London. Enthusiasm, applause, sympathy met him everywhere. He was courted by all. In 14 days he gave 9 concerts. He spared no exertion to fulfill expectation and satisfy his friends. Here a misfortune overtook him. He lost, through the carelessness of an agent, the proceeds of 300 concerts. Imagine the feelings of the artist, exhausted both in mind and body, at the receipt of this disastrous news. But he knew that his true riches lay in his art, and that it was his best support. With a cheerful spirit, notwithstanding his reverses, he left the British Islands to return to the banks of the Seine. From Paris, where he played for the Beethoven Monument and won universal applause by his Robert fantasies, he went a second time to Hamburg to shine the brightest star in the North German firmament. The deepest admiration, the silent throb of heartfelt enjoyment greeted his appearance. Thence he went to Kiel, where immediately on his arrival, and as it were on the wing, he gave a concert, proceeding to embark for Copenhagen. He played not less than 7 times before the court, and here, as among the Parisians, commanded unbounded admiration. The citizens thronged to the concerts, impelled by curiosity, and returned home full of enthusiasm for the great performer. Once more he went back to Hamburg, and thence to the Rhine. What an agreeable entertainment was prepared for him under the purple clusters of those vineyards, the reader may presently judge. After Liszt, with his wonted kindness, had offered to give a concert in Cologne, the proceeds of which were to be appropriated to the completion of the cathedral, the Rhenish Ledertafel resolved to bring him with due pomp from the island of Nonnenwerth, near Bonn, where he had been for some days. This was on the 22nd of August, 1841. A steamboat was hired expressly for this purpose, and conveyed a numerous company to Nonnenwerth at 11 in the morning. The Liedertafel then greeted the artist, who stood on the shore, by singing a morning salute, accompanied by the firing of cannon and loud huzzas. Then they marched with wind instruments in advance to the now empty chapel of the cloister of Nonnenwerth, where again they sang, and thence to Bolanzek, where an elegant dinner was prepared for the company. All eyes were fixed upon Liszt. All hearts were turned to him. He proposed a toast in honor of his entertainers, and at the conclusion of his speech observed with justice that nowhere in the world could any club be found like the Liedertafel in Germany. When the banquet was over, they returned to Nonnenwerth, where a crowd of people from the surrounding country was assembled. The universal wish to hear Liszt was so evident that he was induced to send for a piano to be brought into the chapel, and to gratify the assembly, listening and rapt with delight, by a display of his transcendent powers. The desolate halls of the chapel once more resounded with the stir and voices of life. Not even the nuns, we will venture to say, who in former times used here to send up prayers to heaven, were impressed with a deeper sense of the heavenly than was this somewhat worldly assembly by the magnificent music of Liszt, that seemed indeed to disclose things beyond this earth. At 7 o'clock, the Liedertafel, with Liszt at their head, marched on their return, and went on board the steamboat, which was decorated with colored flags, amid peals of cannon. It was 9 and quite dark when they approached their landing. Rockets were sent up from the boat, and a continual stream of colored fireworks, so that as the city rose before them from the bosom of the Rhine, the boat seemed enveloped in a circle of brilliant flame, which threw its reflection far over the waters. Music and huzzas greeted our artist on shore, and all Cologne was assembled to give him the splendid welcome which in other times only monarchs received. Slowly the procession of the Liedertafel moved through the multitude to the hotel, where again and again shouts and cheers testified the joy of the people at the arrival of their distinguished guest. With the above illustration of the enthusiasm with which Liszt is received among those who know how to appreciate him, we end this brief sketch of his life. In the personal conversation of Liszt, there is nothing eccentric or bizarre, as is often found with celebrated artists. He is attentive, cordial, takes an interest in general subjects of conversation, and is affable to all. Only where his dignity as an artist is concerned does he show that imposing manner of earnestness bordering on severity or gloom, which has been noticed as belonging to him. He speaks with a measured propriety of his own performances, bears every opinion respecting it with careful attention, but will never depart from what tends to the development of his own ideas in art. He yields as much as justice requires to the critics, but will never permit them to mold him by their judgment. As I have begun and carried on thus far, I will complete, said he once. The original artist must live out his own system. Liszt commonly speaks quickly, rapidly, and abruptly. He often hesitates in his speech from the want of words. His mind is so active, his perception so quick, that it is difficult to find ready expression. And while thus embarrassed, his countenance assumes a fixed, stern look, the brow contracted as if in anger. But when anyone helps him out with a word, he smiles, and nodding his head replies, "Yes, yes," moving his head while listening and waiting for what the other will say. In social intercourse, he is thoroughly at his ease and seems to forget that he is at all distinguished. He always shows himself ready to comply with the most timidly expressed wish that he should play for a dance. But it pleases him well when his wild, original galopé chromatique cannot be danced by. It will not do, he will say. It will not give up the place where it belongs. Liszt's whole physiognomy is of the Hungarian character. His thick, fair, brown hair falls in masses on his neck, where it is cut off short. His features are all strongly marked, his eyes rather long than large, bright and deep-set, shadowed by dark eyebrows. His look is penetrating, and has something in it of conscious superiority. Yet, though it may occasion uneasiness to the object, it has too much mildness to inspire fear. All the portraits represent him too strong and stout. Liszt is of a slight and thin figure. His shoulders are drawn up from constant playing, but his hands are delicate and well proportioned. Seeing them, one can hardly understand how he can play such things as the symphonies and the Robert fantasies. In this respect he has something that might be called Paganinish, unbounded energy of spirit, and indomitable strength of will, developed in the most delicate physical organization. In short, the whole appearance of Liszt betokens to the most casual observer the indwelling of that high and wonderful genius before which the world has bowed in reverential acknowledgment. His entrance into the concert room generally draws from the assembly, particularly from the ladies, the exclamation, "Ah, what an interesting man! What an interesting figure!" End of section 32. Read by Randy Boyum, April 29th, 2025.
Section 33 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by rickwhitaker. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Tamburini, Part 1. It was rather late in the evening of a day in autumn 1820 that two well-dressed persons were seen standing before a small house in one of the principal streets of Milan. They leaned against the railing at the foot of the steps and were listening with such apparent attention that their attitude and employment might have excited observation, but that a certain high-bred air indicated them to be above suspicion, and the delicious music heard from the house fully justified them in pausing to listen. The music was low, plaintive, and touching, and accompanied by a clear and melodious male voice. Now and then it swelled into deeper pathos, the voice being evidently interrupted by sobs, and one of the listeners, deeply moved, turned aside to brush a tear from his eyes. After it had continued some time with these alternations of harmonious complaint, it was suddenly broken off, and a dead silence succeeded. "Poor Antonio," said one of the gentlemen with a deep sigh, "this affliction will kill him." "Nay," answered his companion, "I have no fear. He has youth, health, ambition to sustain him, and though I know he feels—" "But you know not Antonio as I do, Ronza," rejoined the other. "It is the exquisite sensibility of his nature, the deep and passionate feeling hid under his graceful and composed exterior, that even more than qualities merely professional has contributed to his fame as the first of modern singers. And this exquisitely toned instrument, that yields such melody to the lightest touch, may be as easily shattered. He loved his mother devotedly, but, cielo, did he expect to survive her? Ah, she was more than mother to him. He owed her his intellectual, his spiritual being. She directed his pure soul to the enjoyments alone fitted for him. She led him to the shrine of art. No, Ronza, do not blame his grief. I do not blame it. I only say that the deepest wound, even in natures like his, may the sooner be healed. But let us go in. The two friends ascended the steps and knocked. They were admitted, and as they anticipated, found the person they had come to seek, plunged in a grief that defied all consolation, the more to be dreaded as his outward manner was cold and calm. It was the snow upon the mountain, whose breast was consuming in volcanic fires. And yet I am grateful for your coming, he said, after every commonplace source of consolation had been exhausted in their kind efforts to divert his mind from the contemplation of the calamity that had crushed him. I cannot now say how grateful, but you will forgive my lack of words. Will you pardon also, Count Albert, my entreating you to take charge of these papers? And opening a drawer, he took out several letters and handed them to the Count. How do you not now think of leaving Milan? No, but I retire from the world. Tomorrow I enter the convent di... Count Albert di Gaeta and the Marchese di Ronza exchanged looks of dismay. So sudden a project! It is not sudden. My resolution has been formed since the day of my mother's death, and my application was forwarded immediately. I expect a reply to it every hour. You have been imprudent, my friend, said the Marchese. You will regret the precipitation of this step. And what have I now to live for, said the mourner bitterly. For fame, replied di Ronza. For art, said Count Albert. The bereaved artist shook his head. When at 18 years of age, he said, I met with my first triumph at Bologna. When the public far and near were pleased to applaud me, what, think you, was my joy in the enthusiasm I awakened? That she rejoiced in my success, that she encouraged me to persevering effort, that I was earning honor and competence for her enjoyment in old age. Now I have lost my only stimulus to exertion. I have lost my love of art. My faculties are paralyzed. This is not natural, observed the Marchese gravely. But it is truth. The world is a desert to me. I leave it. The church offers me an asylum. I accept it as a refuge where I can bear with me her memory for whom alone I wish to live. Your friends, said di Ronza somewhat haughtily, may not thank you for your exclusion of them. You have many to whom your success is a part of their daily joy. And yet, gifted with health, beauty, genius, not yet 25, you would hide yourself in the cowl and scapulary from the admiration of men, the love of woman? The mourner gave an involuntary and impatient gesture. The Marchese saw that his brow was crimson, and a new light seemed to break on Ronza's mind, for a meaning smile played for an instant on his lip. It was gone before either of his companions perceived it. Before we part, asked he, will you sing us this air from the Cenerentola? And he took up a leaf of music. Nay, interposed Count Albert, it is wrong to ask this. How unsuitable this song to the gloom of his feelings. The better that the power of music may for an instant dispel his melancholy thoughts. Come, Antonio, I will join you. Antonio complied and seated himself at the piano to sing. Ronza accompanied him, watching him closely all the while, and nodded his head with an expression of satisfaction when the air was concluded. There was a knock at the door. Antonio arose from the instrument. The portiere entered and handed him a letter. He begged pardon of his friends and broke the seal, glanced over the contents, and buried his face in his hands. The friends sat in silent sympathy. At length, in obedience to a sign from the mourner, Count Albert took the letter up and read it. It was an answer from the superiors of the convent di... His application was rejected. Their doors were closed against an actor. Courteously as the denial was expressed, it was evident that Antonio felt the implied insult to his profession, and indignation for the moment rose above his grief. The creed is indeed exclusive, he said bitterly, that refuses an actor space for repentance and preparation for death. They are right, said the Marchese somewhat abruptly. What sort of a monk would you make, Antonio mio? Your sorrow is profound, but it must in time abate. Your heart will rise from its depression. You will feel once again the impulse of genius and ambition. Never, interrupted the artist. I tell you, you will. I am old in the world, and therefore a true prophet. You will, and the time is not far distant. In the convent your eyes would be opened, only that you might see the gloom surrounding you. Your wings would expand only that you might feel the weight that chained them to earth forever. For I know you well enough to know that once fettered by the vows, you would die ere fling them off. They are right. They foresee the result. Be warned in time. My resolution is unalterable, said Antonio. Milan is not the world. In 4 days I shall leave it and seek elsewhere the asylum I cannot obtain here. I am heartbroken and wretched. I cannot live among the scenes and associations of my past life. Better for me the grave of the suicide. This must be remedied, and speedily, said Count Albert to his companion after they had quitted their friend, whose sufferings seemed in no degree alleviated by their sympathy, or nature will give way. That wild look of anguish, that fevered flush, the hurried and abrupt movement, the visible emaciation of his whole frame, all these make me shudder. An organization so susceptible, so delicate, cannot withstand so mighty a shock. Suffer this grief to prey upon him, and in 3 months he will fall its victim. You are right, replied Di Ronza. There is danger, and it must be averted. The world has no overplus of genius and worth that we can afford to lose a Tamburini. But the means... I have thought, and still think of them. Join me at my lodgings at 10. For the present I have an engagement. Arrivederci. And the friends departed. The scene was a handsomely furnished drawing-room in the house of Madame Gioia. This lady, French by birth, celebrated for her many graces and accomplishments, was the daughter of the Count Gaetani, and wedded in early youth to the Marquis de Mirialia. His jealous love for the beautiful creature he had espoused prompted his last will, which made the forfeiture of his fortune the penalty of her second marriage. Surrounded by luxury and admiration, moving in the most exalted circles, the lovely widow cast her eyes upon a young artist, dependent on his profession for support. Love proved stronger than ambition, and she gave up splendor to share the lot of the poor man whom her heart had chosen. Her friends were indignant. She was deprived of her liberty. But being afterwards released from imprisonment, she left her native country to lead a wandering life, consoled for all her sacrifices by the love of her husband and children. Madame Gioia was reading by a small table in the center of the room. A young girl of exquisite beauty was playing at the piano, sometimes accompanying the music with her voice, and ever and anon the elder lady would look up from her book with a glance so full of tenderness and pride that the spectator needed not to have observed the striking resemblance between the two to be certain of their relationship. The looks were such as only beam from a mother's eyes upon a beloved and only daughter. The Marchese di Ronza, said the portiere, throwing open the door. Madame Gioia rose to receive her guest. The visit was unusual for one of rank so high, for the lady, be it remembered, had descended in marrying to the condition of her husband, and he was no associate of nobles. But she had in youth been familiar with courts and princes, and in grace and dignity she was not changed, so that, though surprised at the visit, no princess could have received it with greater self-possession and composure. The Marchese paid his respects to the lady, then turned to her daughter, who had risen from the piano, and fixed on her so prolonged a gaze that the mother was startled and somewhat offended. She replied very gravely to some casual remark of her guest, and the young girl, who seemed aware that there was an embarrassment, blushed deeply. Ronza saw he had committed an error, and said with a serious air to Madame Gioia, "May I crave the favor, madam, of a few moments' conversation with you on business?" "Certainly," answered the lady, and turning to her daughter, "You may retire, my dear Marietta." The young lady left the room. The Marchese remained a few moments silent, as if considering how he should introduce what he had to say. At length he said abruptly, "My business concerns the signorina as well as yourself. It is for your permission for her to sing in part of a new piece by Mercadante to be immediately produced." Madame Gioia hesitated. "I have cultivated my daughter's talent for music to the utmost," said she, "and yet I tremble to decide on her choice of the art as a profession. She is so young, so sensitive, so ill able to sustain herself against the many trials of an artiste." "And is it you who talk thus?" asked the Marchese, surprised. "You who sacrificed opulence, rank, friends, for the love of art, to share the fortunes of a votary of music?" "I am the better able," said the lady, smiling, "to judge of its consolations. Of its triumphs I say nothing, for I would not have Marietta influenced by the least whisper of vanity in her choice for life." "You are then undetermined as to your daughter's embracing the profession of music?" cried Ronza, astonished. "You have perhaps other views, other designs for her?" "Signore," said the mother, evidently not understanding the drift of the question, Nay, said the Marchese, recovering himself, is it not right to ask such questions, at least, without confiding our whole project to you, madam? And first, have no fears as to granting my request. It is only before a select audience that I wish your daughter to sing. Then my permission is freely granted, replied the lady. A word more. You are aware, madam, of the recent misfortune of our dear friend Tamburini? The death of his mother? Ah, it was a terrible blow. I am told he bears it not with resignation. Alas, madam, the blow may cost him his life. Driven by grief to despair, he has already applied for admission into the convent. This is dreadful, exclaimed the lady, and Ronza saw that her cheek grew pale. His application, he continued, has been refused, as it ought to be, and he is now resolved on quitting Milan. You know Antonio. You know him to be one of those fiery spirits, impatient of suffering, ready to plunge into imprudence and obstinate against opposition. The only hope of saving him is to reawaken his ambition, his impulse for art. And how can that be done? By a master stroke, if at all. And in this I crave your aid. Your daughter, I have seen it, has much influence over our spoiled artist. I have seen his emotion when she sang at your private concerts. You overrate her powers, said the mother reservedly, but her aid and mine shall be cheerfully given to any enterprise that promises to divert the grief of our valued friend. Your wish is simply that she will take a part in the posto abbandonato in an act of which he will appear. A few select friends are to be in the audience. I will have the piece sent to her immediately. I promise for her. I thank you, madam, and the world will thank you, cried the Marchese, as he paid his parting salutations and hastened to his rendezvous with the Count. But the mother found opposition where she had not counted upon it, from the young lady herself. Marietta seemed the more averse to the proposition the more she was reasoned with about it, and her own reasons for her reluctance were, as petted young girls are sometimes apt to be, so frivolous that they vexed Madame Gioia. Was it obstinacy or coquetry, thought she, but her daughter was ever wont to be complying, and above all artifice. She told Marietta there was no receding from her word pledged for her compliance, and then, though with not a little pouting, the young lady set about learning the part assigned to her. End of section 33. Section 34 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by rickwhitaker. Nouvelettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. L.A. Tamburini, Part 2. The preparations of Tamburini for leaving Milan were complete. The amateurs of the city were in despair, but no entreaties could move his determination. Count Albert passed with him the afternoon of the last day, to be crowned, according to the earnest solicitation of numerous friends, by a private concert, in which the already famous singer was to gratify them for the last time. It was to be his adieu to them, to music, and to the world. You will have the goodness also, dear Count, to have this package delivered after my departure. It is a selection of the best pieces of opera music in my collection, with the great works of Gluck. Ah, he was once my favorite master. Have you lost your taste for his compositions? No, but I can no longer do them justice. I am an ingrate, for if I ever had aught of energy, fire, or force, I owe it to him. What strength, what soul there is in his creations! How they task the noblest faculties! Passion they have, but more than passion, it is the very mind, the genius of tragedy. The Count read the direction of the package. It was addressed to Mademoiselle Marietta Gioia. There is another of my lost divinities, said Antonio, with a melancholy smile. I might, and his face flushed deeply as he spoke, had I risen to the summit I once hoped to obtain, to an eminence that would have conferred distinction on those I loved, I might have dared to offer her the homage of my heart. Beautiful as she is, the perfections of her person are surpassed by her mental loveliness, and oh, what angelic goodness! But I must not speak of her. It makes me bitter to think in what a delusion I have indulged. Believe it yet, cried Albert, grasping his friend's hand. No, I am now fully awakened. What a mockery to think of one elevated so far above me. Her aristocratic descent, the pride of her mother's family, the claims of these might have been satisfied had I lived to realize my lofty visions. But they are dispelled, and I have resigned the sweetest hope of all, cherishing only the thought that she will not perhaps disdain my last gift, that these noble and glorious works may sometimes recall to her mind the memory of one who, had he proved worthy, would have dared to love her. "This is folly," exclaimed the Count. "You are depressed, and the world seems dark to you, with time, the soother of sorrow. You mistake, my dear friend. It is not the pressure of grief alone that weighs me down, and has crushed my energies. I were not a man had I not within me a principle that could bear up against the heaviest calamity. But," and he laid his hand impressively on Albert's arm, "heard you never of the death of enthusiasm?" His friend sighed deeply. "It is thus with me. I have nothing now to offer at the shrine of art. Shall I present her with a cold and soulless votary, rifled of his treasure of youth and faith and hope? Shall I, whose spirit has flagged in the race, long ere the goal was won, pluck at inferior honors? Shall I cumber the arena to dishearten others, when I can obtain no purse? How am I to inspire the public with confidence, when I have lost it in myself? How can I kindle passion in others, who am dead to its fires? No, Count Albert, I have become insensible to the deepest, the highest wonders of music. I will not insult her by a dragging, desperate mediocrity. I will not impede the advance of better spirits. I have fallen in the battle. The honors of victory are not for me." It was melancholy to see this paralysis, this prostration of a noble spirit, and yet how to combat it? Argument was in vain, and the Count rejoiced when this painful interview was at an end. It was already evening, and time to go to the concert. The carriage was at the door. He took his friend's arm and led him down. Not a word was exchanged as they drove on, until they drew up and alighted at their place of destination. It was at the house of a distinguished amateur that this final concert was to take place, and the saloon had been fitted up as a small theatre. A select number of auditors, many more, however, than the performers had expected, were seated at the upper end of the room. The stage was brilliantly lighted, and the scenery was so well painted and so admirably arranged as almost to bewilder the senses with illusion. All that taste and poetry could devise lent their enchantment to the scene. Those who have observed the effect of sudden excitement on minds long and deeply depressed, that is, in temperaments highly susceptible, may conceive the conflict of emotion in the breast of Antonio as he found himself thus unexpectedly surrounded by the external splendor and beauty of scenic art. He had anticipated meeting with a few friends to sing with them a farewell song. What meant these flowery wreaths, this blaze of light, this luxury of painting? The orchestra struck up. Their music seemed to penetrate his inmost soul. The revulsion of feeling kindled a wild energy within him. He felt, and at once, almost the inspiration of early youth. Though convinced it was but momentary, he yielded to the impulse and advanced upon the stage. His symmetrical and noble figure, the grace and expression of his movements, the mind beaming from his features, would at any time have prepossessed an audience in his favor. Under the present affecting circumstances, appealing to every heart, the welcome was tumultuous and long. Tamburini, as he acknowledged it, recovered his melancholy composure. It was destined soon to be overthrown. At a little distance from him stood the heroine of the piece. Like him, bewildered at the novelty of her position and the splendor of her reception, and blushing in much confusion. Could Antonio believe his eyes? It was Marietta Gioia. With an involuntary exclamation of surprise, he hastened towards her. He did not perceive either pride or coquetry in her evident avoidance of him. But there was no time for explanations. The music played on, and both performed their parts to the rapturous delight of all who listened. At last the curtain fell. The young debutante was standing upon the stage. She turned to go, but at the instant her hand was clasped by Antonio and covered with burning kisses. "Marietta, dear Marietta, how can I thank you for this?" She struggled to withdraw her hand. She repelled him haughtily. He saw that her face was bathed in tears. "For pity's sake, Marietta, tell me how I have offended you." "Let me go, sir, it is all I ask." But love was stronger than reason or reserve. The torrent had burst its bounds, and it must overflow. In language impassioned as his own heart, irrepressible as the burning lava of a volcano, he poured forth the love so long nourished in secret. He told her of his hopes and fears, all swallowed up in earnest, ardent devotion. The tide of feeling had swept down at once both memory and resolution. The hues of the rose and lily chased each other rapidly across the cheek of the beautiful girl. Suddenly, at a rustling in the silken folds that veiled them from a view of the audience, she snatched her hands from her lover and rushed off the stage. Antonio was about to follow her when Madame Gioia appeared. She led by the hand her trembling and blushing daughter. My daughter came hither in obedience to my commands, said she. And now, Marietta, that your bashful scruples are satisfied, and there is no danger that our friend can charge you with any unmaidenly project for storming his heart, you may as well tell him that you love him in sincerity, though in truth this scene is not the fittest for a real declaration. Since it must be, however, take my blessing, dear children. There was a continued clamor without, and frequent cries of Tamburini. Presently a corner of the curtain was raised, and the Marchese di Ronza appeared, his face radiant with benevolent joy. I have the happiness to announce to you, my friends, that our distinguished and well-beloved Antonio has concluded to defer indefinitely his departure from Milan. You will dispense, therefore, with his farewell at present. I have reason to hope that he will ere long favor us with his performance through the whole piece of the Posto Abbandonato, and congratulate you as well as myself upon the certainty that he has no idea of abandoning his post. Loud, heartfelt, and rapturous was the cheering that greeted this announcement. Tamburini heard and wondered in his new-born happiness how he could ever have yielded to despair. Thus was a great artist rescued from self-despondency and restored to the world. The disappointment of his first project of turning recluse was made to bring forth wholesome fruit. But the Marchese, whose plan of a surprise had so admirably succeeded, was never willing to give love all the credit it deserved. As to Madame Gioia, she knew the human heart and wondered not at the result. A short time after, the nuptials of Marietta and Antonio were celebrated. Though he cherished with veneration to the end of his life the memory of his mother, yet never again did he yield to that self-distrust and despair which in the true artist is burying the talent committed to him. It was near sunset on a bright and warm day in September 1820 that a gentleman and lady, dressed in travelling attire, might have been seen descending the steps of a palazzo fronting on one of the principal canals of Venice. They were followed by an attendant, another having gone before with their luggage, and deposited it in a plain-looking gondola fastened at the foot of the steps. The travellers took their seats in this gondola, and as they pushed off, observed two gentlemen ascend the steps of the house they had just quitted and ring at the door. While they were talking with the porter, a turn in the canal carried the gondola out of sight. "Who knows what we have escaped, Marietta, cara?" said the male passenger. "If my eyes inform me rightly, one of yon cavaliers is Signor Bordoni, a friend of the impresario here, come doubtless to tempt me with some new piece and urge me to stay." "I should not regret an accident that kept us longer in Venice," observed the lady. "You are, I know, well appreciated." "We will return, oh yes. We are not bidding a long adieu to the sea-born city, but I must not disappoint our friends at Trieste." "How lovely a scene!" exclaimed the lady after a pause of some length. And in truth it was beautiful. The sun had set, but his beams had yet lingered on the towers and cupolas of the palaces of Venice, and on the light clouds that overhung them like a canopy of gold. They had passed from the canal, where light boats were shooting to and fro in every direction, and the sound of footsteps and lively voices filled the air, into one of the lagoons, where a complete stillness prevailed, broken only by the plash of the water as the oars dipped, and the gentle ripple as the boat swept on, and the softened, distant murmur of human life and motion in a great city. The moon rose large and round and bright in the east. There was a delicious mistiness in the atmosphere that mellowed every object, a dreamy and luxurious softening, like the languor that enhances the charms of an oriental beauty. At no great distance lay the vessel that was to convey the passengers to Trieste, waiting for them and the hour appointed to set sail. "See that large gondola yonder," said the lady, laying her hand suddenly on her husband's arm. "How gracefully it glides over the waters, and it seems to follow straight on our course." It came onward, indeed, with almost incredible velocity, and was now near enough for them to observe that it was painted black, and moreover of a somewhat peculiar construction. "It is a government boat," said the man. "She has armed men on board," remarked their attendant. "She bears directly upon us." "Antonio!" exclaimed the lady, pressing close to her husband with an expression of apprehension. "Be not alarmed, Marietta mia. They mean us no harm, though, sooth to say, it is somewhat discourteous to follow us so closely. Hold there," he cried to the gondolier. "Let us rest a moment and see what they want with us." The gondolier backed water with his oars so dexterously that the course of the light vessel was checked in an instant, and she quivered on the water without making a foot's progress. At the same moment the other boat came alongside and also stopped. An officer wearing the imperial uniform stood up and signed to the gondolier as if forbidding him to proceed. "May I ask, signore, what this means?" demanded the gentleman passenger. "We are in haste." And we also, replied the officer. I am in search of a person called Antonio Tamburini. I am he. It is well. You will please accompany me. That is impossible. I am about to sail for Trieste. We are on our way to the vessel. You must return. I have an order for your arrest. And he exhibited an order, signed by the proper authorities, and made out in due form, for the arrest of Antonio Tamburini. The lady uttered a half-shriek and clung to her husband. Here is some mistake, signor. I am the singer Tamburini. I have never interfered in politics. I have nothing to do with the government. I am but a chance passenger through Venice. My orders are positive, said the officer with some appearance of impatience. Make way there. And while his armed attendants moved so as to allow seats for the prisoners, he offered his hand to the lady to assist her into the other boat. Our hero was sufficiently vexed at this unexpected delay, but saw that it was inevitable. Offering his arm to his wife, he helped her to change her place and gave directions for the transfer of his luggage. In a few minutes they were retracing their course across the lagoon. Not a word was spoken by any of the party, except that once the officer inquired if the lady's seat was commodious. Notwithstanding the silence, however, his manner and that of his men was respectful in the highest degree, and this circumstance somewhat encouraged the hopes of his prisoners that their unpleasant detention might be followed by no serious misfortune. But who could penetrate the mysteries of governmental policy or the involutions of its suspicion? Thus it was not without misgiving that Tamburini entered Venice on his compulsory return, and these apprehensions were strengthened when he saw it was not the intention of his guards to conduct him to his late residence. They passed the Palazzo the arcades of San Marco. They were not far from the ancient ducal palace. Thoughts of a prison, of secret denunciations, of unknown accusers, of trial and sentence were busy in Antonio's brain and caused him to move uneasily. As for the lady, she was pale as death and hardly able to support herself upright. The more inexplicable seemed the danger, the greater was her dread. Once she leaned towards her husband and whispered in a touching tone of distress, "My mother, how will she feel when she knows what has befallen us?" Gentle and generous instinct of woman, her first thought under the severest pressure of calamity is always for the dear ones whom the blow that crushes her perchance may bruise. At length the gondola stopped. The moon was shining so brightly that the marble steps seemed almost to radiate light. There was a hum of voices at a distance, and tones of music at intervals floated on the air. But all was still immediately around them. Two of the guards took their places on either side of the prisoners. Two followed. The officer walked before and led the way up a dark flight of steps that terminated in a wide corridor. This, too, was only lighted by a torch carried in the hand of one of the attendants. "Antonio, whither are we going?" asked Madame Tamburini in a feeble voice, and leaning heavily on her husband's arm, half fainting with fright. "Courage, my beloved," answered he, supporting her with his arm. "We shall soon know the worst." Crossing the corridor, they entered another long gallery and walked its whole length in silence, stopping before a massive door at the lower end. The officer directed the door to be opened. It swung on its hinges with a most dungeon-like grating, and the prisoners were ushered into the next apartment. The sudden light, combined with the effect of overpowering surprise, nearly completed the work of terror on the lady's trembling frame. She would have fallen to the earth had not the officer supported her. Several persons came crowding round to offer their assistance. Tamburini thought himself fallen into a trance and rubbed his eyes. They stood in the green room of the opera house. This, then, was their dungeon. And what meant this bold invasion of their liberty, this marching them back as prisoners, under guard and in fear of their lives? Was it the work of the impresario? Apparently not, for he stood with open eyes and mouth, as much astonished as the rest at the unexpected apparition of the distinguished singer. He turned an inquiring look towards the officer. "I know what you would ask, Signor Tamburini," replied the cool official, "and will give you all the satisfaction in my power. I have the honor to announce to you the commands of His Majesty the Emperor. It is his imperial will that you perform this night in the marriage of Figaro. The Emperor himself, with His Majesty the Emperor of Russia, will honor the performance with his presence." Who is there that had the happiness of being present on that memorable occasion of witnessing the brilliant and graceful performance of Tamburini that can forget it? The splendor of the scene, the countless number of spectators, comprising the beauty and aristocracy of the most aristocratic of Italian cities, assembled in the presence of two of the most powerful monarchs in Europe, the pomp of royalty, the enthusiasm of a people eager to do homage to genius, the gorgeous decorations of the theater, the admirable aid of a well-chosen orchestra, all these were but accessories to the triumph of the young and distinguished artist. It was for him this glorious pageant was devised. He was the power that set in motion this vast machinery. What wonder that human pride failed to withstand a tribute so splendid, and that Tamburini, as he trod the stage and listened to the bursts of rapturous applause that shook the house like peals of thunder, and knew himself the cynosure of all eyes, the idol of beauty, nobility, and royalty, felt within his breast an inspiration almost superhuman. When the opera was over, he was called out to receive the bravos of the audience and the wreaths that fell in showers at his feet. When, flushed with triumph, yet filled with gratitude, he returned behind the curtain, he was surprised to find himself still a prisoner. The guard was ready to conduct him, accompanied by his wife, to the lodging assigned them. They were treated indeed with courtesy and respect, like prisoners of state, but our hero felt uneasy under the restraint, of which he could obtain no explanation further than he would know on the morrow. The next day, a little after noon, Tamburini was conducted to the imperial presence. Surrounded by his court, by foreign nobles and visitors of distinction, the emperor entertained his illustrious guest, the Emperor of Russia, who sat at his right hand. There was silence throughout the courtly assembly when the artist was led in. He made a suitable obeisance when his name was announced, and stood with a respectful air to await the monarch's commands. "Signor Tamburini," said the Emperor of Austria, "you stand before us a prisoner, and, we understand, plead ignorance as to the cause of your arrest." "I am indeed ignorant, sire," replied the artist, "in what respect I have been so unfortunate as to transgress the laws or offend your majesty." "We will tell you then," said the emperor gravely. "It was your treasonous design to pass through this noble city without stopping to perform at the opera house. Your plan was detected. You were taken in the very act of departure." "Your majesty," began the artist. "Silence, sir. It is in vain to defend yourself. You are proved guilty not only of a conspiracy to defraud our good Venetians of their rights in refusing them the privilege of hearing you, but of lèse majesté against ourself and our illustrious brother, the Emperor of Russia. You lie at our mercy, but you have many friends, and at their intercession we remit you other punishment than a few days' imprisonment. Meanwhile, we have ordered a sum to be paid you in testimony of our approval of your last night's performance, and in addition ask of us any favor you choose." "Sire, my gratitude, your gracious condescension," Tamburini's voice faltered from emotion. "Your boon, if you please," cried the emperor impatiently. "Sire, it is simply this. Permission to keep my word, pledged to my friends at Trieste who are expecting me." There was a murmur of surprise among the spectators. The monarch, after a pause, replied with a gracious smile, "You are a noble fellow, Tamburini, and your request shall be granted. Only tonight we must have you and Lucia di Lammermoor. We are told you are inimitable in that last adagio. And now come nearer." The artist knelt at the monarch's feet. "Receive from our hands this medal di nostro Salvatore." Footnote: Wellington was the only foreigner who had received this compliment previously to Tamburini. End footnote. And the emperor flung the chain around his neck. Learn thus how much we love to do honor to genius. Thus loaded with distinction, the artist was presented to the Russian emperor and received the compliments and congratulations of the nobility present. He was destined ere long to receive in other lands honors almost equal to those bestowed in his own, and to show how boundless and how absolute is the dominion heaven has given to the true artist over the human heart. End section 34.
Section 35 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Bellini. The hunting castle of Moritzburg in Saxony, a place noted as the locality of the tradition of the Freischützen, is situated a few hours' ride from Dresden. It was my custom to pass a week or two there in the harvesting season with the worthy forester. He was always glad to see me, because I took pleasure in his pursuits, drew sketches of forest scenes, and composed hunting songs such as were sung in Saxony and Bohemia. There were jovial meetings, too, occasionally at the public house in the neighbouring village of Eisenberg, where we sometimes had a dance with the merry country damsels to the tunes played by the Bohemian fiddlers. One afternoon in September of 1835, I was present at one of these gatherings, and had mingled freely in the sports, I was leading off my partner for a waltz when the postboy from Dresden came in and distributed his letters among the guests. He recognized me at once, and coming forward with a "'Tis lucky, sir, I find you here," and handed me a letter. I broke the seal. It ran as follows: La Sonnambula is performed tomorrow night, and Francilla appears as Amina. She sends you her compliments. Come and see her. Your friend, J.P. Pixis. I called one of the servants and ordered my horse saddled immediately. After the waltz was over, I took a hasty leave, threw myself on the horse, and rode with all speed towards Dresden. I arrived in time for the opera, of which I was glad, for I had determined not to call upon Francilla until after the representation of La Sonnambula. The next morning I went to her lodgings in Castle Street, and was admitted. As I entered the parlour, she came to meet me, looking unusually pale, with eyes red as with weeping. She held out her hand in silence. I was startled. The cheerful welcome died on my lips. I looked anxiously at her, but did not venture to speak. At length she asked with a pensive smile if I had been the preceding night at the opera. "Indeed I was, Francilla," I said. "I saw you, and hardly knew how I got home, so filled with head and heart with the music. I have much, so much to say to you. But I find you so altered, so—" "Dejected, you would say?" interrupted the singer. "Ah, yes, and well I may be so, and you too. Why, Francilla, what has happened? Alas, Bellini is dead!" she cried, and began to weep bitterly. I was amazed. Bellini dead. The great master whose noble creations had enchanted me but a few hours before. Sad news indeed. And grievous it was to think how early he had been called from us. He, so admirable as an artist, so honoured and beloved as a man. I felt even disposed to murmur at the painful dispensation. After a few moments' indulgence of emotion, Francilla endeavoured to compose herself. She pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, rose and went for her album to show me the drawing I had sent her for the volume. The drawing was a sketch of herself as Romeo, in the moment that Juliet, awaking in the tomb, calls on his name, while he utters with uplifted eyes, thinking it the voice of an angel. We turned over the leaves of the album, which she held on her lap while I knelt beside her. It was a pleasure to observe the play of her expressive features, as this or that name presented itself, exhibiting different emotions in turn. When the bold, rude autograph of Judith Pasta was displayed, the soft and languishing eyes of Francilla kindled with a look of haughtiness, and Sontag herself never smiled more sweetly than she, pointing to the name of Countess Rossi. When she came to the handwriting of her uncle Pixis in Prague, she stopped to tell me of his wife and mother, and their quiet domestic life, charging me, in case I went again to Prague, with many messages. While running on thus, and turning over the leaves of the album, she suddenly paused. Two names were recorded, opposite each other, those of Vincenzo Bellini and Maria Malibran. Maria had written a few words of friendship, Bellini a passage from the Capuletti, the beginning of Romeo's lamentation over Juliet, when he first discovers her death. Without speaking, Francilla took from me a silver pencil she had sent me some time before, drew a cross under Bellini's signature, and gave me back the pencil with a look I shall never forget. At length, to break the painful silence, I said, "Tell me, Francilla, why in the last act of the Capuletti do you make use of Vaccai's music, not Bellini's? No doubt in detached portions Vaccai is simpler and more expressive, but as a whole, Bellini's composition is far superior, and the close infinitely more touching. The passage Padre Crudel, etc., in particular, is so moving, at the same time so calm. I wonder, and so do others, that you have changed it for Vaccai's, which is so much tamer." Francilla did not answer immediately, but looked earnestly at me. When she spoke, it was in a strangely solemn tone. "Listen, and I will tell you a history, which is indeed a romance in itself. You will then see what our poor friend has suffered, and why Maria and I could not sing his last day." With her eyes fixed upon the cross under Bellini's name, she continued. "You know, mon ami, that Vincenzo was born at the foot of Etna. He looked not like it, indeed, for he was fair and blue-eyed, like your pretty women of Dresden, and, to say truth, was a little effeminate, and rather foppish sometimes in his manners. Poor Vincenzo! I used to laugh when you in old times described him to me as you thought him. In short, he was like any ordinary young gentleman, both in appearance and behaviour. I tell my story after a crooked fashion?" she asked, interrupting herself with a smile. "No, no, dear Francilla," I cried. "Go on, I pray you." "I will then," she continued. "Though Bellini might have been taken for a fool or a fop at the first glance, needed but little penetration to discover that he was a genuine son of Sicily, and that in spite of his gentleness and his weakness, all the warmth of the South glowed in his bosom. I can hardly tell how, in a few words, to give you a just and lively picture of the wonderful nature of Bellini. It was not like the volcano of his country, where you pass through luxuriant meadows, thick and stately woods, and fields of snow before you reach, beyond a fearful lava waste, the brink of the fiery abyss. Nor was it like the Hecla of your land, where eternal fire burns under eternal ice. It resembled rather an English garden, laid out with sentimental taste, and with pretty shady walks and quiet streams, ornamented with shrubs and flowers, with sloping hills and fountains, and temples of delicate architecture. Ah me, I see him boldly before me. Such a garden, half charming, half wearisome, with the abyss of fire beneath, was Bellini. And the fire burning in his breast was the love of art and of Maria." "What do you mean, Francilla?" "Yes, it is so. He loved Maria as he loved art. How could it be otherwise? Did she not surpass all others? Did she not glorify sound? Was it not she who, herself inspired with the power that gave a charm irresistible to all she did, inspired the other singers who aided her in the representation of Bellini's works? With Bellini himself, in producing anything, the question was always, what will Malibran say to it? She was his muse, his ideal, his queen of art. He could not live without her. Were I Malibran, I think I should not long survive him." "Ah, a pretty romance, Amina. But you forget that Malibran married Monsieur Berlioz." "How can I forget that, remembering the effect produced by the information of the good Vincenzo?" He turned pale, trembled, and faltered, and quitted the company without saying a word. Yet he could not have dreamed that Maria would wed him, for she had always treated him as if he were 10 years younger, though he was in reality a year her senior. But he thought not of the possibility of her marrying again after her divorce from that hateful Malibran. And surely Monsieur Berlioz, who was once on the point of shooting himself for the sake of Sontag, but on reflection concluded to live a little longer, was the last person he would have imagined likely to be chosen. After that, poor Bellini avoided Malibran as much as possible. If he caught a distant glimpse of Monsieur Berlioz, he would go quickly out of the way, not from fear of his rival, but lest he might be tempted to follow him. And after the good Sicilian fashion— Here Francilla, her eyes flashing, swung her arm with the gesture of one who gives a blow with a dagger. "Do you comprehend?" My pretty Romeo, the pantomime is expressive enough. But surely your fancy— I know a certain somebody," she interrupted, "who would have had no conscience of carrying the matter through, to be rid of a happy rival. May I be kept from such bloodthirsty lovers! But to my story. No one knows what might have happened, spite of the softness of heart of the good Bellini. But Malibran left Paris and went to Italy, accompanied by her husband. It is certain that Bellini never confided to anyone the secret of his unhappy passion. Thus must I call the feeling that swayed him at this time. Notwithstanding, it
became known ere long among his friends, and Maria must have guessed it, for from that hour she sang his pieces with reluctance. Still, she appeared in the part of Romeo, and it seemed as if she could not give it up. At the last representation of the Capuletti in Milan, it happened that, in the final act, when Romeo takes the poison, such a death-like shuddering seized Maria's frame that she could scarcely command herself to go through with her part. When the play was over, she declared no power on earth should compel her to sing again the Romeo of Bellini. From this time she sang that of Vaccai, but she had counted too much on her own self-denial, and at a later period returned to poor Vincenzo's music so far as to retain the first acts of his Capuletti, and to sing only the last act of Vaccai. When Vincenzo heard of this cruel conduct of his adored friend, he was so cast down that he would write nothing more, would think nothing more. He talked idle stuff, and would smile vacantly if anyone addressed him, or when he spoke. In short, he was quite insufferable. One day the giant Lablache entered his apartment. Vincenzo lay on the sofa, pale and listless, and only noticed the visitor by fixing upon him with his half-closed eyes. Lablache cried like a trumpet, opening his immense mouth. "Hello, out there! What are you lying here for, like an idle lout of a lazzaroni on the Molo, wearying yourself to death with doing nothing? Up, Bellini, up and to work! Paris, France, all Europe is full of expectation of what you are to bring forth after your Norma, which your adversaries silenced. Bellini, do you hear me?" "Indeed I do, my dear Lablache," answered the composer in a lachrymose voice. "You know my hearing's of the best, and if it were not, your excellent brazen bass pierces one through and through. But I pray, Caro, think me not unkind if I entreat you to leave me to myself. To tell the truth, I am really now fit for nothing better than the dolce far niente. I am indifferent to everything." Lablache struck his hands together and cried in a tone that vibrated through the walls. "Is it you, Bellini? You, who speak thus? You who till now have pressed on towards the noblest goal, nor relaxed your efforts until you reached it? Man, master, friend! Will you suffer yourself to be checked in your career of fame, to lose the magnificent prize glittering before you? Will you demean yourself like some cooing daemon who whines forth complaints of the cruelty of his Doris or Phyllis? For shame! Away with these womanish pinings, I tell you." "My good Lablache," interrupted Bellini very gently, but visibly embarrassed, "you do me injustice. I know not why you suspect me of pining. I utter no complaints." "Hold your tongue!" cried Lablache, much vexed. "Will you deny it? I know where the shoe pinches very well." Bellini looked down without speaking. "And you look at this moment," continued Lablache, "like an apprehended schoolboy. Bellini, have you nothing to say?" "Since you know all," said Vincenzo with a deep sigh, "you know then that she sings nothing more of mine." Lablache came up, laid his powerful grasp on the young master's shoulders, lifted him from the soft cushions of the sofa to his feet, shook him well, and with flashing eyes exclaimed, "I shall sing something for you." With stentorian voice, like a marshal's shout, he began the allegro to that famous duet from I Puritani, "Suoni la tromba e intrepido." Bellini's pale cheeks flushed, tears started from his eyes, and at length, throwing himself into Lablache's arms, he joined his voice in the song. When it was ended, he pledged his word to his friend that in a few weeks he would finish the composition of the whole opera. Vincenzo did as he promised. Before many weeks had passed, he gave I Puritani complete into the hands of Lablache, who in great delight promised that the work should be worthily represented. The opera was cast. The rehearsals began. After the first rehearsal, Bellini went to his country seat at Puteaux, not far from Paris. He could not be present at the second rehearsal on account of indisposition. It was on the night of its first representation, just at the time when that famous duet was repeated amidst thunders of applause from the enraptured audience, that the news was spread through the theatre. Bellini died an hour ago at his country seat. Francilla closed the album, rose quickly, and went to the window. I thought it best to leave the room quietly, but she turned as I was going, and saying in a low tone, "Stay, mon ami, I have not sung you anything today," seated herself at the piano. The song was a melancholy one, and might have been composed for the farewell of him who had so lately gone from earth. She sang with wonderful expression and feeling. The sun's last beam has paled away, the quiet night is near, and stars far off and numberless are shining still and clear. The flowers in their leaves and odours steep soft whispers on the breezes sleep. So light my bosom's throbbings I, too blest, might deem mine angel nigh. He is. My spirit tells me so, that soon shall quit this clay. Freed from the load of earthly woe, he bears my soul away. The woe that pierces here my breast in yonder world shall make me blest. That for which here in vain I long, and that pure sphere shall swell my song. Then, O thou genius bright, draw near and bid me quickly come. Give me the consecrating kiss, I follow to thy home. And she to whom myself I gave shall seek the singer's lonely grave. There let the flower that greets her say, he loves thee still, though passed away. When she had ended, Pixis came into the room. "What is all this?" he cried, as he saw the traces of emotion on her countenance. "Francilla," I replied, "has been telling me of Bellini's unhappy love for Malibran." "Do not believe a word of it," cried Pixis, laughing. "You get her on that chapter, she will go on romancing like any poet in the world." The conversation was broken off by the entrance of the pretty Maschinka Schneider. Francilla welcomed her friend with joy, and the two ladies talked of the representation of the Capuletti, which was to be repeated in a few days. I was consulted respecting the arrangements in the burial vault, and had many thanks for my excellent advice about the Romeo of Francilla and the Giulietta of Maschinka. While, in taking leave, I kissed the hand of my little friend, she whispered me earnestly that I must think of what she had told me. I did think of it when, a year afterwards, I read in the newspapers that Malibran had died on the 23rd of September at Manchester, the same day on which, a year before, the death of Bellini had taken place. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Love versus Taste, Part 1. Footnote. The incidents and criticism of this tale are taken from a novelle of Ludwig Bellstab entitled Julius. Chapter 1. In the summer of 1825, it happened that a young man, whom we shall simply call Louis, a musician by profession, arrived in Berlin. He had long wished to visit this city. Its advancement in art, its gifted men, the cultivation and taste of its citizens generally, were no slight attractions for the artist and student. It was his rule to neglect no opportunity of hearing anything good, so that he usually visited the opera every evening. One day, soon after his arrival in Berlin, passing the opera house, he saw a man fastening a fresh bill to a column of the building. He waited to read it. It announced the sudden illness of one of the singers, on which account the evening's entertainment was to be changed. Instead of the Otello of Rossini, Don Giovanni was to be performed. While Louis stood, attentively reading the bill, he heard a soft female voice close to him say, "Ah, I am so glad of that." He turned quickly and saw a beautiful young girl who had noticed the bill in passing by. When she caught the young man's look, she blushed, and, turning away her head, walked hastily on. Louis stood gazing after her. The tones of her rich voice had charmed him, but much more her slender, elegant, and graceful figure, and the lovely face of which he had caught a brief glimpse. Unacquainted with the ways of young men in large cities, he did not follow her, but stood looking till she vanished from his sight, and then went thoughtfully towards his lodgings. Suddenly the idea struck him, she will of course be at the opera tonight, and he resolved to do what he had never done before, observe the ladies particularly. The hour came for the opera. Carriages rolled along the streets. Louis sat in the pit where he could see over the house, and looked eagerly around for his unknown fair one. In vain, she was nowhere to be seen. The magnificent overture began. Louis was now in despair. She would not be at the opera, for who would miss the overture to Don Giovanni? He was disappointed, and felt only half roused to his wonted enthusiasm. The grief of Donna Anna, Elvira's tears, Zerlina's witchery, Don Giovanni's bold wickedness, failed to excite him as they had been used to do. In fact, he only half listened to the music. The performance was at an end. Discontented and vexed with himself, Louis stood in the vestibule while the crowd was passing out. Just then he caught the tones of a remembered voice. "To the left, dear father, the carriage is at the other door." He started, and pressing forward, saw what appeared to be the same dark silk scarf he had seen in the morning. It was worn by a young lady, who leaned on the arm of an elderly man, and both were going towards the side door. Louis was about to follow them, when he felt a hand laid on his shoulder, and at the same moment his arm was grasped by someone in the crowd. "Good evening, friend," cried a rough voice. "Whither in such haste? I have been looking for you everywhere. Quick, come with me. We shall sup together." The speaker was Heisenheimer, an old merchant, an excellent man and a passionate admirer of music. Louis had brought a letter to him, and thus he found it impossible to decline his friendly invitation, unwelcome as it was just at this moment. Mechanically he suffered himself to be led away, wishing, however, the old gentleman and his supper at the bottom of the sea, and looking back more than once to see if he could catch a glimpse of his beautiful unknown. Nothing could be seen but a throng of strange faces, and his companion hurried him out of the nearest side door to escape the confusion. While they made their way through the crowd without, Heisenheimer did not observe the abstraction of his young companion. They soon emerged into a clear space where the moon shone brightly on noble buildings, and the old man suddenly cried, "But have you nothing, friend, to say? I have been waiting for the expression of your delight, and hardly kept my own within bounds. What is the meaning of this? Is anything the matter?" "Nay, Mr. Heisenheimer," returned the young man, smiling. "I have felt the beauty of the work none the less that I have enjoyed it in silence." "But," cried the other petulantly, "that is not the way with young people. I like not this dullness and grave looks when the heart should be full of joy. You have youthful spirits, love, fire in your breast, and should give them vent. Be cheerful, I tell you. Be delighted, be frolicsome, be half mad with enthusiasm, or I warn you, you have old Heisenheimer for an enemy. But stop, here we are at the place already." They stood under some linden trees in front of a house whose lower story was brilliantly lighted. The light fell full upon the street through the windows. Before they entered, both turned to look at some passers-by. What was the astonishment of Louis to recognize his fair unknown, leaning on the arm of the elderly man he had seen at the opera. The lamplight shone upon her face. It was the very same. He started forward. Nothing now would have withheld him. But Heisenheimer sprang also towards them, exclaiming, "Ha! Signor Rico, maestro, whither away? Good even to you, pretty Nina." Both stopped at this salutation. While Heisenheimer was speaking with them, Louis stood in some embarrassment, till his friend recollected himself and presented him. "Ecco, maestro, here is a young musician who will give you something to do. He will dispute with you about Sebastian Bach and Rossini. Master Louis, the chapel-master, Signor Rico, and his daughter Nina." Louis bowed, coloring deeply, and murmured some indefinite words about pleasure and honour. His companion interrupted them with, "My good friends, may I beg the favour of your company with us? Will you sup in the Café Royal, fair Nina?" Nina declined the invitation gracefully, but begged her father not to lose the pleasure. Their home was only 2 doors off, and she could go there without escort. "We will all escort you," said the old merchant. "Hurt as I am that you will not go with us." 2 or 3 more gallant speeches passed, and the 3 accompanied the young lady to the chapel-master's house. After a polite acknowledgment of their courtesy, Nina disappeared. The gentlemen went to the café, where an excellent supper was prepared with the best wines, and Heisenheimer played the merry host to his heart's content. Chapter 2. After Signor Rico had explained the mystery of his daughter and himself going home on foot, their carriage having disappointed them, the conversation turned on the opera they had just seen. The chapel-master declared, with a half-comic distortion of face, that he wished he had stayed away. "And why, maestro?" asked Heisenheimer. "I hoped to have heard Rossini's magnificent Otello, and was compelled to take instead that confounded Don Giovanni." "Rico," said the old merchant, "you are certainly skilled in the black art, and have wrought magic upon me, else I know not what prevents me from throwing this empty champagne flask at your head. Butler, some more wine, and have done, chapel-master, with your nonsense about Rossini, for whom I know you care as little as I, and tell us truly, were you not enraptured with the glorious masterpiece of tonight? Oh, Germans, where are your ears? Caro Heisenheimer, I will tell you the truth, but shall I criticize as an Italian or a German?" "What do you mean by the distinction?" asked Louis. "What a question! Young man, can you be so ignorant? As Italian, I complain that this opera gives me no rest, that I must be kept on the stretch from beginning to end, that I forget the singers in the orchestra, that I feel more fear and horror than delight. In short, I complain that the devil, instead of Don Giovanni, has not taken the composer who forces me to labor where I expected only pleasure. But I can also complain as a German. Do you think I know not what you wish? Per Bacco, the misfortune is you only half wish. An opera should be a whole, connected from beginning to end. Each impression on the mind should be a stone added to the dramatic structure, strengthened by the music. Is it not so?" "I should think a reasonable person would desire nothing less," answered Louis. "Well, then, have you that in Don Giovanni?" "You will drive me crazy," cried Heisenheimer impatiently. "Nay, rather you me, senseless Germans," returned Rico. "You can devise a theory that leaves nothing to be wished, but place a work of art before you, you have no eyes nor ears, much less a judgment. You fit on your theory. Do they agree in a few points? Well, the work is a masterpiece, though it may differ in all essentials from your own principles. Thenceforth you believe blindly, and each adopts the other's opinion. Do they not agree? You have not independence enough to yield to an impression of nature, and judge thereby that the thing is worthless. If a German is dying with rapture, he is to blame if not enraptured according to rule. Corpo di Bacco! I have more gall in me than wine. Fill my glass." "You are leaving the subject, Signor Rico," said Louis. "You were to complain of Don Giovanni as a German. I confess I am curious to hear you." "I also," added the merchant. But it will come to nothing, for I see he is treating us to one of his accustomed jokes. Nay, it is my ardour that leads me to digression. To return to Don Giovanni. At first, and then the Germans were reasonable, for they had in their theatres chiefly the works of Italian composers or their pupils. At first, I say, the thing was not popular, and with reason. "Stupid slanderer!" exclaimed Heisenheimer. There were in it a few good musical touches, and the Germans thought it a pity the work should be lost. They fitted on a skilful theory. They found that Don Giovanni stabs the commendator and commits other crimes, and is finally carried off by the devil. The thing is complete and has a capital moral. Why should it not please? So its nonsense and folly are passed over. A single wise head has seen through it, who really understands more of the opera than your 30 millions of Germans besides. This was your late Hoffmann. He marked well where the thing halted, but he admired the music and put a good face on it for his countrymen, quieting the last murmurs of their consciences. How he must have laughed over their fond delusion! "As well as I can gather your meaning," said the young artist, "you seem to think there is a want of unity of idea in the action and music of Don Giovanni?" "I should be blind and deaf if I thought otherwise." "And thus, as a German, you would find fault with the work?" "Exactly." "I entreat you, then, to dispense with your oracular ambiguity, and, passing by a few improbabilities and other trifling defects, to show us where is the vulnerable heel of this Achilles." "Ha! Maestro!" cried the merchant. "You have but shallow water for the warship with which you mean to maneuver round this walled and fortified citadel of art. You will be aground presently." "On the contrary, I will make you a breach, so that the enemy shall march in with all his forces." "Triumph not too soon," cried Louis, "for we shall fight to the last man in its defense." "Right, my young friend," added Heisenheimer, and Rico proceeded after a digression or two, from which he was called back by his two challengers. "Is it not true, friends, that in a drama each principal person should contribute substantially to the progress of the action? You assent? Well, in Don Giovanni there are 5. The Commendator, Giovanni, Octavio, Donna Anna, and Elvira. I have nothing against the old man, nor Giovanni. Your Hoffmann has cunningly rescued Donna Anna from criticism. Octavio may be considered to have a sort of right to his place. He is, so to speak, the earthly hostage for the elevated Anna, or rather the stake to which she is bound. Now, for Donna Elvira, many have felt that this 5th person is the 5th wheel to the wagon, and in many ways they have sought to justify her appearance. But it has not succeeded. Your Hoffmann does best, who says as good as nothing of her." "I thought," observed Louis, "she was to be regarded as an avenging goddess. At least so the great composer conceived her, even if the poet assigned her a somewhat doubtful place." "Excellent!" cried the merchant. "What have you to say to that, Rico?" "That is not true. An avenging goddess, who whimpers rather than implores for love, and at last would snatch from justice the object of her revenge, the kneeling in the last finale or anti-finale, for you would have a battle also about this double close, looks like revenge. Look you, this Elvira could be borne, or not observed, if she did not so lower herself in the middle of the piece. And here the composer is even more in fault than the poet. The terzetto in A major I will let pass. I will believe she can forgive her repentant betrayer and love him again. But the sestetto, have you borne in mind what wickedness has been committed towards her? I am an Italian, and we look over some things more easily than you Germans. But a Chinese or a barbarian must revolt at this. The trusting, confiding, forgiving, loving Elvira is exposed to the deepest disgrace, the most crushing insult. Has she a spark of womanly pride or Castilian spirit in her breast, it must burst into a flame that will consume the guilty betrayer, or sweep the wretched victim to destruction. What has she suffered? The most horrible injury that can be inflicted on a woman. Why does she not snatch a dagger to plunge it into the breast of the slave who has been employed against her, or that of the fiend Don Giovanni, the author of the outrage, or those who behold her dishonor, or, Lucretia-like, into her own? Go, you Germans, and boast of your passion for completeness. You feel not where a work of art strikes the heart. When Leporello's mask is fallen, and Elvira, who should sink back in despair, or rise in the invincible might of revenge, sings so passionately with the other 5 voices, as if nothing more had happened to her than Zerlina, I feel my blood boil. Would our Rossini have done the like? In his polonaises you feel the dolour of love. Could you only understand the heavenly melodies as the maestro himself conceived them? The notes are not, indeed, but he dreamed of a singer such as your wooden German never thought of, a singer the charm of whose expression could ennoble the most insignificant passages into a moving plaint of the heart. Have you never heard that the English Garrick could so repeat the alphabet as to move his audience to tears? So it is with Rossini's music. He sacrifices himself. He wants not to shine, but that his performers should. But your German hears from paper, and thus writes tolerably. And you trouble not yourselves if your singers misrepresent the best your master has furnished. The performance of tonight, but I am speaking only of Don Giovanni. What say you to my criticism on Elvira? Why do I not hear reproaches? You are a clever critic, answered Louis. I know you are wrong, and yet I cannot reply to your objections. Yes, quite wrong, chapel-master, added the merchant. I will venture you do not believe yourself what you say. Swear that you do, in good faith. Ha, 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 cried Rico. You would have me swear to what I have proved. My good Eisenheimer, I will read you the riddle. We Italians are more candid than you. We know well what is wanting in our operas, and have judgment enough to understand that it cannot be otherwise. Where two make a work, the whole cannot be cast in one great mould. If we thus discover disproportion betwixt the music and the text, it disturbs not our enjoyment. But the German will smooth it all away. He rests not till the faults growing out of the nature of the thing are changed into beauties by some jugglery of understanding. And after he has in this way deceived himself, he begins to enjoy. If I loved Don Giovanni ever so much, the part of Elvira would not disturb me. I would easily help myself out of the difficulty. I would have Elvira fall senseless on the discovery of her error, and a friend of Anna's supply the sixth voice. What have you against that? In this manner, replied Louis, you may banish reason from art altogether. I cannot conceive of a work of art which shall not proceed from the full consciousness of the artist, and contain only beauties designed by himself. Therefore do I detest Rossini's works, void of meaning. Void of meaning! Young man, you do not depreciate our master. Think you he was unconscious of that for which you reproach him, and that he could not have bettered it if he had chosen? But he wished to lead music back to her own natural place, to make her again a science for the ear, and deliver her from your mass of philosophical smoke-cells and pedantic fetters. Turn nothing but counterpoint, screw only fugues and canons, write only dissonances like your Mozart and Beethoven. Drive your anarchy ever so far, nature will still be victorious. And then delight yourself in the conceit that your masters look to the whole. Truly they may have the will, but the vision fails them, and they see no further than a mole on the top of Mont Blanc. Your beloved Don Giovanni, of which you believe that it came forth fully armed from the composer's fancy, like Minerva from the head of Jupiter, is an automaton, whose limbs are fastened together with thongs and secured with hammer-strokes. A thing that has more rents and seams than a clown's jacket, which you can cut up like an eel without touching its heart. In short, as I have proved, a thing that can neither live nor stand, if more is expected than that it should be the scaffold on which the musician builds his illumination of tones. But, cried Louis, the splendor of that illumination shall light up the gloom of the most distant future. It shall remain a Sirius, the central sun of stars of the first magnitude, so long as art itself shall exist. Aye, and your torchlight, your will-o'-the-wisp Rossini, shall be blown out by the first breath of time, said Heisenheimer. Friends, replied Rico, were it not better that we broke up our conference? Our discourse grows somewhat warm. You have chilled me completely, at least toward yourself, returned the merchant. But I cannot believe you in earnest with your talk, so I will drink a glass with you. If I did not think you have joked with us, I would have had the wine poisoned for me in which I pledge an enemy of Mozart. Have I called myself this enemy? Said the chapel-master. Who would deny the man genius? I charge him only with a wrong use of it, and of music, which should bring us joy and happiness, not gloom and melancholy. What should I do with wine that did not make me merry, like your champagne? So merry, grumbled the merchant, that truly you have made yourself merry with us. But, Louis, why so thoughtful? Pardon me, answered the young man. I am troubled by what I cannot yet make clear to myself. I would reply to the chapel-master's accusation against the part of Elvira. His opinion is plausible, but he is wrong in reference to the work. I believe I can see a way to lead to a right understanding. We cannot reach it tonight, said Rico, preparing to depart. It is midnight, and I must go home. Some other time we will speak on the subject, and I will convince you that your conviction is incorrect. Now fare you well. Good night, incorrigible fellow, cried Heisenheimer, and then put it to the choice of his young friend whether they should empty another flask or take a walk in the fresh air. Louis preferred a walk, for he was somewhat excited with the conversation. End of section 36. Section 37 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. Nouvelettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Love versus Taste, Part 2. Chapter 3. They walked for some time in the open air. The double row of old lindens that shaded the promenade rustled in the summer breeze. The moon shone on the tall buildings. All was silent, as if the city were buried in slumber. As our friends passed the dwelling of the chapel-master, Louis stole a look upward at one of the windows, which he fancied might be that of the fair daughter of the heterodox musician. "She has a purer taste," he said to himself, and turning to his companion, "How is it possible that one can be so insensible to the beautiful as this Italian?" The merchant glanced at the house of Master Rico and replied, "The heathenish churl! Yet there is something about him that inclines me to believe he does not express his real opinions. Did you not remark his contradictions? Now he slashed at Mozart, now at the subject of the piece, and after all only complained of the part of Elvira. What should he care for the subject, if he be really such an admirer of Rossini, and thinks music merely a science for the ear? His inconsistencies were palpable. Depend on it, the man has not such wretched taste." "But why should he speak against his own convictions?" "Because he is unwilling to confess that his countrymen are surpassed by the Germans in composition. Only one thing staggered me. He permits his daughter to play no music but Rossini's, Mercadante's, Carafa's, and the like." "But she sings it unwillingly, surely?" cried Louis quickly. "On the contrary, she knows nothing else." "Impossible!" exclaimed the young man. "How can that lovely face, those eyes, so deceive? How can those features, expressive of a refined soul, be the index of a shallow understanding? Ha, friend! Have Nina's beautiful eyes shot their beams so deep into your heart? That is a precious discovery." And the little man leaped forwards, rubbing his hands and chuckling for joy. Louis colored deeply, and in much embarrassment explained that his acquaintance with the young lady was scarce of 2 hours' standing. But the merchant continued his expressions of delight till they reached Frederick Street, and then took his leave with a wish that the young couple might be happy, humming a love tune till he was out of hearing. As Louis walked towards his lodgings, absorbed in thought, he was startled by the sound of a female voice singing. In the stillness of night, the melody had a magical sweetness. He followed the sound, retracing his steps, and soon came opposite the chapel-master's house. The music came from the windows, which were open, although the chambers were not lighted. Though he lost not a single note, Louis could not determine exactly in which room was the singer. "It is she!" he cried to himself. "It is herself, the beautiful girl!" And leaning against one of the trees, he drank in the melody, never once removing his eyes from the windows. It was evidently a German song. The voice was clear and powerful, yet soft and touching. The melody had a strange mingling of joy and sorrow, of suffering and repose. The enraptured listener could not distinguish the words, but the music penetrated his very soul. A sigh heaved his breast. He could not tell if delight or melancholy was the emotion excited, but felt, if that were sorrow, he wished never to be happy. The song at last ceased, but another, more exquisite, more deeply moving, began. Each verse closed with some words in which seemed to lie a world of feeling. Louis caught the words dahin, zut dir, and at the close distinctly nur du. It seemed to him like the voice of fate. Tears streamed from his eyes. Once again he heard the words nur du, uttered with a melodious pathos he had never heard before, and with strained attention, just as it ceased, caught a glimpse of a white figure moving behind some plants near the window. It passed the next window. He listened for a renewal of the song, but all was silent. And, after waiting some time, he took his way homeward. The earliest beams of next morning's sun aroused our friend from an unquiet slumber. The day was fine, and he had many objects of attention, but the image of the fair songstress alone occupied his mind. He leaned from his window, looking out on a garden opposite and the scene beyond. A few carriages and foot-passengers were in motion, but the bustle of the day had not yet commenced. Only here and there the shutters had been thrown open to admit the sun. Louis remained some time in deep thought. At length it occurred to him that it was possible the object of his reflections might also be up and inhaling the morning air. In a few minutes he was dressed and in the street, and a brisk walk soon brought him opposite the dwelling of the chapel-master. The windows were open as the night before, but all was still and motionless. Louis walked for some time under the trees, back and forward, keeping his eyes fixed on the house. At length he discerned a white dress moving behind the plants. In a transport of joy he approached, and stood directly opposite. The white robe was there. The figure rose, turned round, and looked out of the window. It was Signor Rico himself, in his nightcap and dressing-gown, with a long pipe in his mouth. He leaned out, as if to look at the weather, and must have thought the sky too clear by the cloud of smoke he sent whirling over his head. Our young friend shrunk back, but it was too late. There was no one besides him in sight, and the glance of the chapel-master unavoidably fell on him. He was immediately recognized.
"Good morning, Signor Louis," cried the Italian. "So early abroad? Have you been up all night?"
Louis bowed in some embarrassment, and answered that the fine morning had tempted him to walk.
"Right," cried the signor. "I am also taking a peep at the weather, to see if it will do for a drive in the country we have been planning for some time. Suppose you accompany us?"
"With the greatest pleasure," answered the young man promptly.
"Come in, then, and breakfast with me,"
said Rico, and Louis hastened up the steps. He found the chapel-master in his music-room. The piano stood open. Rossini's Tancredi lay on the desk. Rico made some remarks on his favorite opera. The eyes of Louis wandered restlessly to the door.
"You wonder," said the Italian, lighting his pipe again, "that my daughter does not appear? Ah, she is a sad sluggard, but I shall play her a trick to-day. We will go off without her. I have already sent for the carriage."
These words caused no little chagrin to our young artist, but he was not to endure it long. They were surprised by a musical laugh, and, looking up, saw Nina at the door.
"Your scheme has fallen through, papa," she cried. "But really it is true that listeners hear no good of themselves. Yet I hoped, sir," turning to Louis, "that you would have said something in my defence."
She pouted her pretty lips in affected anger, and a little scene of apologies ensued.
"All's well that ends well," said Rico at length. "We will have friend Heisenheimer of the party. Now, daughter, let us to breakfast."
Nina led the way with a cheerful smile. Louis had now opportunity to observe the fair girl whose first appearance had captivated him. She wore a white morning dress with a colored silk handkerchief tied around her white, slender throat. Her dark brown hair fell in ringlets over her cheeks and neck, contrasting with a complexion fresh as the spring rose. Beautiful as she was, he could hardly understand how so much frankness and playfulness of manner could consist with the depth of feeling speaking from her large, dark eyes. After several efforts to overcome his diffidence, he said to her, "I was made very happy by your song last night, Mademoiselle Nina. I heard you sing after midnight."
"Impossible," she answered in some surprise. "I did not sing last night."
"Nay, that would have been forbidden," said the father gravely. "Singing late at night is bad for the voice. We are no nightingales. Our business is to sleep o' nights."
"You need not deny it," cried the young man. "The music I heard came from yonder apartment, and I saw, pardon me,
I saw a lady in a white dress pass the open window." "That could not have been my daughter," repeated Signor Rico. "But," persisted Louis, "I could not have been deceived. I heard the sweetest soprano voice, and I saw a female figure which approached the window and then passed through the chamber." Nina looked very mischievous and cried, "Oh, you are a ghost-seer! I will have nothing to do with you." And she began to sing an air in a clear, silvery staccato, making gestures of aversion with her pretty hands. Then the lively girl ran to the window and exclaimed that the carriage was come, threw on her shawl, and bounded down the steps so swiftly that Louis could hardly keep pace with her. He assisted her into the carriage and waited for Signor Rico, who soon made his appearance with a roll of paper. They stopped at Heisenheimer's house to take their old friend along. He was just up, and after he came to them, had to parry a great deal of raillery from the arch Nina. The country was arrayed in all the loveliness of early summer. The fields were green with the young grain, the foliage was in its freshest verdure, the morning air was cool and balmy, the sky cloudless. All things breathed of pleasure and beauty. Little was said by our friends, who each in his own way enjoyed the scenes around, and the motion through the fresh air. It might have been observed, however, that the eyes of Louis rested frequently on the fair Nina, and were withdrawn in some confusion whenever she raised hers to his face. At length they left the high road and drove through an avenue bordered with cherry trees, past a little village, and into a wood beyond. On an eminence before them, half hid by foliage, was an old hunting seat, and at the foot of the slope, the water bordered with trees and bushes. On the other side of the river were situated country seats. The carriage stopped here. The friends alighted, and Nina immediately proposed a walk or a sail. The walk was decided upon, as the sun was now high, and the cool shade of the woods particularly inviting. They wandered about for some time, till they came to a knoll shaded by a large old tree, covered with the softest moss. This served them for a sofa, and then Heisenheimer proposed that Nina should give the nightingales a lesson. She complained of being hoarse, and made 20 capricious excuses, till Signor Rico produced his roll of paper and handed a leaf to his daughter. "What is this, dear father?" asked the maiden. "A composition?" inquired the merchant. "Truly," answered Rico. "I have attempted to arrange something. It is a cavatina from the Gazzaladra, to which I have made an accompaniment." Nina was delighted, and declared it was her favorite piece. Louis looked at her doubtfully. Signor Rico assigned him the tenor, and the bass to Heisenheimer. Louis hoped to discover by Nina's singing if she were the songstress of the preceding night. It seemed to him that he was not mistaken, but he could find in her really charming voice not the least of that fervour and feeling which had so enchanted him with the mysterious songstress. His disappointment was so great that he went wrong in his own part, and was only recalled by a sharp look from the chapel-master. Nina seemed roguishly inclined to laugh. At last the piece was finished, and they rallied him severely on his abstraction. Heisenheimer said candidly he thought the solemn wood a place as unsuitable for such a melody as a church for a waltz or polonaise, and thereupon ensued a renewal of the dispute about Rossini, Mozart, and Mercadante. Nina took a decided part with her father, who at last put an end to the discussion by proposing that they should go where they could obtain some lunch. End of section 37. Section 38 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Love versus Taste, Part 3. Chapter 4. The providence of Nina had prepared for them a little surprise, a table spread with refreshments under a neighboring tree. They talked of other matters besides music,
and Louis recovered spirits enough to enter on a lively conversation with the young lady about the climates of Germany and Italy. While the elder guests were deep in their discourse, she proposed a walk down to the water. The day was delicious. The blue, clear waters reflected the sunshine and the foliage on their bank. An avenue of chestnut and linden trees followed the windings of the river. Nina stood on the bank, smiling as she looked on the lovely scene. Louis was beside her, but a strange conflict agitated his bosom. Her evidently superficial apprehension of art, of that which formed the great object of his life, disappointed him so deeply that his regard for her seemed nipped in the bud. After a long silence, he ventured on the question that oppressed his heart. "We are alone," he said to her in an earnest tone of entreaty. "Tell me, was it you who sang last night? I beseech you, answer me truly." Nina looked at him and burst into a mischievous laugh. "So," she cried, "you are still haunted by the unknown singer? A strange adventure. In truth, you must have heard a witch. Now I understand why you did not praise my singing just now. And our poor innocent countryman, Rossini, must suffer for it. A young man hears a singer at midnight, and fancies her perfection. Next day I sing an air which does not please him, because I have not that good fortune. I thank you, sir, for your flattering confession." And she made him a mocking courtesy. "But tell me, I conjure you," persisted Louis. "Was it not you?" "Hold!" cried Nina. "Not so solemn. I think if I say yes, I can win you for an admirer of Rossini, so I will say yes. I am a sort of siren, sir, who entices young artists by her song to worship Rossini, even against their will." "Nay, then," answered the young man, "last night's song was not such a one. Now I really believe you were not the singer. Heaven knows how I could be mistaken, but I see such must have been the case." "Then," replied the maiden, "blame not me. I am innocent. I hope sincerely you will soon find out your mysterious singer, who seems to have so captivated you. Be not unkind meanwhile to me because you did not like my song. I have a favour to beg. Take me out on the water. Yonder is a boat. The shade of the trees on the bank will protect us from the heat." She spoke with so much gentleness and sweetness that Louis felt his growing coldness melt away. He hastened to push off the boat, took up the oars, and gave Nina his hand to help her in. The boat soon glided swiftly over the smooth waters, Louis looking straight forward, or at his fair companion's shadow on the water, for a feeling he could not explain prevented him from looking at herself. They went on for half an hour without speaking. The boat now glided into a small inlet shaded by the foliage on the high banks. "Let us stop a while here," said Nina, and Louis took up his oars. The young girl laid aside her straw hat, pushed her ringlets from her fair brow, and looked on the sweet picture with an expression of delight. Behind the wooded shore rose the walls of the ancient-looking hunting castle, embosomed in picturesque woods. The inlet was in deep shadow, which contrasted with the gleam of sunshine on the waves beyond, and the light flashed like jewels in the foliage above. The soft air, the refreshing coolness of the shade, and the fragrance of flowers that filled the wood completed the effect of this charming scene. The heart of our young artist was full. He looked at Nina. Her head was drooped slightly, but as she raised it with a sudden motion, he saw that tears were in her eyes. "You weep," said he, taking her hand sympathizingly. "No," she answered softly, and with a smile, "but there is so much beauty here." After a moment she withdrew her hand, but not before a light pressure had responded to the expression of her feelings. So passed some minutes, till recovering her vivacity, she suddenly exclaimed, "Mercy! How late it is growing! We must make haste back, or my father will be uneasy." They were shortly at the landing-place again, but found the old people had suffered no uneasiness on their account. Both Rico and his friend were leaning against the trees, fast asleep.
Nina awoke the merchant with a mischievous tickling of his red nose, and he started up from a dream of orchestras and violins. After a walk in the castle garden, they returned to their carriage and drove back to the city. The next night saw Louis walking for 2 hours in front of the chapel-master's house in hopes of hearing again the mysterious singer. But all remained silent, and he returned disappointed to his lodgings. As soon as he thought it proper, he paid a visit to Signor Rico. On the steps he met Nina going to visit a friend. After replying to his polite inquiry how she had been since the excursion into the country, she had already left him, when she suddenly turned back, saying, "While I think of it, I have found out your wonderful singer, but I cannot approve of your taste." A flush rushed to the brow of the young artist. "And who is she?" he cried eagerly. "Oh, sir," answered Nina, "I can keep a secret, I assure you." "I entreat you," cried Louis, catching her hand. She drew it away, and with mock gravity replied, "Do you think I have so little of the vanity of an artist as to favour so dangerous a rival, one, the mention of whom so agitates you? No, sir, you learn nothing from me, and no one else can put you on the right track." With this she walked away, leaving Louis embarrassed and disappointed. He had to betake himself to her father, who received him kindly, and invited him soon to repeat his visit and join them at their family concerts. Our artist was fain to avail himself of this invitation, and became a frequent visitor. He was conscious of a strong partiality for Nina, which she did not, however, seem to return. At least, she treated him with a degree of caprice which he could not help fearing proceeded from levity of mind. Painful was the struggle in his breast. Her beauty, frankness, and goodness of heart charmed him, while her utter want of sympathy with all his tastes and pursuits was a perpetual vexation to him. She seemed to regard music only as a science of sounds, and to be insensible to its life and power, and all his enthusiasm could obtain nothing responsive from her. Louis could not help thinking her, with all her loveliness, a frivolous and soulless being. Notwithstanding, when under the spell of her presence, he could not escape from its fascination. This incessant strife of feeling caused him real suffering. One evening the conversation chanced to turn again on Don Giovanni, and the chapel-master expressed opinions as strange as before, in the same ironical manner. Nina went even further. She abused the music altogether, which she thought too grave and tragic, and particularly the airs of Anna and Elvira, completing the horror of poor Louis by declaring she would rather sing anything from Rossini, and that the opera might be made tolerable if only Rossini would compose all the music anew. That was too much. The artist ventured no reply, but soon after took his leave abruptly, not even hearing, as he rushed from the door, the playful good night of the pretty maiden. On his way home, Louis met his old friend Heisenheimer, who remarked his ill humor and drew from him a confession of his trouble. The merchant, enthusiastic as he was in music, gravely remonstrated with his young friend for indulging such large expectations on the score of taste. Louis mournfully insisted that it was not so much want of taste he complained of, as an absence of true refinement of feeling and mind. The want of an ear was a defect of nature, but Nina had a fine ear and the highest musical cultivation. Hers was a want of soul. He who cannot apprehend the beautiful has no heart for the good. "She is lost to me," was his final exclamation, uttered in such anguish of spirit that Heisenheimer knew not how to console him. They had walked for some time, without giving heed to the direction in which they went, and almost unexpectedly found themselves nearly opposite the house of Signor Rico. It was late, and the street was quite still, but low mutterings of thunder at a distance, and flashes of lightning at intervals, foretold an approaching storm. All at once the softest and sweetest melody rose on the silence of night. Louis started, and grasped his friend's arm. Heisenheimer cried in surprise, "Who is singing? It cannot be Nina. It seems to come from that house." "No, it is not Nina," answered Louis. "I once thought it was." "It comes from the upper story," whispered the merchant. "Who can it be?" "For 2 months I have longed to know," cried the artist, much affected. "And now I will know. Her alone I will love, whose soul breathes in that music." "Hush," said Heisenheimer. "It comes like an air from heaven." And leaning against the iron railing, he listened, while Louis drank in the delicious sounds with passionate delight, standing motionless, with folded arms, tears chasing each other down his cheeks. The full, rich tones were accompanied on the piano, and strangely did the exquisite melody blend from time to time with the rolling thunder that came nearer every moment, but it seemed sweeter from the contrast. Meanwhile the clouds were gathering thickly overhead. Large drops fell, and the wind rushed hoarsely through the trees. Presently a vivid flash clove the darkness, making the whole street light as day, and half blinding our two friends. It was followed by a tremendous crash of thunder, and then the rain came down in torrents. "Der Teufel!" cried the merchant. "'Tis time we were gone. Come, we shall find shelter in the Café Royal." And, seizing Louis by the arm, he dragged him away. Both ran down the promenade to the café, from the windows of which shone a welcome light. "Never mind," said Heisenheimer as they entered. "Such a song was worth a drenching. Let us drink the singer's health." It is needless to record all that was said between the friends on this occasion. The result was an appointment to dine together next day, and meanwhile Heisenheimer pledged himself to do his utmost to unravel the mystery. End of section 38. Section 39 of Nouvellettes of the Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet. Love versus Taste, Part 4, Chapter 5. So deeply had the heart of our artist been impressed by the nocturnal music that he thought no more of Nina, but only of the mysterious songstress. He waited with the utmost impatience for the appointed hour next day. His first question, on meeting the merchant, was, "Have you discovered the singer?" Heisenheimer put on an important face and began to talk meaningly of the folly of being too curious, and the wisdom of Providence in concealing some things from us. From all this Louis divined that his friend had penetrated the secret, but was determined not to impart his knowledge. Heisenheimer began to quote Faust. His friend reminded him of his pledge to disclose what he should find out. "Well, then," replied the merchant, "you shall guess who she is." "I conjure you, keep me no longer in suspense." "I may not name her, but this much I will say. You have often seen her. Now, will you guess?" "I know not," replied Louis. "Perhaps the Countess, who lodges over the chapel-master?" "No." "Or Nina's friend, Mademoiselle Louise?" "No." "Or the Italian dancer, who comes there sometimes, what is her name, Donna Cerconi?" "No, you do not go on. See now, how pure is your love for art. You have guessed only those who have beauty of person." "Mock me no longer," cried the young man. "What pleasure is it to you to torment me?" "Well, then, you shall know. But first a question. Have you never observed a female in the house of old Rico?" "Never." "Strange, and yet you have seen her frequently." "I can assure you—" "Hold, sir, no assurances. I see plainly the young artist, so deeply in love with music, has eyes only for a pretty damsel. She of whom I speak is neither handsome nor young. In short, it is no other than the girl who performs the services of maid to Nina." "Impossible." "You are joking." I am in earnest." "But how could a person in such a station acquire such perfection in an art which, if she chose to exercise it, would place her above dependence? No, you are in jest." "Your incredulity is but natural, considering the ideal you have formed of your singer. But let me tell you how I made my discovery. I went at 9 this morning to the signor's, entered without ringing, and passed quietly through the hall, for my object was to surprise him. I had nothing in his apartment or his daughter's, but musical sounds came from a distance. I followed them into a corridor at the end of the hall, and soon found they came from a room above. I went up a narrow flight of stairs, listened, and ascertained that it was really the singer of last night. I held my breath. The voice was suppressed, but it had the same fervour and depth of feeling. I could even distinguish the words that closed the song, Nur du. "It is the same," cried Louis passionately. "I have heard that song. Let me go on. I could not withstand the impulse of curiosity. I peeped through the keyhole, I confess it, but could only see the bust of a female figure, which, however, I saw could not belong to Nina. I then determined to open the door suddenly and to pretend I was in search of someone. This I did. The figure turned round quickly, and I recognized Caroline, the maid. She blushed deeply, and seemed much confused. At length she asked, 'You wish to see Signor Rico, sir? He is in his chamber.' I recovered my self-possession at these words, and told her all. How I had heard the music, looked through the keyhole, and finally opened the door to surprise her. I then begged her to sing again, and to inform me how and where she had acquired that exquisite cultivation of her rare musical talents. She refused to sing, but after some hesitation told me her story. Enough. You know who is your singer. Let us go to dinner." "No," cried Louis. "I entreat you to tell me what she said of herself, why she has concealed her precious gift, why she submits to dependence, when she might place herself in a higher sphere." "My friend," returned the merchant, "I feel it would be a breach of faith to repeat her story merely to gratify curiosity. You scarce remembered her existence. How can you be interested in her?" "Indeed," protested the young man, "I have often noticed her quiet, modest manners and interesting countenance. I would do anything to befriend her." The merchant smiled at this late discovery of her merit, and looked very mischievous. At last he said, "I will then communicate to you all I know, provided you will promise silence, particularly to the chapel-master and his daughter. Caroline is the daughter of a poor musician who lived in a remote village. He was reduced to poverty by the war, and suffered from a long illness brought upon him by the rough usage of the soldiers. In the time of his greatest need, Rico and his daughter, being on a journey, happened to pass through the village. The chapel-master was detained by indisposition, and, to amuse himself, wrote off the parts of an opera he had composed. As he required help in the work, he inquired of the landlord of the mean inn at which they lodged, who bethought himself directly of Caroline's father. But on account of his illness, the poor man would have to do the work at home. Rico sent Nina, then a girl of 14, to his house. She found him in the utmost poverty, with no one but his daughter, who worked to supply his wants. The sick man eagerly undertook the task required, but his overexertion brought on a nervous fever, of which he died in a few days. During the time, Nina and her father gave the poor old man all the assistance he needed. They have both excellent hearts, and Rico promised to take care of his daughter. The day of her father's death, Caroline had gone some miles for a physician. All was over when she returned, but her father had left her a letter, which she showed me with many tears. She accompanied Rico and his daughter to Berlin, and now occupies a station in his house between maid and housekeeper. Now you know all." "But the letter?" "True. It would have touched you to see the affection it breathed, and the style was that of an educated person. Besides the counsels of an affectionate father with regard to her future life, he gave her sensible advice about music, alluded to her rare voice and the cultivation which, to the best of his ability, he had bestowed, with a delicate reference to the shocks to which her refined taste in music might be exposed in her new situation. Art, he said, was a revelation from God, and he entreated her not to display to vulgar eyes the jewel she possessed. Keep it, he said, like a secret treasure. It may yield you happiness when all other sources are withheld, like the hidden fountain to the pilgrim in the desert. And she obeyed his counsels in her prudence. If she has erred, it has been in the sincerity of a pure and loving heart. To this relation Louis listened with the deepest emotion. He felt that the desolate orphan could not be happy in the house of the good-natured but frivolous Italians. He half formed a resolution in his own mind, but said nothing. During dinner little was said, Heisenheimer leading the conversation to indifferent subjects. When the cloth was removed, he said to his young friend, "I see this matter has impressed you as deeply as myself. But whatever may happen, promise me to take no step with regard either to Caroline or her young mistress without first consulting me." This was readily promised. The evening came, and the hour for his customary visit to Signor Rico. Louis, as he went, was far from being at his ease. He knew not, in the first place, how he would be received by Nina after his abrupt departure the preceding night. Nor was he satisfied what course he should himself pursue. All thoughts of becoming the fair girl's lover he had of course abandoned. His passion had grown at first out of the belief that she was what a subsequent acquaintance had proved her not to be. His feelings towards Caroline he could not define. He felt the warmest sympathy for her misfortunes and a deep admiration of her talents. Her gentle manners touched him, and he was conscious not of love but of a fraternal interest in her. He went to the chapel-master's. Nina received him with even more than usual cordiality and cheerfulness, and seemed to have quite forgotten their late misunderstanding. Louis was absent and thoughtful, and even forgot to ask after Rico, who did not appear, and who, his daughter at length said, had gone to a concert at the ambassador's. How much he would once have given for such an opportunity of tete-a-tete conversation. As there seemed to be some constraint, Nina proposed that he should accompany her in some new airs. They began with Mozart's great duet between Anna and Octavio from Don Giovanni. She sang with readiness, but without that fire of inspiration, that loving sorrow which breathe in every note. Then they sang a duet from Belmont and Constance. This also Nina performed with ease, but in as soulless a manner as the first. Louis went on with a species of desperation, and began with a duet from Fidelio. The young lady smiled, as if she were commending her own patience, and sang with such careless vivacity that her guest's vexation was complete. With a displeasure he could scarcely conceal, he asked, "Had we not better sing a duet from Blangini?"
"Oh, yes!" cried Nina, apparently delighted. "We will have my favourite, Fravali Fraboschi." And, springing up, she sought for it in a pile of music. Louis struck his head with his hand, and looked fixedly on the keys of the piano. He could have shed tears, but anger restrained him. Nina had found the notes, and stood looking at him for some time. At last she said gently, "No, it is better we should not sing. I see you do it unwillingly. Before you get into such a passion as last night, let us shut the piano and go upstairs to tea. I have done my best to entertain you tonight, but I see it is in vain. You are dissatisfied with me." Her tone showed mortification. It moved our artist deeply, and he would have replied by a confession of his feelings, but was restrained by the thought that he might find Caroline in the tea-room, where she often sat with her work. He only answered, "Yes, it is better. I would rather hear no more after that last duet." They went upstairs. Caroline was indeed there. He observed her attentively.
She seemed conscious of his looks and anxious to avoid them. She went to prepare the tea. Louis congratulated himself on the superior discernment that enabled him to discover in her plain and at first sight inexpressive features the trace of that nobility of soul her singing had revealed. What speaking earnestness dwelt, doubtless, in those downcast eyes! His delight was that of the discoverer of a new land abounding in unknown treasures. He rejoiced in the thought of offering her his hand, and elevating her to the sphere she was so well fitted to adorn. As she returned with the tea, he could not help fancying, from her apparent avoidance of his glances, that she was aware of his interest in her. Nina did not complain of his abstraction, but did her part in the conversation with so much grace and sweetness that the artist involuntarily sighed, regretting that a form so lovely contained no soul. It cost him a severe pang to give her up forever. Some time had passed in their monosyllabic discourse, when Nina suddenly started up, having forgotten to order lights, and quitted the room. Louis walked to the open window. His attention was an instant after arrested. He heard the voice of his unseen songstress. The sounds came from Rico's music-room. Softly he opened the door, and passed through the room into another, which adjoined the music-room. There, in darkness, for the blinds were closed, he drank in the rich melody. It was the air from Mozart's magic flute. "I feel 'tis gone, 'tis lost for aye, the bliss of love," etc. She sang in an undertone, but this very suppression of her voice revealed so much that our artist was deeply moved. He could no longer contain his emotion. Gently he opened the door of the room where she sat singing in darkness, and as the song ended, he threw himself at her feet, seized her hand, and pressed it to his burning lips. She sprang from the piano, terrified, snatched her hand away, and hurried out of the room. Louis stood confused for a moment, then walked up and down the apartment, filled with emotions of delight. Then he seated himself at the piano, and poured forth the feelings of his heart in music. Just at the heart of his rapture the hall door opened, and presently a loud voice cried, "No more of that! You play dissonances! Away with your Mozartish stuff!" It was Rico. The artist rose and saluted him with some embarrassment. "What is the meaning of this Egyptian darkness?" cried the Italian. "And why are you playing here all alone?" He pushed open the doors, and the light shone in from the tea-room where Nina was seated. Chapter 6. Late as it was, Louis hastened to his friend Heisenheimer, and told him all that had occurred. "You do injustice to my fair friend Nina," said the merchant. "She has kindness of heart, feeling, and—" "No more of her," interrupted the artist. "I have made up my mind what to do, and am determined to offer my hand to Caroline." "Well," said his old friend, "then I will say no more. But the how and when? You had better do it in writing, for you cannot easily find an opportunity of speaking alone with her. I will be the bearer of your letter, your postillon d'amour." Louis agreed with joy, and promised to bring the letter next morning. After he had returned home, he considered the step he was about to take, and asked himself earnestly if he believed a noble apprehension and feeling for a noble art a sufficient pledge for nobility and purity of soul. He thought of instances in which the highest taste in art had seemed to be accompanied by a mean and unworthy spirit. But further attention convinced him that in all these cases the taste had been perverted or vitiated, or else the world's judgment had mistaken the character of the individuals. After some reflection, he wrote a letter containing a formal offer of his hand to Caroline. He confessed his former partiality for Nina, and that his affection had been won by the feeling and soul evinced in her singing. On that security for mind and heart he was willing to rest the happiness of his life. The letter was given next morning to Heisenheimer, who promised to deliver it. About noon, the impatient artist called again on the merchant, who had left for him the following note. "Dear Louis, your letter was delivered,
But I have no answer for you, for I could only slip it into Caroline's hand, her mistress being present. Rico and his daughter are gone into the country. They sent to invite you to join them, but you were not at home. Pressing business prevents my seeing you. I send you information, however, as the circumstances may be favorable to you. It is possible you may find Caroline alone at the house. This evening I shall expect to hear from you. Heisenheimer.
Our artist lost no time in hastening to the chapel master's house. He rang and rang, but no one admitted him. After several trials with the same success, he resolved to wait till evening, when Rico and Nina might be expected to return. Caroline would then be certainly at home. Who knows, thought he, that she has not some friend whom she has gone to consult? He counted the hours impatiently till it was quite dark, and stood again among the lindens opposite the house. The windows were open, but the curtains down. There was no light, a sure sign that the chapel master had not returned. All at once he heard the sound of a piano. It must be Caroline, taking the opportunity of the absence of her master and mistress to indulge herself in her beloved art. Quickly but noiselessly, Louis stole up the steps, entered at the door, and passed through the hall. He listened at the door leading into the room. She was singing, with her rich, expressive voice, the same song he had first heard. He could distinguish every word, the closing line being repeated with some variations. The whole song was unspeakably touching and full of life, love, and hope, such as only a poetic spirit could express. It filled the listener, like magic, with a feeling of delicious sadness. The soft breath of spring, the whisper of love, could alone be compared with it. Louis breathed quickly. Now is the time or never, thought he, and opened the door. There was only sufficient light in the room to show the outline of a female figure sitting with drooping head before the piano. The young man drew nigh, unobserved, and suddenly seizing her hand, "Caroline!" he cried, in a voice trembling with emotion. She started up. He still held her hand and whispered, "Caroline, canst thou love me?" The girl trembled, and placed the hand that was at liberty before her eyes. Her lover tried to remove it, and felt her burning tears upon his own. He pressed her to his bosom. At last she whispered softly, "Will you love me, questioning not who I am?" Louis kissed the lips that uttered these words, and replied, "Forever and ever." Leaning on the arm of the young man, the agitated girl led the way out of the music-room and through 2 or 3 apartments towards Nina's cabinet. As they stood before the door, she whispered again, "Grant me my first petition. Close your eyes till the word is given to open them." Louis obeyed in some surprise. They entered the cabinet. She drew away her hand. They stood a moment still. At last he heard a strange voice say, "Now, Louis," and opened his eyes. The room was lighted up. Directly before him stood Heisenheimer. A few paces off, Rico, supporting the form of a young girl, whose face was hid on his breast. The Italian seemed much moved, but did not utter a word. Louis stood mute with surprise and embarrassment. At length, recollecting himself, he repeated anxiously the name of Caroline. The weeping girl lifted her face from Rico's bosom and turned towards him. It was Nina. "Nina!" exclaimed the young man. "Nina, Caroline, what you will," answered Heisenheimer, "but the self-same enchantress whose song has won your heart." "No, is it possible? Oh, can I believe it?" cried Louis, looking bewildered around him. "The same," said Rico, and Nina herself confirmed the truth. No longer doubting, the artist seized her fair hand and drew her gently to his breast. Long, long he held her there in silence. Amazement, love, unspeakable rapture deprived him of the power of speech. At last Rico, who had been walking up and down the room in great emotion, broke the silence. "Young friend," he cried, "thou hast nobly borne the trial. Art is a divinity,
and for the true artist no sacrifice is too great. I vowed, and would have kept my vow, to give my daughter to no one who could not value her mind and heart beyond her outward charms. He who could admire the superficial, frivolous maiden, beautiful as she was, and wish for nothing more, would have been unworthy of her better self. Too often have I heard fair words in praise of art, too rarely does the action correspond, and he alone has right to upbraid his opponents with their want of discernment, who not only has better judgment, but suffers that judgment to guide his conduct. Now, take my girl if you will. I welcome you as my son."
Louis answered by embracing the kind old man. When their feelings were in some measure calmed, Eisenheimer commenced his explanations.
"You have much to thank me for, young man. Till yesterday I was as much deceived as yourself, and was only let behind the scenes after my discovery. I would have you know all was truth I told you about my hearing the music and so forth, except that I surprised not the maid Caroline, but our sweet friend Nina, while her father was accompanying her in the song you heard a few moments since. There was no escape. Both were brought to confession, and having them in my power, I stipulated that you should be kept no longer in suspense, else I know not how many fiery trials awaited you."
"It was my father's will, not mine," cried Nina. "If you only knew how hard it was for me to play such a part." Louis answered by an expressive look, and Rico said, deprecatingly,
"My art, my child, my all was at stake. We are told to be wise as the serpent. But if the issue had not been fortunate," said the young man. "Nothing venture, nothing win," replied the Italian. "We all risked something. Let us rejoice that it has ended so happily." "Only the poor village musician," said Heisenheimer, "has reason to complain that I sent him out of the world so sentimentally without asking his leave. Doubtless he would not be much obliged to me, for today is his birthday, and his daughter Caroline has gone to pay him a visit. But what think you, fair lady, of our friend as a physiognomist? Here he has been finding out that your features were inexpressive, and those of Caroline very interesting." "Do not make sport of me," cried Louis. "You were as much in the dark till yesterday as myself." "Well," said the old merchant, "at least I shall claim a kiss for my reward as postillon d'amour." "Come," interrupted the chapel master, "let us adjourn to the little back room, where we may find something to eat."
They went, Nina leading the way, leaning on the arm of her lover. The little back room was a private cabinet, the window of which opened on a small garden in the rear of the house. Here was an excellent instrument, by which Rico was accustomed to compose, and his daughter to sing. A large bookcase contained, in rich binding, the works of celebrated composers of the old Italian school, down to the latest. There was Palestrina, Lully, and also Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. Portraits of the great masters hung round the walls. The bust of Mozart stood on the bookcase. Louis believed himself in a sanctuary. The fair priestess stood by his side and smiled upon him. Her usual frank and lively manner was exchanged for something of timidity and reserve, but love beamed in her eyes, and kindly regard was expressed in the looks of all present. Eisenheimer was the first to recover his vivacity, and he brought them back to this world by protesting that he was inordinately hungry and thirsty. He should prefer a flask of good Johannisberger to all the dews of Castaly, and they would not forget to drink the health of all the divinities of love and music, yea, the present company included, besides the poor village musician and his daughter Caroline, who certainly ought to have a share in their good wishes. The End. End of section 39. End of Nouvellettes of the Musicians by Elizabeth F. Ellet.